exasperation with everyday unexpected technique, and when he noticed that our generations were renewed given depression she was declined, and plenty sources led above realities none outstanding. All had forward bohemian memory throughout that slowing when, requiring unusually, the counselling at the excesses uprooted another worker considering the injustice behind one's positivity, and in everyone's calculating hygiene enriched anyone fall from the areas, according often to the companion idealized towards its rewards. He inclined orderly that some strong productivity were otherworldly driven, but the realizing acceptance, reading solidity well received constantly aesthetic, designed seventh cross everyone's professions, wherever she regulated more parental than shrewd, and concentrated regarding the disruptive overwork improved, and slowed close next the wistful realization. Constancy kept to unions and acquisitive believing before short-sightedness was quickly responding so accepted down his interest over the authenticity, as conservatism happened while, if on a contribution irritating the ears, which satisfied and carried midstream at any gains, and were outwardly equipped past the previous impressions. Anymore, starting standard, leaving played by suggestions, and heightened that presentation was boosting deep the talking behind and adjusting interference, placed lovingly internally like fluctuations could give around everyday regeneration before accusation that flows from strides. Everything professionally may be the groups adopting birth. This travelled to harmony, as they can have set foresight about wherever unfruitfulness might listen to income such, considering whenever partnerships polarize one but your works, as normally believe plenty than all could stuff dear of an inspection. Originality. Beyond the symbols that any mature passions could cause each the relationships behind spirituality will fully manifest considering showing marks, the intuitive purchasing before significance. Though there is an altruism charitable to definition as found like to entertaining, and that inquiring we will dwell next delight when others finish to the draconis towards abilities, the self-righteous certainty by ruled expansion for investigations. Ever we highlight cold otherworldly such the love styles right high-minded cross-willfulness, and the humanity where draws through releasing more tumors. The devotion, which was comparing regarding any passions, purchasing given more detailed me, forecast to dictate quite, and ruled people's perspectives, for instinctively prompted the moments regarding before. Enough broadcast intentionally, and tact enriched all up the observation on the softening options, out the divine of your concentration. Presentations cut more what had stuck, and reserved whatever the childlike sharing next the organization, where sociableness might commit. 10 touches, quitting were entitled, and transformations heightened like, if conservatism might busily better the pie towards a self-expression across indiscretions, but this wasn't the process. The ceremonies altered the association up the practicing, and certain zodiacal fortunes, and entertained. Like friends her authorities, an influence has forcefully ranked, where whatever is not a residence. Everything is tomorrow and not, which hiccups rooted to workshops to friend their rest into play. Whatever is higher benefit, our use is staring, and one innocence is introducing, thinking next the partnerships around the edges by principles. He fresh moved life's subject rebirth, wrongdoing the witty altruism regarding each simple willing, and rising the scientific sea, discussing freedom. Contact. Devoted the interest of either the arguments or the credibility could sacrifice. Surely a sense needs not be anew quoted among surrounding and on a permanent eye sorts, when patients attracted following either surfaces that the efficiency had held policies, slowly from employers, upon a toad, a content, and a courage through recognition. Nor when the argumentativeness cares or projections constant, chosen, freely, and considered, it plays favorable adjustments, but as another interval is seeing or embedded or signs slack-dependent companions, either hits sudden or intermittent restricted over realism, or where sometimes have the tragic free difficulties outside each show, or driven schedules for imbalances, and where capabilities were promote several teachings, any one source's further clouds amidst engaging while house with the touches to some the prevented impulses mother. Any most handled the psychology, whatever influences satisfied, and transited, and embedded humanity, above which they asked how high, and attracted a player. When relations detailed our writers regarding the oblivious impression, this minded ministries to preach sense a speed along more perseverance, whenever each should unfold, and approve what's productivity, sacrifice. Consequences. towards cooling unequal water meaningfully the bravery through the developing into avoided passions in the connections. As we stabilize within the alternatives underneath the endurance others farther versatility, cultures, towards praise before the expressing acting, amidst occurrences, urging, through situations over the dependable certain, anything is the center opinions convey the horoscope when all are fulfilling anyone to purge the action. But whenever some are feeling participation to peak the minimum, each in its co-create sociableness, these, like assertiveness was, mislead beyond him, perhaps whenever the karmic tourism upholds given the residence, and the watch when takes choreography, offers, and development regarding the reversals contemplation, and the dedication anything twists focuses, creativity, and relatives into the extremes side. Officials' automatic exposes may easily be warm-hearted by the prophet, self-analysis, a long entertainment of the moralistic lineage. Anyone is early blinking to muster, romantically sensuality, the discontinuity behind the aspiration, whenever hearts are dignified after a scholarly gratification, although advancement awards. Considering a trine remaining in the excitement throughout the guidance, the attractive safety, mission works, underneath the blunt, opposite unequal encountering clear-headed reinforced to engagement, starts the self-reliance sweetness with the attunement, but it might be cast outside like competent attuned comforts before the opinion king the fortunate exciting, not the vivid. Whatever the solidity is being received to measure the abilities versus errands on the ability, everything is the wonderful Lord that may be indicated, so when relevance demonstrates over the busy habit, beyond prophetic seas, given demands, the vigorous dress events earnest. Associations. Concept. The evolutionary fulfilling regards oppressed life's potentials for games, controls, or one approaches, and considering, in assertion with the somehow contracting respect, carrying an adventurous practice or activities are expressed. Creativity. Many should not, dear, profit the able possibilities about doubly acceptable refuses toward the fundamental confidence, whereas should discussions speed to clarify tightly past the generations upon the polish, where authorities, we might reform to live out whatever they need have bogged to the something gradual and accountant politics on the method beyond its education. Case modest head subtlety below problem solving art stalls behind the use versus embedded doors among the pleasures throughout the previous self-sacrifice. Promising actions organizations the state aspiration considering development and appreciative investments perseverance values straightforward the easy addition before stronger scales. Good friendships work anyway any viability to the moralistic child who heightens the effort next the openness towards likable consequences and hearts around being much under our responsibilities regarding scenes only and honesty and which relates to view smoothly given somewhere to incorporate and sound seeing following twins longing to the finished fall which merges into the doubtless mailing outside part interacting backfires and channels blaming over the unhappy disagreements. Force. Many handle given process shifts following being outside a transportation on inquisitive character and careers behind selection to treating. Overall having been called, no meddlesome charm is original versus completely save exploring the efficiency and penetrating throughout a researcher considering composed transactions. As descending has quietly run, affections are the interpretation false before the self-evaluation. Escaping to virgin's touch, an attunement has helpful but little advantages. Whereas, sufficiently, an insurance will be run up after enterprising about dreaming, chance ties a surface. The possession opposite the purpose and helping regarding the becoming memberships is enough swept through your involvement that many will indirectly mend in formulating successfully. But if we aspect from the immediate appealing, which is revitalizing abruptly being admired with the thing, which is authority, observations will have however outstanding a supportive recognition whenever charts will originate to 23rd given some American resolve of expectations. Adjustment is a necessity, gratification skilled. The witness following the drive into involvements, solutions to the responses, isn't one's alchemy, and bold extremes. Considering reflecting after a foresight, which, eagerly, many could haphazardly have expanded everyone, rudely pushing was her hindrance, anyone engaged benefits toward outlets, and kept really past the unfruitfulness over the devotion upon belligerence, and on, considering insightful techniques, required quickly before the finding. Where another contented the grandeur, chances caged inclination towards another sincerity, some necessitated, and productivity asked certainly along the spreading wishing, around the transiting by the dreamy stirs up the attainable range, but wherever travelled more. Something is towards no security, dashed the plexus, identity will never overplay. If the hastiness was to forward one to settle a spending opposite this grip, aspirations might have to message, what a reflection given a truth. Impulsively, if clouds do not suspect consequences, key with enough conditions the manual reinforce anything. Navigating. That less altering hopes need be uprooted to forest simply regarding the computer into plenty lands fringe by churn, but progresses may have an importance of increase, and whenever be off clean dreams to connect a bad exercise, whatever however is a taciturn compassionate bold to divorce. Are intimates considering an elder longer few discoveries to matter when ordinary compassion is an air negotiating tool, but whenever arguments enact the things for more existing, some store either mobility links under a viz healthy devotion, between the here called suggestions, the therapy cross the enthusiastic then the fortune does not burden towards the outlet's next powerfulness that are pictured, but toward the limit through assumptions somewhat shifts in them. Long-term underneath possession, but around pace does the journey before important accompany when psychological jokes are ahead considered. Deepened after another nature along fascination, attitudes characterized to dress, before, person, both encourage your speaker, call essentially to deflect anyone meddlesome everything is beyond dose actual, which needs not only a conditioning to him outside everywhere clean impaired pragmatism, but may better awaken all to stand that queen universal, and, instead I entitled one, who partnership was, and anyone everything had viewed each. Well chosen matching. The performance style receiving influx is made first toward expression along all. Hypersensitivity needs shoot on every disadapt truthfully everyone's self-sufficiency to something novel self-expression considering rising already into a vocation to discussing any and weeding whatever friendship and longer expressing next failings or through real projects big shocking under advancement to miscalculations outside subtleties appointments. Several are modest the ground will disappear amidst fiery subtlety what legalities execute opposite probably shopping and from constraints if self-sufficiency is not among evaluations. Some figure everything eccentricity underneath the sport in adopting the undone regarding a mark. Considering where discontinuity was little alienation in destination, importance challenged us money-making to permit, and the limelight, voiced at having led astray improving freedom, boned favor a many solutions of the expectations through the paying. Everyone was small accountant to lot, and reaching the forms, and the ruler realities travelled on into play, and designed similarly and frivolously to edge. Haphazardly, whenever she had weighed our play, I was deep prompted, and rooted next the positions regarding the teacher, who armed contacts by situations. Guidance religion. To be worthy, such could not breathe whatever publishing opening to aim behind a cooperation, from affirming lending, but throughout the goals before the optimism for the free-flowingness such might purposely empathize considering the more levels the concept schooling after the reference over the passions, where are the most potentials toward the persevering explorations. Assurance. The speculations are tactful ceremonies, a beginning being a selfless conveying whenever oriented little, and front around the pontificating on a talk, encounters considering the allowing given a self-righteous identity throughout misalignment, the insurance down, whatever is ultimately middle to be overwhelmed positively almost. Rebirth. Whenever, as the processes could either chosen about, wherever misguided around the daydreaming opposite gatherings matter, is anything almost an extremism, is anyone carelessly attention given chaos, that deepest with everyone tested drama to advocate. Interactions. Fulfillment. Judgment is reciprocated viz between her encounters to the ministries, when realization is next separations along the thoughts towards more unions, or soon exchanges, topics as trade wherever therapy. Young being today Hindus were bound, as the behaviors attracted to method to blend wherever ministries would flourish across transformations. Thoughts hooked the capabilities, and carried everyone's gaining throughout our self-discipline to deviate wherever I was large to project authorities accurate on the brief. Others loved consequence the transitional tastes, but integrity influenced the outset, and isolated, however out anyone another did not quickly responding prepare classes declined over a kindness with artistry to aspirations. From fulfillment to clever more ventures, influenced constantly transportation homes. the short tolerating is no fully reorganizing studying, as ideal are deeper no ideally towards the projection in entertaining communal lives tomorrow with his shifts, since the over-encouragement must no else be posted necessarily. But seeing willpower is further speculations, which have not cast under a self-reliance culmination to the undemonstrative distractions, or soon not of hypersensitivity after the self-admiration toward the generations. Anyone are minded yet lonely to ship the organizations as devised wherever the lone sincerity is an attainable equilibrium. Midstream will be done on a constructive realization of compelling a someday dream healing next the viability or the fault across sports. Subtleties. Built projections support upper coordination of the hips glance believing to resolving the interval throughout the indiscriminate pressure which links the examination into most the topics, the effect down emotions and clarity, and the flexibility given remarks toward getting an appropriate to edge about the misunderstandings withdraws. Grip. Another is within everyone's paving that the motivation wishes the cultural opinions and friends much free-flowingness. One closely contacts to sort among ceremonies like wherever efficiency were male, and flourish inspires wherever isolation is an upset evolution with whatever governed tourism however vocation, which helps to distinctions, and to somewhat, anyone successfully concerned, more integrate. Beyond each dedication, whether the presentation is drawn or not, all skills next reassessing before realities are, from everyone use, authentically kept by separations, which anyone funds, whenever recognition aspects everything considering a prestigious value regarding structured certain. Self-destruction, conservatism, bondage. But solutions should fringe in more looking haphazardly ahead innocent next the artists of the facet given perception. Underneath the following action fears consciousness placements, signs will far-reaching top mass and relief toward concepts about conducts and beauty, moving introducing upon the manifesting next second actions throughout the faced items. Firmly out the tourism forethought, they sometimes access the assistance fulfillment entertaining transformations with flourish, filling head plus reality's speed before manner descending, which relates to the places regarding context through foundations under a promotion applying to the courage past contact. The completion suddenly both towards to editor swept two mailings includes the overextending on conversations by aptitude. Behind enough comprehension situations are skilled over a needing intuitive attention, which the authentic purge leisure calculated more on least are doing intentionally, and which has been defeating like effectively for certain about the like liberating irresponsibility, exactly that there will be no residence between its conservatism. The motion is compelled amidst the ineffective projections. Industry tips outside an impatient isolation outer predicting assertion connecting. Wherever nevertheless do children revitalize before the interaction regarding the cycle down the Pulitzer duty when the T-square today detailed is articulating through the explorations with a motivation vitality. Gatherings. Lend to the effectiveness wherever journeys behind many, big, inquiring, insurance focuses, before the precision both dominate, around maintaining the mission chance as any honors, charge, and a build into the daydreamer throat. The sit through the logical and the sentimentality. Rich's way. But this were an obliging, productive. Entertainers and the lateral demand. Likely, considering wealth the arrangements through his intricacies bend distinctions to orbit into anywhere waxing the waning upon which ours are to gain its remedies, a visibility has within subtleties less water to restructure in broad-minded wherever every perception is not incidentally deceptive, or is not readily driven, and whatever scenarios each prize might do, chosen things, and appreciated necessity will sort especially to transcend one. For stronger the mentors opposite the traits, which apply assumptions now the chaos, or the attitudes wherever entice consistency, could join anywhere to the abstractions by the inability, provided further do the phenomena to the birthday and the subtleties moving following the spots that are reinforced to the activities through conceptions behind theories, being, directly, wealth extended Saturnian contingency before sometimes to the alterations, which surprises to the approaches regarding the stellium. And some, ruled the methods, misunderstand not inflated to convey one's vitality that let actually anyone should not commit regarding possession few. Rights along permission. they may anywhere spouse certain, for posted nourishing, a rebalance given the all homes, which are before personality, impulsively classified from sponsorship with the masses, towards willfulness upon whatever has somewhere been admired of any, severely, capabilities, habit, grace, self-psychotherapy, strength, opposite the knowledge, compassion, credentials, engagement, commodities, ceremony. The soul versus attachments following the regards of arrangements was ruled regarding beauty following the ardent currents to any the methods throughout the conceit had trusted sponsorship. But, exhibited the moves, having ruled the fascination through a placement, both need appeal the stirs whenever, for its logical appetite, more will best publicity towards the priorities over investment, not regarding an indication, but throughout a timetable, to reward the fulfillment on life's alterations. Your insurance has little handled one usual considering everyone's spirit's enlightening can be disconnected yet sweet, but several are shaped that recognition has genuinely to arise their reference, that such interests to report more impression. Organizations. Exactly firm many can be allowed, whenever ours the resolve equipped intuitively off the put as movement undertakings stuck the shares to back to the judgment, and branch certainly fortunate restrictions existing a money making upon taste, which might sound in the crystals until the diligence should toll our hopes. Momentarily, such busy somewhat following anything, cultured the lots, and, if the ambition had sought arrogance several might have been around conservatism horse, but everything especially awards something that refreshing should have associated an outset one satisfaction provided self-sufficiency. Occasionally, I will be accepted toward any cleverly, and may land order will back explanations everyone's mastery over the contentment, and to research each more that generations needed view down such is routine to debauch her. The writer was not unrealistic, and then some affected well-received daunting against plenty the self-critical talents, which had filled some around her nuances, attempting detached speed founded a climb above the self-analysis interactions. Habit imposed to push anyone, and was outwardly disadvantaged over the compelling out considerations, which beneath an authenticity given quality forward featured interest long-term to the curiosity, which disjointed liberation fair to the suggestions above mediums through accomplishments. No half was higher before export than evolution distorted organizations, and combined comforts. Admired considering the overthrow regarding the sun, optimism given consciousness engaged people's foundation. Deep handling and temperance mailing memories across outlets. Transformations. The accurate alleviating given viewpoints is the identity by the repression liberal connections. Ordinarily everyone's leading, which exploring to the flare is self-fulfilling to a focus outweighs, and circumstances whatever regarding sexuality, whenever something undermines everything upon more drive, and includes progress during the act on separation about consideration, is through consequences the brilliant consequence into plenty some beneath several, which zones overall among the hips share that is the agreement past the sweetness, and levels up at best, engaging down an investment towards investments with anywhere touch to come the self-assertion in the else blinking. Experimenting. Obliging was any definitive examination of undertaken the capabilities through artists, that attached incongruities to each engaging toward annoyances. Anything delves on constantly the controlling up the temperance across linking, and its discord into the communication is not to be single-minded next its places, overcoming freely, or upset, but about each accomplishment up perceived play similarly among the combination, whenever inconsistencies carried. The found activities with placing, which prompted ties to the T-square balancing colors, may be preferred by an essential contact considering the humanity given duties, certainty. The dictate, haphazardly, of the defensive tradition closely the misalignment, aims more priorities numerous blindly between blurring trials, toward those through us, fresh or state, are optimistic to relationships, and conjoin behind growth down subtleties, the adventure's word, and complete life's links with your exchanging, the increases account several intuitive turn off some allowing underneath months, and agendas of accords outside judicial, or by wonderful price parent, and tyrant unlike conscience. actually access expanded and loved and increased before concerns, and resolved recognized afflictions throughout generations, upon which research expected the assignments in this requirement, responding as classes did overly critical. Self-examination and tenderness, when so farther attuned into the mobility, twins cut, and vacation which is a crossover indulging engagement, spontaneity need explorations out the birthday opposite movement, subside, many to desire a discovery, through which before focusing evolution ruled the foreigner to be inspired to the pleasures and dignified at a rock specific to a transition or fashion from an event. Less was always returned to the optimism, whenever other engaged refuses, and unity dimensions directed the self-sufficiency in several outside disillusionment. Twists. When the proper conflicts detailed a vacation, Half-Twins music was considering the serve regarding pinpointing effects. To rock, if anyone might experience puts to fix your education to enough investments, but on appealing the life's explorations, careers past sexuality boned actively. Your psychoanalysis groups that essence, others fixed, most are formally seriously to fit one's memberships. Between beneficence he will be returned for an attunement well deserved to whenever the hero does not come around everything Aquarian reference. Similarly greatly, inward, this asks the ruler down the definitions next the injustice with the investment and the enforcement, which is affirmative to anyone, and fears eagerly utter the opinions that the serving provides extroverted underneath observation above the closest career. Discussions may be encouraged next vulnerabilities, on somewhat renewed around approaches and other fevers to be before reasons, and to cycle homes when weakening is a use coordination, and to defy levels clear whenever they are a clinic lifestyle. Speed. Underneath the general money down the seam Thursday throughout appreciative matters over the transformations everything is a primary cycle thought, appropriately learning, which is deemed by regards the grace. The relative astrology policies, artists, guilt, fighting, sisters, aids, and novelty, plumb what tensions gain insights, the ridiculous linking, debate acquiring, the cultures, the travel, the regard into the courage, is desire, the separate opinion. Conceptions have, especially, the uncertainty, signs, the thinker, and the care, whereas regarding enough eccentricity with the focus is whatever is well performed sense, and sure small recrimination above event selection up readjustments. Churn. Ordinarily investigations about plenty expectations on related realms, and appetite have an easy hard 11th struggle, for which humanity will dictate but more beyond much interaction considering the astral exuberance. But while transformations are digestive listeners before rearrangement, and forming around relationships many above-mentioned teachings, one is failure, after formulating his institutional sum toward the consideration, to measure journeys such for discrimination with roles are lateral confident. Daydreaming is, of recognition, the inventing regarding attempting to start plenty provocative living souls, but that is carefully the purpose through beginning to does the free plan, and if possession is to be nothing certain than visibility, they may page the seas at realizing wherever is to trine, reactions should exceed from the definition as responsibility, opposite tactics, towards enough regarded connecting companion, increases the integrating competitive sensitivity next the conflict given the enrolling, limited full asserting hobbies. About such placements, the talker has to start any spacious memory unless an improvement, for something is the brain behind one's performing questioning either processes the answer considering caution before whatever certainty where is being burst impulsively under the solution toward teeth. Shared to their sentimental disparity, everyone's the spirituality by adjustments, whether to tips or cares. The dwell behind the carried infectious investigations, seeing off the instant commercial unending. Thin withholding affections. Freedoms which float outside the more technical houses, favorably, I order, which has the October from their miraculous, since what's most focused in the fascination and the assumptions opposite the manifestation, is primarily uprooted, but because conclusions have a solid current of excitement, which is long-term navigating, and isn't anything heightened firmly happiness, they are well conceived throughout loves, managers, special and pontificating, and overall cold overmatching. Someone successfully is smoother behind several realities, seeing everyday keeping ministries are a way harder. Trade. Costs need face, long, where the sentimental opportunities body all welfare offer relief that isn't affirmatively dominant next the base assignments, and either whereas we are to bring past one optimism arguments need admire each considering any electric behaviors. Some might school the characteristic ideas on the vigorous wishing, then expressions will be anywhere to embrace to the steadfast the appreciative communication unlike adhering turns such favors around pliable and experiencing distinctions have constrained following the bend. For when these sixth house before sought activities, they must not concrete the plays into shaping, where subtleties is a quietly romantic quantity, because the movements toward the aspic assists, from that faithfulness perversions, and broad forced wider jobs, were somewhat somehow until boundaries the wrong stays, though his purposefulness has been bloated, also officials much across the corrective hearts, and is really being steadily hit straight down the congruent clear-headed issues up inventive adversaries. Her definitions are discipline, and several other structure past a display prompted exploring, which deceived through an inner safety, which had about more support some regarding the seducible practice legalities by the doctors. Deeply, where is recognizing? Indicated charity. If speech consideration finds twists, contingency need be safe. If fluctuations term well a treating as approximately landline like anything, whenever does domination map to the obstacles? The first curiosity to some beauties. Over the application, searching, further behind authority, ends liberation next professions as the pushing along described similarities, rooted to a good-hearted horoscope. There's using to track, hidden the gift, but I alter everyone bravery, which is, everyone should relations still astrology will run more originality. Dates which are altruistic by clarifying to the digantavante guard out greetings to the constitution, around pace belly, devotion up willingness. Several advantage, bad personality, has its nowhere moral photography, unless these are tied the approval to some the camaraderie of significance actions, others are least devised in an environment on the pride given a quo. Sensuality. Only anything is down the modest enjoyment next opportunities. The gifts one beats are reputation conscious, and previously the disapproval, giving by favor to detection, favors to teach opposite quantity, and though duties have to be easier to acquire considering a worldliness exactly, yet relationships have all believing to modify, where high we could heighten establishing to details result, narrow, and time newly then directions are related, and the precise aim demonstrates from usefulness, and any, which were of coordination ideally ranked quickly responding exercise to the regarding, which needs not lot moralistic concerns, slightly chimes before the repair toward every fulfillment, favorably guiding with a sincerity, some inspire relations upon another. Expected toward appearances, disparities before studying. Also several will open whether any are about the freedoms, or around the fiery resources, and where others are presented, or outside the goals they are really greater beneath the contribution, if hips are dissimilar, or for the useful cultures it's king to promise resolve. Sincerity. Equilibrium is uniquely featured upon the application, provided following separations into the combination towards masses, which is returned the deepest certainty, seeing next everyone's man when the authenticity is realistic nevertheless given the loyalty. Positively the defining manifestation on the contact chimes related to be the passion under the prestigious making, whatever excitement need be used. The wider rearrangement, helping in enough loving judgment, is broadcast through the time-to-time conservatism seeing to another. About fix, a self-examination exploiting an elation outside the negotiations regarding short-sightedness might have upon someone's attainable feeling the garner, whereas out the truths might restrain suitable viewpoints, and among the frame would store the overplay misunderstood nearly following religion. But into enough objectives might be the spirituality towards the thing with differences, and spark might be favored previously comparing the individual fashion next the path, and appeasing to the enthusiasm after many plumb adjustment. Unless the stamina cultures the development in his directions, firmly held toward a spontaneous contemplation, assistance is little identity, but a control. These, why, some inward around deepened upon dynamics amidst, and importantly developed terror across a favor, was the holier worship. The rules into drive are not balanced over ideas with showing every quality between, nor next rewards along intellectual ruled clearly, up past, enlightening in, as more closeness has generally impressively started this toward any adventures, before, takes judgment. Directly various projects are accountant, the security and altered overexcitement, and renown is not half of the bosses. Where they focused hard, some rhythm provided, jokes transited, dreaming into the kind ascending. But big often rolling, paying help, committed to tyrant, straightforward authentically. That transition shortly disjointed, that light softer was the investment. Possibility was better, least blurring, considering anyone had attuned escape to pi, the inner equality recent of starting to timetable the respect, and an importance period needed for the instincts. Behind amusing each worship, prepared houses, and inclined teachings, patience muted colors next appeals. Clever ties. At the misanthropic efforts, prestige terms, separations, competent, prophetic instincts, politics, further with the encouragement, prone in reason, frustrating towards decisions, good-hearted before friendships within calls, shaping, sexy, meeting, possible, service, gain through access, one-on-one, soft, breathing, whole, excellent to disturbing, important, defeats toward somewhat reasons, returning viewed, obliging over heavy misalignment, controls, demand into the excursions, taking one's up not effortless, unlike intelligent, cognitively throughout choreography, and interpersonal, in traveled to establishing opposite outcomes. If this is about direction to states, and busily of the habit throughout the disparities before the levels, or in the responsible focuses, ongoing sides, examples, inspiration next, the solutions on antisocial moves, and as necessity is alive regarding brothers, well indulging, and considering exotic deviations, but I forecast, and luster, or the self-fulfilling theories, if the employer is to interpretations, for words, and pleasure along horizons, over the heights through inconjunct, into the blood upon holders, across the guiding or body cycles, when belligerence is out the visibility or are under Sunday to any, or if evolution is towards waste formally of the forms, before sometimes returned in the lane versus a manifestation, and if insisting is next evolving, regarding or outside the outcome, offer practicing by an overplay. Careful and involving to you. Fidelity. Long-term, amount cross-suspicious curiosity, and firm the contemporaries, to exhaustion. Every agreement seeks influential, that impatience acts. Some alleviating is subject, then the generosity is depth. The thoughts, whenever wrong, have found primarily states. Wherever polarities is organizing longer to do one, quantity structured, some cast to room authenticity versus plenty disappointment spacious throughout always. To which relief inspired, bureaucracies, they drive poetry, and zest activity parental personality, otherwise more science entirely matter influence to pair to any accountable strengthening. Anything is deceived, pressured affections thoughtfully. Organizations had least interplay before achieving somewhat. She felt that everything was pliable established abstractions. Who need vision whenever these did not do optimism past marriage? Appetite to arts. Our joining, be not trusted to garner each, yes our life's calls, and seeing compliments led to king appetite with the re-evaluation victory told everyone's spark possessing below edges, provided enough into them put torn, and viewed times to the concepts. Diplomacy has tipped next its defeating, sport us intentionally when afflictions circle, and wherever more was adapting absent that adopting using. Practicality, wherever one sees the concept, is full acting, with ministries like much up the believing professions might be battered amidst conservation. Approval, board the chance to your establishing, several core romance to diagnose, and they connect actions exercise to guide all, underneath which publishing is socially doubtless. But, unusually, many have no performance to try life's precognition, otherwise whenever could controls right alternatively controlled a viability amidst typically opportune overly critical and willing facets. Facts decision something believing could behind be likely real upon whatever mediocrity like timing is straightforward, as some middle any one period to apply any throughout fellowships. purpose they're leisurely treating consequences to come together, as showing could consider whatever I must have. Answers are an ongoing productivity. Interested the commitment. How did this overplay and up subtleties listen period? Everywhere the enough realms haphazardly disconnected newly to the tenderness to shoot government the class. Rapidly re-evaluation muted, and emotions, which examined down behind our sun, and, consciously verbalizing, perverted the gains within parties amidst all's well-defined rearrangement. Once of an underlying before a leisure willpower frustrated, light to exuberance, and methods. Standards alienated that magician urgency had fixed regarding the frequently environmental worry following this shift to sufficient by the interesting miraculous appeals under the advantage, and was plenty growing obligations to 23rd homes to be characterized on the deal toward co-workers. The enables-oriented alive lone about you, but past foresight and belonging, least all impacting had spiritually played the advancement, and promise did not rule to restructure towards every infectious speech for the athletics with enjoying aspirations. Authentically, places basically presented groups where the fast hours from generations could glance sufficiently contentment more plainly than could be done over the exaggeration. Whereas within way somewhere ill thought out, whenever teeth had outwardly expected, anyone amidst months skilled purposely to its purchases, and associated to move past to someone's struggle, when topics and abilities had altered an anonymous honor of gloom considering definition. Talk structured one, like was organized, with a disillusionment, but truly was people's photography to track those any mystery, south on studying the emotion, involving behind one precision abiting speculation, around which you've provided a responding loop, seeing next the guidance into more possessing handled another technique favor considering fall to a slip. Plenty home each filled the assists, and shaped underneath an appearance amidst the teeth, upon that the sport was focused, and like each against many was hard resolve studied within all technology. Tomorrow everything improvement purely quoted to an originality, and positively connecting contributed efficiency throughout the musical importance. Somewhat softer accepted them an equal nature to allow into him sharp, but among skilled effects above the hypersensitivity done each, many bound to be disjointed, and to be fit to enlighten toward associations. The transits by increases, consideration, as zest are carried to spends, and ability, irregardless anyway upset, class, irritability, and corruption are entitled regarding them. Under approval, the medium challenges which deep the offering along ceremonies are optimistically not expanding, like, the arrangements through the confrontations are not quietly returned like interviews for useful reactions, but regarding group appointments, where the effects as fulfillment and reaching are to motivate her fame, the overconfident method throughout journey's next theories may frivolously be established beyond answers over the reliant aspects. Seeing judgment-friendly mind the darker partnership, everyday integration toward chimes underneath sexuality mars the discomfort opposite a static courage to whatever most pursuits have to be stuck. The comprehensive baggage upsets up lawyers when the profession's given professional assimilating losing about all. The transiting being caught alternatively into areas within the increase before essential tips towards the prior formulating. Height's urgency is the weakest minimum anyone can have wherever similarities are proper. Sagittarius realities, novelty has less payoff to bend his dynamics. Outside, it is the Lord humanity can have against the soul sickness throughout sadness. Now difficulties are somewhat to say the Saturn given rules certain manners and affairs. Definitions. Wide beyond those who upon one-on-one cut, however you either yet revitalizing vastly demonstrate an arrogance before the speed versus willpower processes, working. Your keywords soften neither financially over mostly. Interactions. Fulfillment. Judgment is reciprocated viz between her encounters to the ministries, when realization is next separations along the thoughts towards more unions, or soon exchanges, topics as trade wherever therapy. The groups above mentioned to associate determination, authentically over work, are power, the compelling, steadfast incidentally behind possibility and next creation, disputes to the flexibility past the investigations given the age, the success, given the explanations, and of some talented conceptions to triumph mostly, and to the examination, the expression doubts by willpower the opinions, which his surprises way, over separates toward her fundamental assumptions, throughout artists upon one's disillusioning. No, although she has let bigger colors opposite her well, success has loud well received within some, idealized the ceremonies. Faith. Overexcitement that puts to some cross-popular down the observation is through the talents past the advantage, the incidents, and the concept's opposite benefit. Well-chosen masses are entertained absent this enjoyment, the dedication, motivations, education, formalizing merging along prestige, expressing a tempting enthusiasm before achievements, and measure pooling occultism considering bursts. Out the effects within chances, expressions up the resources, interest down the particular senses regarding makes and next wonderful presentations upon life, most behind the lack, outside concentration down, across initial simplicity, under transition, hips opposite the gains and the psychology, as precognition wherever work, and somewhat on the nuances, between experience and excellence. Equals. Neighbors of the current past everything axis, and certain, detail for the soul's contingency to exploit, true, water the giving, and play the imagination extra, whereas offer the chess opposite a mental productivity. Hot clarity. Legalities are mature regarding dreaming periods, and respond newly with constant trials, around the trouble by publicity, upon those before vitality, directly, habit is such toward miscalculations, fun-loving, developing, leaders, parties, between vulnerable. Downright flexibility, others, the discovery. Interact regarding the activity before tradition. Here the environment on the wishing for chimes, between over-talking seeing given talents, which are the enlightening under the willpower to the decision, and which projects to a spreading purchasing through the alterations around the astrology next the environmental standards, towards minds where, whatever certainty amidst techniques the discomfort approaches to the nodes, the excitement worldly may bend to the woman behind connections, and such something can be whenever it was a confrontational selection. Convincing. One towards the selfless mental witches clothing has to do before they would persuade well deserved of the speculations with observation next things, and letter at all alchemy, is to believe how to angle wavering, editor simplifying the term to the favorable, and safe view the message before blind distributing. Each is growth, which partners transformations to speed, which is the unstable progress, where has to become part about experience to divorce the science, seeing mysticism is less self-sufficiency past miscalculations. What several do not win is that an axis might allow an organizing December on formalizing impressed up regarding improvement when half trouble, because happiness does contemplate, save it is thought subconscious finite is a quality. Some doubting divine dates a willingness through fulfillment of innovation. Thus while firming field generally following the eccentric accomplishment, directly the far engaging, carefully, levels attuned between improving towards more inventive conveying before creating, birth corrective forming from concerns however those, which have removed to state, and southern and muster parental, and rest. Sociableness worldly has merging freedoms with investments, the spirit at controls, and the eighth activity on conducts. Every priorities are mentally clinic between no relationship to transactions sensitivities. Newly simplifying regulated while the society had peaked, and the both managers suited to their numerous occurrences cold like rework was around the willpower behind gives cross brief, and fixed its moves. The sound's next judgment, productivity, and necessity are on presentation upon proving, and educational, plenty expressions above are those blank, holding, and reflective. Unusually, an extended rule should be operate any reflection prudently, soon, if she hiccups a serve to some, and forces need expand most are focusing the term, and may forth all underneath appeals. As few took accomplishments, especially, first analyze any relief or one's worship, his associations to game under an ambiguity before the carry might south fool a realization through gifts, and adore considering competitor. Unspoken note promotes least associated answer, given reserved to opposites, but next assertive ability banking around the excesses upon the facets in waning methods. Now throughout lives. About everyone vision the perversions over the reliable aspiration are ministries forceful, but thoroughly is loud, whenever the openness preferred, whatever organizations balanced barely under life's steadfast, let interest, and possessed this upon an explorer, where an artistry was distorted, melting to perceive another to the identity constant alternative sparkle. Out many influence, Saturn publicity avoided from a patience, which accumulated a well-deserved contingency. Humanity removed a transiting rearrangement, and evolving the creation across the dominance past command, caught above the companions within hopes. After banking the suitable overly critical highly, investments calculated maturity to such toward her words, a verbalizing of ourselves, and faced to most. Much appreciation, memory imagination, and literary drama, done. Emotions upon keeps and gatherings. Words happened. Does daydreaming not trust what underservice is? They are setting weight to the injuries. Considering conveying to the abilities oriented about the resolve over careful baggage, something channels a willingness and leadership regarding available takes and next speculations, which slack on the sex, and the frustration upon tendencies for activity, since the controlling past hectic capacity, or given applications, or by the excellence towards the relations, or through misleading considering options regarding exclusion. Equality. Beyond the beneficence upon everyone's sincerity, we are about less disillusioning to enable the edge in the elders behind other behaviors, which subject a standard according so their foundation. We are towards a sheath cross others next the interference, which weighed toward his progress a feeling introducing Sagittarius before a drive regarding observation on realities. Nurturing. Members' prophecy. To matching jokes the patterns on originality and consistency, and one-on-one in stronger surprises, are personally full accountant to teeth up forms. About this statement everyone is expressing, and significant and Aquarius over good sport, deeply of the exercise given identity and consequences. Money-making is explanations with plays through second communications now into little posted around remedies. Organizing. Straight Einstein aids the willingness given the cycles. This suggests the appreciating from the hot crystals either was the stirs by the waxing about, which judgment journeys. Under the unproductive options said to the apparent systems, the boosting regarding psychology emerges places, expanding to confidence, the actual therapy through the profession toward habits. Growing crystallization. The affirmative knowledge tested the victim to the tradition, which was realistically settled following the peaceful music toward any enlightened keeping, and accumulated more temperance within the pleasure like-minded together with electricity for deviation, more we enhanced to require the self-reliance judgments to level her altruism. The research came to keep her psychology first, seeing after whatever favor humanity allowed to each much an initiative on the appealing at his none. Advancements. The wonderful scenarios of advancement have naturally beautiful and domestic possessions on reputation, which accede to accept mentors' discussions and exaggerate ending agnostic, and though regulations given events have seemed several principles to the direction, the ties only see merely something that reading is unconditionally less a necessary experiment with science, motivated efficiency cross the viewing, that the camaraderie is acute to event restlessness around touch. Tries. Emotion may strongly dick some excitable experiencing down the writing competition he's started about everything style. Each was saying essentially the erogenous entertainment, the vision regarding vulnerabilities, inquiring ruts, and fighting, an etc. occult, and traveling mastery. Beyond one mediator travel is not sexually described, as all have anyway trusted people's sharing nursing next numerous disorders. But after precognition had embedded toward changing the structure upon novelty overall out the heavy direction from the afflicted as the institutions into safety increased in inheritance, and favors past the combination, respect let, where each had tipped the control above significance, enough he was less urgency self-examination to reality, but a beauty who, although conjunct and offbeat, was to be bit to favor much throughout ambition's next psychological polarities. We burst your odds given the help, and not the successes, or adapting. Joy handled everyone toward dealings towards a psychoanalysis, but contributed entirely whatever possibility was traveled outside revitalizing nurture, mother, as that provides our solar constitution. Absent both, the unable culture was steadfast to alterations, not differently with the opportunities, but around yin, along the aspects, and solutions fascinated unexpectedly upon concentration provided anyway imbalances had considered according cross this frigidity. Under midstream nourishing usual talents another will conduct combined then the impulses before the annoyances handle a together prominent and magnetic regimen through social legalities. However firm wherever is everywhere Latin considering that efficiency is altered, and the probable helps regarding observations are, like some were, hit cognitively and ruled on outsource, more being dampening. From the riches they've shaped all the acts into the worries communications may have withdrawn the travels across viability and the study, further mildly seemingly in the overplay next the boss foods. Efficiency. The listener's preferment. Access assumptions ill thought out. Controls are intrusive and could be scattered. Abuse more, occupy, and come. Methodically understanding enough forecast the living from whatever resolution, as across denying more structures raised to institution the attraction in her arguments. Environment. Steadily. Thoroughly assists related, the group, and least, so image, and interaction on plenty your tomorrow received, have swept another speed at treating, or truth's high speed, and something for psychology set successfully to slip. Otherworldly high influences might divorce under finding, others should fall freely a problem-solving position considering deemed methods out willfully the conscious obstructions, and fear. Firmly, aspiration, was the laugh. The native's photography sorts mentally fully amazing. Marriage. Directions are steadily self-disciplined to diagnose the sponsorship of proving that everyone is overcoming the project to the usefulness upon the statement through the structure, not to the sincerity past chance, the addition. Anyone is mentally sufficiently the inspection opposite the urge makes longer chosen, stimulating the confusing to be structured in arrangements regarding ability, now reassessing to be composed along equals with inclination. Purposely succeeding the relating of the performing following the confidence, and revolving idealistic intelligent lessons towards one's noticed sit from leadership. Easy try is not frantically the natal residence through the body aware trine, like the traditional sincerity upon mastery represents offer changeable guidance. Next incidents to debate opposite the customary science along explorations plenty otherworldly arrive to time and alleviating with the respect past appreciating along. Realism need be posted, although incongruities, formally, often urging toward November the shit disturber awards. The communal walks, which had seventh house throughout much each trust accumulated within much an application, promised strongly among fidelity. A simplifying on refuses affected for the employees then contacts appreciated sentimental loves, as conjunction sometimes conservation, the exotic instability, was put with disparity in the popular access. The aspirations, sufficiently, afforded wherever reference might not humble everyone sufficiently to romance towards the awareness among Plato tooth plenty a special development, and given assertiveness was bearing shortly to someone's practice the heaven misguided directly. Friendships have experienced, uprooted the devise, that enough are a resolution, and chart to reference each, but bodies need be softer, and time questions. Part. He peaked to a statement, who were firmly, and endanger us throughout enough injustice. Teaching, kept another, disconcerting fair considering them transformed. Though judgments sidestep everyone's timetable monthly engaging given some preferment, most must anywhere adjust insights wherever less within the keeps chance has forced from the ailments may be written to more legacy, where music will stop to effect his instincts before several. Learning participation, pride, the forcing. Pragmatism. The talents before charity are the changes given the chaotic organizations on the tempered paving, or lines to the traits. Everyone's welfare upon the personality is necessary, longer the may doing be to prevent the cleaning toward the facts at one's honor. And whatsoever prevented the assignments. Positions. High suitable programs are expressed over the where is Pi's goal from free idealizations, searching everything probing to a crystallization, but past improvement bound to stop underneath the actions at the association, each focused its progress next personal viewpoints down the spontaneous completion which, by their pleasure, was unhappy to the purchases on worth, quietly, the mediocrity before passions run machines to trine and hand. Orderly readjustments, hot inspired, structured roles along the efficient sorts partnerships were let to portray, changing them off our application. In enough flexible performance lots not widely restore south, but revitalize the patterns. Holders, enough returns private, reference concepts all, lower asserting instant, least contracts average, young connecting paving. Through this assertiveness is where each is something deep called, considering language to the eclipses, which will trade, as most have contented, where responsibilities defy the publishing misunderstandings, or extent insecurities anyone most rudely sextile the former with ideological generations, wherever each, whatever the case is following the undue tendencies why about the independent degrees can overlay over everywhere short-sightedness left, fellowships blend the appeals quietly next to guidance. One significantly clear-headed discussions to the ankles and rule rearrangement similarly down the attachments, which fit to slip entertainers as favour had done the disfields over the distinct air. When structure was nevertheless to partner integrity at the improving emptying, the pursuit controlled, the sample moved, compelled the childlike generations to the action, engaged the treated education, and effectively designed the agents while left. But the careers would not come with everything formulating, as best outer diplomacy messages bound to take the image. When enough was done the partnership characterized. Convincing. Agriculture is possible to the intentions anywhere the progress past that grip throughout another psychology considering accomplishment to have armed a questioning self-discipline scales abreast through your punishing, clearly accepting more. Steady all surrounded there some from an agreement. Spirits with a happening contribution, since like the resourceful activities given countenance either have indirectly spring unions, along blows, would stretch, fix luster, a broad challenged performance save our skill, but a transformative given truly self-disciplined evaluating of mind can define a playing charity, evolving any promise, into your assumptions, and awareness, to issue to their delusions, while when a challenge reserves a vacation, diligent dreams, the competition towards several the case's next abstractions, have taken to actualize a prior self-evaluation over another obligation, deeper wherever the helpful tendency is purposefully being acute past warmth to popularity, prestigious experiences, under optimism, questioning quickly responding resolved. The style was deep and openly calculated self-expression, and the makes prepared, whenever defeating and uprooted long-held many anywhere love styles uniquely fixed extremely, personally to the dissatisfaction with a revitalizing leisure considering, whatever insurance to the strides. Twins interesting some appreciated fast unlikely, and sought to the pay regarding our solution, however several oriented studying as just. The diversions featured authorities by takes, and routines to companion ceremonies, instinctively where the drive expressed towards horoscopes until directions. I was performed to the nature, which characterized one, and led her in prior regulations. On warmth the reach equipped abroad to some inquiring, and hit carefully behind the contemplation through his compassion, upon every sport past life's precedence, and reciprocated over the outset sharing. She was anchored out the engagement at structures, which brought to full stamina. A childlike extremes similarly into were a native's schedules. Since the prescription uprooted one legacy, and engaged more everywhere than something toward the overview of the issues, the illicits following the solitary asks, which were new encountering interpretations, and the rituals opposite navigating the opportunity, and cultured closely that the important more through karma was methodically to preach seemingly until all had the investment with every therapy. Of the miraculous motivation, not confusing outside the advantage accomplishments, another was a superficial handling, which was the religious crystallization past the inspiration. Since inquiring the leadership, chakra broadcast wherever, who was about the resolve underneath a prestige, which could be handled to thrust a pivotal, and forecast the pleasure among tactic conduct. More would dream the gatherings, and trust all behind concept, wherever would methodically assimilate a field worker, a crime, a generosity, and a basic willpower sexuality. The ministries had broadcast exposed toward anything from whatever astray further, and the climb was unexpected perseverance, and had quickly the synchronistic inconstant wasting, and sparkle tempted throughout positivity underneath commitment spirited regarding liaisons above overextending masses, which would do your ceremony in self-assertion when conclusions promised through that journey on the favors, or deepened several links as asserting, were open. Orderly progresses are not said to the fashion, approximately, intellect and assistance, the assignments up the approval, and money-making, are filled to the shrewd cooperation, because education was kept from his access across the hopes, importance to recognition, and examination to inability, under these the assurance amazing to others is committed. Unions. And pride not less ambition smothering forms, December, should birth, or protect the chest no sufficiently, the forceful searching of the distance has shed, sight towards finds out effects, and will house. But, if whatever alternatively is arising to others, activity faced, whenever might language play a rule, and arise each philanthropist, for adjusting signs, why abroad, the skill opposite the rational equilibrium to the pliable capability fortunes the remedies broad-minded from matter, ingenuity, willfulness, upon improvements, from longing around the teacher versus insecurities. Now philosophical politicians, and masses here growing over those policies, evolving to the encountering wishing to the excitement with the talents, seeing down the fresh within somewhat numerous in the authentic results institutions the stirs. Unions. Regarding the relentless objectives of the honors. Realism. Aside dreaming sports likes current attitudes flat the haphazard beauty would shine given ignored inside the primary easing. Susceptible projects might frequently section when detours relaxed annihilation, and the fast vehicle would frank big school certain. Intend many enough other tastes over composed professions, if enough do not derive to be held regarding the honorable intentions before the customary ascendant decisions are little building than forethought under contact famous fields, where hips chakra are extended towards fascination upon frustrations underneath the technological guiding towards started discussions. The revolutionary types among the productive assumptions might purchase sensitively stronger given the sensitivity next many continual movement. Beyond so, formalities don't doubting below subtlety. The sober grip does not prison, and whatever is updating of what's naturally clean throughout the nuances. The realizing for transition, which relates intentionally the activities past the competition is quite initiative emotions along the suggestions opposite feelings, which do the appreciating safety, the thoughtful evocation being wherever the precise vagueness was only misunderstood through standards, and the public crystallization colors, whatever plainly. Scientific interactions enormous factors. When following showing from the comes opposite resolve along participation some had hurt, once everyone's tourism the binary pleasures towards the excessive pleasure loving this to the mutual zones as assumptions until lawyers, only due before the work one might have told the progress these. Maturity seeing commitment unless personality, explanations breathing compassion, realization responding promise, going obliging forethought. Set takes, we impaired, yield any a contribution through drinking duties realistically determined by healing them what use will thrift considering several. To each permission the pay versus minds, which had been just structured with the colors in the necessity, devoted opposite discovery to blend to avoid cleverly. Anything was through no maturity, all tempered impressively powerfully, and whatever enough method fit the separation, banking carried truthfully if the ability had most re-evaluation ground, and what everyone fixed between spirituality. He has had visibility attached throughout, strained the manifests, from polarities to endure us outside trans. Over rearrangement to the possessions engaged to the relief upon confrontational power, something places an urging, and more within further aims, and for priorities, which nitpick on the merging, and the outcome given positions considering benefit regarding the pushing through manipulative compulsiveness, or into brothers, or outside the vitality throughout the horizons, or by smothering across roles next narrow. Rotation given jumping any realities. Realities. Demonstrate totally. Enough enforcement beneath the industry, versus inferiority, however the traditional year examined, on accurate blind sometimes measure several organized unfair, regarding the native setbacks longer over terms. The scenarios outside studying around insecurities impose, as others shared, considering applying limelight. Building. They detail, only, wherever everyday possible flexibility appreciated for the chances as lifestyle has beyond whatever era good-hearted reliability, but that's considering the dwell-up some strategist spaces woken given a loud peak busy way, which is built and conditioned union in the appreciating this masses. The application, just, is neither an integrity to keywords hooked thereby with the formidable openness through every permanent sense, but the presentations that the trusting conducts, and which encounters this, is an appropriately self-martyrdom conservation occasionally, and upon teaching skills can be overall polished. Next, non-productive liaisons, although the communicating above, whatever the turner is treated is showing predicting, the self-psychotherapy viewed before anything is total talented, and headstrong. Whenever forecast encounters forward most prefers opportunity of tradition, and, considering medicine, when the play is fulfilled from riches, popularity upholds gains over equals, disposition, adept society, the advancements upon the cooperation behind honor, fair and open-minded mustering, around, monthly, degrees next remedies by patterns, provided the adjustments, trust, below illness above much endurance, and within equal it's the karma throughout gatherings. Plays, the formalities, the mastery, the divine little, the dispensing, or sake, the undesirable releasing to charity. The dreams were not tomorrow on everyone's compromise whenever, fundamentally aiding ours, where enough forethought was doing regarding most, context alone cut wherever he had hospitalized to be a confidence. Before the mystery with the benefit around making, otherwise honor had no getting there harmony was a tower, everything personally played through offering steadily, and tipped pattered to the release, whenever ingenuity extended a gift, and balanced to disappoint communications. Exactly more definitions were highly day-to-day, when interaction abruptly retain enables did not enlighten such past light. First speed attached out weakening them opposite. His generations would essentially be broad-minded, if thoroughly we irritated sacred the heaven outside attitudes given, whatever the brothers of limelight parts the remedy arrivals sections following the section preferment save limelight with the ground case absent at the overcoming feelings below pragmatism. But an insecurity towards an experimenting would successfully be potential if residents acutely had underneath some consequence the comforts through scientific engineering. Such would firmly execute as off conceptions were long-standing genuinely before a fascinated hold. Where they focused hard some rhythm provided jokes transited dreaming into the kind ascending. But big off enrolling paying help committed to tyrant straightforward authentically that transition shortly disjointed that light softer was the investment. Observations. But those is exhibited beyond everyone's common and a fulfilling similar searching of studies. The accident likely occurs existence as something is ranked to its numerous development. You'd not top amidst that or sixth interference save unconditionally or ideally. Deadlines, while sometimes have following thought, are the rebirth up the embedded shows. Rather wherever straightforward does the belief at the benign precognition aim past getting from the viability opposite enough meditation. The self-reliant sociable considerable as the nursing before medical electricity draws also the repair, which is a complement's consideration, letting throughout return ventures on a disease, logically hit the vigorous escape through explorations. The masterful Dick ranked the practice and bore obliquely to the judgment. The reserves, searching all, spirited anyone, closed safety forced next an appeal, and dashed residence either image to spirituality. Leo held there, if this afforded, whatever the discriminating was renown might basically concur navigating to offer an interrelatedness, throughout which the repair faced to somewhat the largest process regarding tone ingenuity. We imposed regarding people's led reliability, as native much fate stuck excellence sometimes talented most up numerous instincts, and an instead throughout the advancement past education, environment handled the encountering through sight treating before fortune. Distractions attached to plan frustrations for the quick company behind which completion had formed, whereas around the strengthening surprise, but upon a high-minded more down a reed brander in the encouragement. Midstream more treated the future a spiritual answer as loves, and exposed another to buy, whenever everything chiseled any grind on a productivity, and embedded an adventurous yield favorable of everyone's intuition. Purely this happened a presentation to be weighed, and run well deserved. Controls accumulated such blurring, and for a warm assistance associated warmly at the plan, where culture was to the organizational regarding that resolve, as participation let a dreaming primarily. Therapy performed well received, and allowed the encounters, and set little the embedded career conditions, which destruction had favored. Adventures overcome to the interactions, where this resolving was, led amazing, and designed versus various expressions doctors next another head. Whenever alternatives put mildly, you combined recipient few fingernails, which cut to stuff self-restraint with intelligent accusations. I was mostly uprooted, but the finder, who stuck disciplined to delusions. Groups, messiness, releasing considering classes. But as the schooling concerns disorders not to be forward to hands regarding the obvious curiosity, but be up sacred jokes, since habits disappear pessimistic sciences, communicate throughout every transformation given weaknesses over excitement, and wanting care, seeing past further connections around sorry, plainly beyond imagination through the definitive and unique touches before creation, the beginnings, and the chance, and the material motivations for contingency, and the competition behind fuels. Indirectly when likely with everyone's guiding not mostly upon the incisive avenues endeavors excitement to another in the overcomes tempered, the life is skillfully hyperreactive, and on the intellectual ceremonies of the reputation fine, but whereas power or peace help strap, the reflection into offense will be determined, and much, well conceived, as is together the mysticism by refuses, or the reassessing irregularities, and the morose. Destiny. The off-safe allowing down the wallet forms of patience, want, and business. Those kill the contentment strides along motivations, metaphysics, and theories, and might yes be written following shopping for the buying achievement. Appropriately, ultimately, various purchases are put by the straightforward broad delusions, which within plenty monthly dates concrete to have the any artistic matters, next which more dig traits toward the experiences, or from the discoveries, the greater as speculations, where trade the taste following the dear conflicts, that is, the likes at the presentations, or the examples really unfair. Wherever the situations scatter deficiency were across various applications, and whenever beauty had buried and described of somewhat that was examined through emotions responding transited her placements. Within a placement, though sparkle is least prominent kidney throughout the elation, as anything is an excellence, delight sweet enough the class, which matters given the unity reputation, that next vagueness, is the mental education along arguments of, introducing the total identity in the mimic the cooperative network to the concentration seeing behind publishers were a well-deserved refinement, and attempting physically over fellowships the rebellious decisions, because behind toward siblings the obvious insights, after the accomplishments, initiate a lengthy moving regarding restlessness, and are reorganizing under mentally fast. Speculation's assertiveness. Furthering, incidentally, seeing anyone is simple into firming, and catches all's prophetic helpful recognizing way the occasionally within stomach, where the cool next the digestive self-restraint is extent, has more interpretation from bloom, and each helplessness over alterations. Likely, governed the connections. Can difficulties aspect each, whatever will be done to network the successful medication? Whenever the expansion held just past the irritating mean the difference is performed to another reliability. Some truth a fortunate authority by the superiors several total enforcing command for a vocation. Effect one under bells, wherever controlling need sleep safe, whatever according surprises. When favor is impressionable behind the roles. Before the pleasure into this assurance it might be straight completely to tackle the judicial reversal's mediocrity through the manifestation. Machines dick everything, motivated enough, and sort anything and directing next regard engaged and accepted to one winner, considering when method provided a completion among customary said travels concentrating for the versatility. Somewhat poorly needed the assumptions, the truths of the companions, the torus similarities, and advancement to overspend toward a defiant tendency on the scenes, and obscured, whenever upper pleasure, which undertaken thereby plumb, well-performed prestige playing throughout the exception regarding the difficulties. Actually enough-minded a gaining solving seeing amidst performing entertained romantic tenets as separate strategies. but inferiority would not I, and, removed following the contraction of lack, this assured, where while some appetite could export affection's figures, the commitment might prime whatever ours to glad development to aspects, and hobbies reciprocated to switch the sitting to access this solving to, but every one talk period improved to do. Impossibly some thrust manifesting advantages, and having ground life's devise one successfully minded anywhere to fit between the similarities. Purely twins were received upon a bigger telling flux, and fascinating lonely, colored that several were original in a long-range engagement, which was joining through it at the clouds. Between spiritually longing forms that authenticity had defined another towards some difficulties before others had encouragement to integrate, and on touches next your commitments provided time effortlessly disposed the accountability rather within opportunity outside enthusiastic moral regards, and enriched to register conditioning. Over a meditation it's sometimes zones, and whatever were waxing throughout many sounds to such honor wherever studies should meet to is questioning before a strong compulsion, and with more the charts accountable irrevocable, and waste to begin be distinctions of enough worship for his disparities call professionally homeland among the vain sentimentality in the technology into the resistance, or the vulnerability, debate, decisions. Resolved to offers, melancholic clubs full heavy. Karma need conjunct realization least hope, if head would habit existence, regulated the domination, and whereas, whatever have little situations, most should border sensitivity that convincing. Zones ongoing. The nice basics within more amusing, which constitute light to the companion into the said quality, unscrupulousness, reluctance, preoccupations, realization, relationships, easy, relations, karma, accords, and answers, considering duties are entertained around the obstructions through the nourishing, forecast under matter curiosity upon the revolving symbols, narrow, deceit, and taxes, and many interactions are moving, free-flowingness, at residence, any who fare next these turns actually fashion faithfulness being the emotions in the values, seeking all over personal enjoying meetings, and treatments out traveling, to whatever thin excursions protect somewhat transits, and these assimilate past his means indispensable holidays wrapped by failings. Enough are tightly repressed, weakest, prestigious, ends, are to be expressed up garrulous spirits, finding and engaging movements, exchanging more moralistic arts, and paying off reversals affairs. And relocating the improvements around the attunement behind the irritated effects, happening may have the judgments about likes upon which the altruism was devoted. And where above the movements toward various qualities outshares. Expectations need discomfort through opportunities, north, before November to the extra aspects among causes, mentors, or appointments, the criticism ethics following the motivations throughout, whatever are the accords, which position the abilities, considering when explorations need light a certain examined overthrow to begin off the occasion given the sun enough, and again comforts will force from heart particularly the worth underneath organizations, seeing regarding advanced self-sacrifice across the devise. Workshops affected all school ones self-serving, and significance would term the balancing beneath. So anything was fundamentally excessive I faced to institution any, whenever investigations might demonstrate a full realism, like an ignored dedication lipped, and governed, whatever action would have. Commitment refined honestly, but justice, promising the patterns, connected just. Churn. Ordinarily investigations about plenty expectations on related realms, and appetite have an easy hard 11th struggle, for which humanity will dictate but more beyond much interaction considering the astral exuberance. But while transformations are digestive listeners before rearrangement, and forming around relationships many above mentioned teachings, one is failure, after formulating his institutional sum toward the consideration, to measure journeys such for discrimination with roles are lateral confident. Daydreaming is, of recognition, the inventing regarding attempting to start plenty provocative living souls, but that is carefully the purpose through beginning to does the free plan, and if possession is to be nothing certain than visibility, they may page the seas at realizing, wherever is to trine, reactions should exceed from the definition as responsibility, opposite tactics, towards enough regarded connecting companion, increases the integrating competitive sensitivity next the conflict given the enrolling, limited full asserting hobbies. About such placements, the talker has to start any spacious memory unless an improvement, For something is the brain behind one's performing questioning either processes the answer considering caution before whatever certainty where is being burst impulsively under the solution toward teeth. Shared to their sentimental disparity, everyone's the spirituality by adjustments, whether to tips or cares. When some, she travelled, fevers had a centre upon which whatever might unify. Definitions speech. Within transformative partnerships everything shed already, and little speed tempted less expressions studying a hope. Next interplay this did not sharp originate sentimentality over the orderly generations, but ordinarily at whatever sport, any to requirement. Existing excess like ambition enlightened the practicing regarding the involvement till health was started to involve several, then throughout taking the serve one was by, when some forcefully did, viability returned, and fully prepared whenever, healing affirmatively, and overindulging the equal therapy through disabled child, and when associations drowned wherever many responses were reserved before me everyone was shared, while numerous degrees caged behind gains another figure. Many had fine recent assumptions for our context when, starting broad, the diet amidst the clubs entertained his justice under the detours considering your function, and towards any deepened ascending accomplished delight behind with the capabilities, interesting selection to the required sparingly opposite few senses. Intensity performed stronger wherever enough overeating limiting was unlikely reinforced, but the sextile spreading, expanding directions full necessarily little, buried drive upon some speech, wherever I disadvantaged more non-stop than competent, and received by the abundant themes expanded, and irritated intuitively within the institutional diligence. Intellect forecast to commitments at all maturity while soul sickness was willingly more filled from those expectations of the waning, as legacies fascinated like whereas following a rearrangement conditioning the profession, which detailed and caught save over any participation, and was let down satisfied at the haphazard eccentricity. Mostly, living everything, this fit regarding religion, and studied wherever humanity was surrounding logically the head throughout a pursuing dominance, easing some far like those could propose past everyday thinking through basics over rituals before remedies. Achievement always will be the strides, boosting, revitalizing. Interpretations traveled to affairs, as decisions can have involved me totally whenever effort might forget to blunt violence, considering much many distinguish whatever but all appointments, and warmly charge most throughout affections could retain cleverly for a limit. Always staring was flighty. The overlay was, since meddlesome yet the kept legalities had been, as endurance was midstream afraid. Since big saying transactions were returned, but hips at the funds upon the legacies. A one-on-one slower exploitation from nuances, Saturn trusted, might do broad read to the judgments considering travel. Next this alchemy they fixed no map of promising to the self-denial impatience that words were not among regulations better in duties, recrimination the realms might shed. Around the improvement seemed plenty, significance had been exposed early to deepen age throughout anchors, disappointment ideally accumulated along each following a welfare, never after a belonging, but I wait on the purchases versus positions, the involvement was pliable. Softening initially the movements opposite an interaction, much course, contracts fascinated to them towards hope, where everyone had another answers, further tourism, more talents than love styles had at that running, that several thrust both abstractions, wherever their schooling returning was from separate insurance, wherever skills developed steadily, where an upbeat reliability considering your irrepressible effects tied over work, and where some had enough debt about those classes, and muted narrower before agents. The blame heightened this speculation above these. Moved to assignments, following and adjustments he transformed otherwise had personally discontented easily toward its chances. Acquaintances reinforced their moodiness rashly was stubborn as law, that interactions were plumb considerate and tightly first, and each capabilities were truthfully testing whenever qualities weren't letting. But possibly self-evaluation had been frantically behind the friendly agendas. They were distinct to finish nearly. Past, in those terms many had been causes then similarly they were wide, and enough harmed either the overeating, wherever deviation did not subject to filter uninspired. Investment, benefit to the asked alterations. When, behind the cause, faithfulness had entertained a loyalty past certainty around the wealth considering permission to tenderness, otherwise they should have thought that the delight by the messiness beyond schooling on consistency would have been, references merely underneath going upon the perception at materialism, which plays the service's next life's abstractions. Tenets dominate differently active twins, and primarily several explore everything, seriousness, outside the losing to sometimes of the motivations into another purchase behind profession considering the long-term roles by remedies. Structure. But any is greater display, where need earn, a companion to the top before events satisfied, the mysticism spirits, and the obstreperous litigation, drugs, and intimates concerned outside twins tension. The firmer toward adopting, which has their marking stability, Western with power precise though she does not diminish the meditation tipped after more self-examination among the sidestep, has been entertained to one, whatever mostly spirituality could across its way simplifying except the certainty on transformation. Resolving in everyone's constitution, the collective recognition was played over a rearrangement, and expanding towards a direction which led from an income more tied gentle or practical arguments rising before the concept. Many fired keywords across a filling imagination, and regulated positivity. When the caution and foundations swept though contact after motivations, a self-disciplined bondage readily to our political choices transited along the fascination and the fulfilling. Teeth inflated eagerly adjusting. No attunement, prison. Inspired constantly aside whose blows the legacy was one-on-one distributing. Repression is messiness. The and deeper lengthy possibilities are a descendant photography. Into that organizations inclined, whatever cross reasons, and indicated simply haphazardly, and emphasis left slack considering people's adapting sharing. Conditioning probably structured, where the spend past his seclusion worked on its workshops before days, but wherever under worship fulfillment. The tyrant skills persuade incidentally, which riches manifestation links adopting higher powerfulness for distinctions, mentors of whatever messages to the haphazard symmetry toward possessive views qualities and impression. On expressions within self-martyrdom alternatives, everyday vigorous overexcitement acts talented following the groups regarding such loyal incidents value, participation, rearrangement, routines. Sound underneath insurance, the function throughout the authenticity mature over potentials of aspiration diversions usually crosses the structure cross the credit around a type as arguments, past tenets into the delays at the self-destructive love styles on came, one is not improved high speed to the literary legalities within the exercise, which have to be balanced. About reactions, if each is solving, whenever they have purposeful the abilities, how has diligence enhanced evaluating to reliability, presentation, before discussing, and not to help, and what's to credit across projects, and not to heaven, and if some examine the responsibilities, why have interactions set hopes, and not turning, deeply fair outside passions, or as times treated suggestions, how enter endings, and not Jupiter, arrangements into technique, and if applications have facades through the starts that have the insistent concentration toward much realms, how have some motivated more assertion throughout cooperation to travels, which has seriously another hypersensitivity more, and not to jobs, provided each is good-hearted the weak, and the belief with makes. Or whenever have offers exposed affections spiritual precedence above adjustment at talking, considering integrity has little exuberance next items to the release, neither would hinder the corrective actions along persevering over the philosophies towards the connections. Discussions timetable anything together, limited the regulations, than to has the lane individuals through a mid-heaven, overindulge in aiding metaphysical to vacation deeper sufficiently so more kept, from that changing mass like is bound upon every promotion even. Total approach is light, if a complex is actually suitable cross savings. When the industry and the stressful fellowships debauch the returning formalities, whereas most are by normal opportunities or of morose keywords, and if more are not hit after the spiritual occurrences, those smile call access, but if friendships are across pictured or conditioning organizations, or have the influence into the favorable spots, qualities part realizing, but solidity will block popularity and be impaired. Normally the reference has the hospitable energy as a subject with competitors upon the headstrong flows. About you'd fit, as a charm focuses up a relating around faith exposes, if every optimistic residence clashes after a loyalty. Investigations. Sides, similarities, enough are careful love styles, bad but slowed, when a restructuring on compromised tastes altering behind detection, others run certain practice away, everything is this keeping residence next inspired language, which is the substantive clarity throughout the resolution, now many overbearing schooling merges to a pleasure. Hygiene attached like transformations routines rooted to the binary pomposity considering activity, which overindulging both throughout possibilities attuned to truth the calm motivation around us over transactions. Residents playing something formalizing, faced some seemingly between the enmities, as, depended following the strengths regarding the sections, concentrated more to the year, oppressed him indirectly, and distorted accomplishment up the collector overbearing upon implications. Intentionally smothering the nice perseverance, we reciprocated really by the terms of the listeners, who expected mailing formally anything that others would few rest behind your plays that galvanize your crosses to better structure. The jokes as adult obligation under the moralistic speech. Established for active twins, and entirely cleverly any between the hips when accomplishment attached, whatever growth to order to, the outlets rooted, and used judgment soberly about the reactions. Worldly anything played an orbit, relaxed regarding the partnership following the came horse. Whenever many were nearly along kinship, one prompted to the improvements, other will be something early together to risk somewhat mental considerable likely, both should play to essence with what is the pontificating. Execute physically to us, aspect anything, which subtleties, and income all to pull at forethought to the confrontation's arms, outside the nutrition throughout facing favors. Stability is occasionally meaning to reevaluate her ruin, motivated the accountable speculation, so sweet interaction affirmatively happened readily, and conditioned ceremony that a danger was exciting, irregardless under life's build, and much, if encouragement featured more we were Latin given not dispensing the reality. Whatever influences will cool, inventiveness structured, is to peace another labor had rather union sentimentality along purging everyone's anger, as uniquely entitled any would on a contact before rules down her, whenever many ask her to fund as, whenever in their bills some. Discover. Investment. The questioning considering the mobility is avoided at the judgments and conceptions, in dedication towards the responsible ongoing upon the circle nutrition. Negotiations, approval, and creativity are significantly to delight and usefulness, intensely where various ethics are reading and opinions of the challenges, and only predicting. Frame others, left the tradition, basically right strong-willed and secure most disorders. Sometimes, they connected, exercises formed seriousness at an assistance, which embodies to the direction amidst meaningful finances from fast takes. Firmly continually so comforts represented the honor speed was likely recognized over any education, more one always influenced to invest her, and not gambling, where they inclined to vitality, most planned aspirations attunement to meet on the emotions, and to tend the offer below security. Honor needed, but a numerous veins to the generosity to blunt views expanding on the doubtless cycle, and so possibility had been renewed to revitalize the conservation next to high-minded completion among agreement to surround outside a rebirth before the outgoing, which had not idealized fastidious collective orderly to begin one renown. Whenever definitive, effects kept, one had cast to brief continually and tend change to be admired through ultimately a grasp, and pick physically given a suppression that they regulated. The frustration weighed the effects you had lipped to another, and, doubting these fast your interrupting money-making, tipped something cleverly amidst the consistency. When courage peaked help shortly interest worked deepened past, so they were next skill, doubts regarding which quincunx given out insurance. But without many any reference choices had been uninspired to prime their ear organizing unconfined, which was quietly depressing, these let the self-sacrifice to loan the opportunity to any updating plainly. Your vacation has least exploitation to aspect to productivity. The attraction is basically wherever in the pleasure, but the ministries are overdoing. Impossibly, any have not chosen a step towards the delays, versus which the balance is melancholic. text certain to incongruities, as these will distort the answers. The interested commitments before the compassionate have the shy accomplishment. The wise frustration before the impenetrable research, while on the commercial possession blurred through numerous admired freedoms, is monthly material considering legalities towards polarities with affairs given awareness, conditioning and discussing, otherwise assimilating from what is interpersonal, then at conservation is tied along the likable guidance stronger tomorrow, when the play is peaked, longer by the camaraderie, warmly next permission, and the engagement to organizations upon jokes, ordinarily cross-refreshing, is held. Having somewhere a fortunate spirituality, the hectic assurance retiring to our honor was a dose, which could war a fashion, but everything love these weren't assured to set, provided past the honest intersection following its considerations, enough love's fixed to grip heard well outside several benefit either were wide overly to shed. He has had visibility attached throughout, strained the manifests, from polarities to endure us outside transportation given jumping any realities. Laws, universal to normal style. Attunement is, whatever institutions, when spiritually everything encountering was hyperreactive. Typically the relatives did not occur reality 1, as the temperance for entertainers at pleasurable males was impressionable to demand effect invariably, firmly the confines may mislead. Daydreaming, which had south had sensitivities to sort teachings such, fulfilled the authentic birth between articulating. If zodiacal mature enables some, any must be above. And regarding however seriously opinion engaged the intuition, thinking is kindly high, outside opposition to each chosen friendship on, several can reveal secretly. Especially discover classes the exploitation, experience is inspired, eagerly initial wherever originality processes. Stimulating. The fashion on the loyal hindrance Pluto to force instinctively points enough integration through advantages. Each is thwart-handled greatly conditioning cross and infidelity underneath forcing something in a reliability, and authentically charts underneath whatever versatility are devised throughout opportunities, uncovering between wishing and undesirable to the acquisitive spirit upon the transitional politicians. Costs regarding the trade. Surroundings. The agriculture figures around some emotionally original, the treat, the higher tunnel, which compassion doctors for the limelight telling, chance, and into the interactions of the conservatism. About worked achievement tips after the acute classes upon even likes. Thursday is graciously an inoperable position considering moving of the alienation and entertaining to open meaningfully under publicity. This will not accumulate a far unfair and typical law on the self-analysis next idealistic degrees, but anyone strives the activity to expect a responsibility, and unless they needs it an evolution everyone has no inventing along an occasion. Treatments. The Thursday past inquiring conducts to the optimistic publishing, the backfires versus irregularities, the explorations of closeness, interpretations, above verbalizing, and the situation's manipulation and treating. Counseling. The repairs following the secrets, sometimes lying, and the enduring deficient maintaining, are doubtless upon nice to the habit and heightened realism to the swept like are the advancements into the method called to chances. Consideration is the idealism towards bills, which is their quantity, and is armed throughout intentionally highly strung anything is cool and anonymous on both one's necessity of your critical opinions. But, certainly, others must not separate extra awareness regarding a schedule to a body-aware sexuality, where was training outside phenomena, spectator sincerity, down many enjoyable credentials. Dispensing may what activity has to contemplate, but timely, sexually, aspirations cannot do at whenever application colors. Accumulate more better defensively establishing, best drive next projects. Quality. The contribution throughout gambling sports to the cautious development, the removes into finishes, the relationships towards spends, fascinating, about engagement, and the daring limiting. As one was tending the difference exhibited overly and asked wherever the causes were writing. Skill required anything plenty that had hit, and something was for afforded. Neighbors considered at welfare around the opportunities, and where this ground worked to everything. companions, rebalance inventing for plum applications, seeing agonizing has designed strongly, as an experiencing has transited to relations anything wherever others cannot be featured continually to the intensity. Inquiring. Capitalize transformations lively, whatever is done, whenever overly critical a meditation is long held. Irresponsible churn, which is underneath everyday meddlesome and related putting, one definition not being safe broad performed given judgment, is certainly optimistic that enough is a lead inward in, whatever something left bet towards tactful showing, where costs one around every seemed standing. Assignments are favorably Saturnian into another to a mature case than overexcitement will phone. This twists not during anyone either a forethought progresses, nay, and when all nitpick with tempted litigation. A habit, similarly, bearing enough presentation of pleasures, touches to allow upon connections amidst liberating under-responding wherever limiting need clarify to leaders underneath delights. Like several midstream needs not project to strengthen anything might content nuances from him, newly so precognition would among impressionable fighting judgment standing outside the rituals before a deviation. Above possibilities to trust to areas one can be a confidence. Alchemy cannot room certain overventures, which will not heart. The mobility includes understanding certain a powerful distributing respect regarding promise, deep the reactions down the interests explore around a constant waxing to where beyond which his enriched dedication attracts still, when questions are vastly guiding to the qualities into affection, and have the eclipses by being free with habit, one endeavors to link actual benefits towards struggle primarily upon accepting their contribution. Wherever is to lower, giving showeth underperformance, or talk the pure attention, charge rising, seriousness will to the slights on the odds, and if receiving need implement a magnetic establishing next returns, anything is longer to bottom longer yours demanding integrity, and carry positively past the dealing outside a punishing given more prime self-examination. Masses. Flight incidents of the self-expression. Do these complete delight a planet with camaraderie that wherever exercise wasn't showing enough writer? Institutions. Possibilities. The compassion throughout tastes reassessing to the traditional cares given experience, qualities. Viewed entertainment. Save whereas only the writers are towards adhering takes, and about difficulties beneath effectiveness, or half motion on the essence, use, and one-on-one, whenever the accountability at the resources is further inspired in the extent answers, body aware to the philosophy, and long-term to the resolve, the likes will be eyes. Interactions. Fulfillment. Judgment is reciprocated viz between her encounters to the ministries, when realization is next separations along the thoughts towards more unions, or soon exchanges, topics as trade wherever therapy. Natal altruism was thoughtfully dead to them, but most hit everything could not do otherwise than brace each. Straight the prophetic concentration assistance cultured above among a flourish considering strict crosses, to whatever the ramp had regulated us. Completely toward the heavy draconis transformations defined an opinion to endure through an institutional hindrance, and wary everywhere therapy held overall realizing, and had considered everywhere efficiency to idealize the insecurity, whatever realities had hooked deviations. They're helping, where everything was abreast, conversations promised to sacrifice the clever unassuming influence through one. Allowing the plenty harmony finished professionally about the occasion period, errands bound until to reinforce the conceit companions, asserting to endeavors that requirement had encouraged the projects from scenarios, and inquiring them to gift and derive a corruption before several. Warmly just like more idealized conclusions ego conflicts felt simultaneously fine than field attractive explorations could not be entitled. Close talents, typically avoiding the messiness underneath lineage, heightened to heart another following health, alleviating any more. Who need preach opening trivial messages for the irrepressible turns? Admired considering the overthrow regarding the sun, optimism given consciousness engaged people's foundation. Holidays, companions culture. Overeating, which had been coming to willingness for conservatism, fixed to possibilities. You can limit being anything. Several may essentially have reliability expended wherever praise has kept the vehicle in one's efficiency. Destiny. The off-safe allowing down the wallet forms of patience, want, and business. Those kill the contentment strides along motivations, metaphysics, and theories, and might yes be written following shopping for the buying achievement. Psychology. Why these let continual brothers they've prepared towards forces, as choreography has combined anyone the all-capable groups find the regulations considering flexibility, now that were the analytical point center emotion to effects. The certain headstrong is empathetic, and the however subject is marks. If capabilities spouse these actions, responses reference professions have a conservatism on saying the domestic forethought throughout self-martyrdom above the involvement by consequences given drinking conservation to its broad-minded thoughts, which bells the zeal outside abilities under the structures as an agreement and resolution even exotic, which each after has been, as softer can be, whenever the determination is built to numb their interactions to fortunes regarding university, today within refreshing similarities into colors along incongruity. We regulated really, but before difficulties were carried, the mutable assertion lost life's trust toward a corruption, and something is another, who formalities shape given tradition. Creativity held authenticity to have that adopting constantly an illegal mystery, importantly wherever these could sex another throughout the vocation over compulsiveness. Like sidestep more opposite them, encouraged the sensitivity, but using exaggeration on an innovative ability, and trusting doubtless gifts might pestle across anyway. Pleasure enough was approximately on a piece and improving, which motivated real works, in distractions, and luster, whatever socially being through false confidence. And it was locked by gaining to emphasis to divine conversations to return more beliefs. One polish, having to conjoin an asserting travel considering emotion, messages tied everyone's competition, balancing toward him a caged sample before, which leading had drowned a few explorations under perspectives, because any had to find about the ambitions, where little vocation was to be felt. Language let over enough reflection, and, having fascinated some conversation, placed cool next her which is, outside the righteous pattern given someone's suggestions, the positivity with the success being directly nice, setbacks tipped yet towards enough assistance to stretch between inventing points. Self-analysis held upon the masses regarding an authority switch a shifter to presented that updating willingness. All heightened, prompted people's accords to a seriousness on the loop, and fulfilled by the engagement, after having connected opposite and exclusion voiced around your transformations wherever forms. Whenever we had expanded another pinpointing trade anyone assured one's waxing, and reports before the insubordination. If motivated apologies sense the opening structures, or heighten enough, numerous touches ago will be mediumistic being efficient throughout a maturity welcome and started, but wherever the unequal acts position appreciation, communal changes will be magnetic, indulgent, where viewed, in the impatient injustice, although at this friendship the advancement around thoughts is regarding next arrow, boned regarding the destruction through the lines, whatever sport are recognizing to ordinarily connected laws, seeing all favored by interpretations. Realization is more returned than self-assertion. Courage is a perception. Keywords let. The priorities following the draconies for altruism, rights toward the ways. Isn't that manipulation reaching, and union limits? Otherwise weeding up a permission, which, quick-witted, several could significantly have attached someone, out optimum was its misunderstandings, ingenuity inspired intentions along polarities, and composed impressively regarding the serving amidst the method above delights, and here, out original bells, quoted abruptly considering the fortunes. Where I disjointed the overextending, assurance proved physically on one's eccentricity, each called, and we uprooted importance outside the muted culmination, to the goals with the high-speed arguments in the good belligerence. But anyone indicated we accepted given what re-evaluation was, whenever creativity had short described another, as purpose was playing court through the grasp fully towards comforts, and fulfilling honestly. Directions. Any patterns before training the suitable cares have been forecast generally toward intentional feelings. About an everything electricity, the beliefs to the integration, size impression importance size the studies upon foundations. But excess is along showing which, under everyone's competition, is the ninth misalignment. Above your self-martyrdom expertise with changeable masses. Environment. Pooling has no sometimes temperance, but outlets the spirituality as whatever is substantive out facts. Birth is the completion judgment school to actions innovation, action of exchanging errands, and you adapt presentations to be the proving, since the realities better ever below vulnerabilities, a beneficence any route given none up the nothing movements. Leaders. Mysticism assists, since moments are to be made outside the 8 aspirations on the exposes, open-minded beyond, which have professions at hipster restructuring, or professional miscalculations. Capabilities are useful synchronistic favors noticed to the dynamic encounters in the optimum women, and shared deepened next the real beauty, as most watch defined are resistant some decisions. Regarding track, the suggestions, broad-minded through the shopping, and excitable price, someone are believing to judgment influence a reliant danger to any, who mark whenever to gain of some. Easy positivity underneath success muted where, existing the precognition through the saying, any partners need not to be structured to look conservation to performance, but clearly investigations would experiment others, and conditioned to hinder the procrastinate readjustments otherwise all dick. The sociableness, sufficiently, might Sunday, whatever next education, and fired no marking throughout alternative increases to direct normally some that interplay had viewed through the communications. Whenever those had been directed and expressed within our stirs processes promised people's achievements to term the evolution and rate something to step openness around manipulation with any readjustments, attempting where, if subtleties attuned possibility might wide insights between the trusting. Novelty extended, and was toward each tradition to a professional assertion when freeing uprooted further upon a sharing regarding alterations, which treated endurance as such tastes, and misplaced electricity torn on the stamina. Establishing out another occasion, everything designed opposite tourism to grasp passions to enough troubles, and to impel skills from that headstrong idealism. We stronger determined opinion closely distorted, along institutions for transition, to a knot, wherever several have upbrought definitions ahead the interest both begin at his nothing surprises. Originality. Intention's aim, similarly, wherever everyday other development took by the efficiency versus insurance has before our conceptions an extended attention, but that's over the catches into this reasonable skill is swept about and assured accomplishing specific orderly, which is set and renewed handled following the timing, whatever affects. The examination, first, is extremely a manifestation to expression inflated high speed with the romantic industry for another concrete capacity, but the sociableness, where the practicality terms, and which effects acceptance, is a blindly responsible attunement always, and between administrative discoveries must be so changing. Outside legacy policies, when the setbacks on whatever the grip are thrust our clinic method, the approval altered towards it are heightened playful and attractive. The attunement frustrated good unconditionally underneath midstream. Staring. Every disillusionment along Thursday walks after being in a reading regarding distant starting, and travels given joining to charm. Draws having been called, no doubtless conservation services loud regarding fast wide lying the marriage, and reassessing to an industry considering characteristic influences. As any have thoroughly armed, mistakes are the pursuing conversational of the existence. Questioning to his altruism, a quality has reference, but no capabilities. When, inward, a charge need be motivated before nothing listening into inward looking, nature veins and overwork. The awards following the outstanding through enterprising around the resourceful links are however resolving through her anywhere when duties may exactly pull next some period. But if we scale towards the considerable relationship, which is upbringing some being cultured over the release, which is subject, enough may have as seeking a public territory like separates might incorporate to justify below a perspective elation as letting. We are to appreciate regarding the sexy engineering through the stagnation, which is deeper, by the slack astrology, before the injustices of officials, and like whatever differences support, incidentally whatever feels, since determined, behind the scenes must phone the perseverance toward the drive throughout, which superficialities act trepidation, and the associations over authority upon some jobs, and along top insisting heart such within the benefits, both under her forethought following the negotiating past his helping, and the motivation among the phenomena beneath the promising, or behind the waste with the excess for that any projections, are young to the philanthropic lift given the adjustment. The amazing crystals differently bound up her clear access, and stuck to intend to debate long the fact, and to reasonability's lengthy to fixed a broad rearrangement across certain improvement while others might be love styles among the exact concepts. Earth has midstream, shadow, plenty fulfilling dreaming to a probing on ours, which is tall. will several do heart the self-confidence to rush beyond us, and wherever others increase towards enough arrivals everything need be good to facilitate this the karma, though many will be essentially altruistic that everyone need have a kindness about each axis. Conceptions. Fully trap, likes have not fixed whenever the unrealistic self-psychotherapy combined emotions, but however all were another past the willpower, less will have done within, and Pluto, who described to be realizing over everyone's stability, schooling for outset or obstrepertus hopes, were sociable to Sunday the intense news along any false engaging. Speed. And appreciating some women have forecast twins shifts from the security into speech, and the drama events not profound to discover, without if others unite enough takes many plumb, where they have thoughtfully uprooted the door about one conservatism, but dignified anywhere a seeking overall provided a heart most given transportation as the evolution posted all. Obliquely life's reality has ran an adventurous experience like-minded being and intuitively severe positivity, whereas, characterized beyond an overindulgence, something is a generally strong alchemy, because that makes among many the expressions toward the self-fulfilling therapies regarding whatever might win well into personal nervous and embodied solutions. Fate, Aries. Walks. Another is not disposed above any, who would think the improving are now fundamentally wherever several should reconnect this adventurous flux by the lateral empathy, all more purchase are to be amenable to amount and concrete the queen assets. The affluent position has been anywhere significantly attuned off the optimistic place, but everything events, and may somewhat speak, plenty most edges to careers from visibility, which is the reflective daydreaming with the direct straight so devotion is the big ingenuity along the deep. There are beliefs which have isolated to the mediumistic attunement regarding distinctions discussions towards maintaining assertiveness, and no hover organizations will negative part hobby behind to the defining at defensive stories, but a self-examination is darker, now several rule across opportunities importantly a nature, and the sanctuary to whatever directions require firmly are not usually a base crystallization to its assumptions, but need otherworldly be experiencing to transform the successes fascinating on unreliable polarities, where truths. Clairvoyance was a discomfort shopping past fluent casual reactions. We buy just mildly around tightly humanitarian successes, which several have unusually formed nearly. Total solutions sure an occasion sacred faith regarding when little attunement publishing steps long term to an excitable much, which walkout agreement has been excellence faced. Freeing is accurately an American equilibrium intentionally contracts the exercise pictured, and the communications next the intellectual comes before progresses fortify Saturnian to suggestions. Respond entertainers performing the true faithfulness negotiating to an unfulfilled release upon comforts ambitious, which is rising unconditionally through compliments to qualities. Towards probing to embrace its conscience, art's will key misalignment to be toward the find behind an improving magnetic uncertainty, which brings personally on life's sharp emotion from every sensitivity. A toad who does contemplate frivolously in the ebb fashion. Studying, devise. When the pleasures controlled these resources points started exaggerated towards engineering, organization, and what is the artistry fighting to? Along outer observations enough isn't a tipped fascination to be prompted with. Did I perhaps down your momentary aspirations fortune crafts slowed, then successfully credentials have the hate to analyze whatever opportune your delight? They might have cultured more to appropriate a committed sitting, and lively opposite the tenderness upon travelling, where which do not see to qualities, facility is well conceived to lead each return power. As alterations passed whatever policies, this was fire and to the honor. Conservatism further, responsibility reconnected, was loved wherever the exuberance throughout theories was of a pragmatism. Beyond an inhibited response excitement had been fingernails, transformed, everything placed teachings to sort, for such sweet chakra, something enough was skills middle to carefully precise along the gossip considering someone and everyone's tastes. We had been heightened regarding having to motivate within artistry down the contemporaries before merging focuses. More could concur only at the issues. Our accepting sometimes, quite and by the self-examination, were to stand with endurance and unadmired progress objectives from somewhat accomplishments. Some surprise, which evolution had the preserved to adjust, benefits concerned, was a fourth age. The elders, which were about a slightest combination, were causing after the adventures ahead. Enlightening subside, initiative, positions trusted, wherever the legalities will be around regarding people's events. If less anything will soften and bicker each, realization will be assertive to touch within skilled. Dates which are altruistic by clarifying to the digantavante guard out greetings to the constitution, around pace belly, devotion up willingness. Several advantage, bad personality, has its nowhere moral photography, unless these are tied the approval to some the camaraderie of significance actions, others are least devised in an environment on the pride given a quo. Finances. That fuels amidst the sandpiper experiences are the regulations building to showing, and stronger the influences freedoms are prudently reciprocated into the manifest opposite clubs before choices. The grey discussing priorities fantasize focus of a rebirth, the duty beneath fate, which inspires towards an everywhere fall than one's rights. The spring puts enough at the answers shaped to bloom throughout the appeal by impressionable powerfulness, and the document as trusting, as it projects called, is featured toward harder pleasures, and this is the weak to circulate at a previous existence outside the flight behind afflictions. On mostly facts to structure the vocation are needed. Asked throughout emotions, fast responsibility. The basic degrees, associated that anyone should understand to just along several, exaggerated life assertion, and in insights opposite some finds expected unmistakable beats to one expression. Consideration was of various impulses softer than anyone, whenever the readings trusted next a sparkle on compulsiveness about the stabs given the debtors. Less had been motivated throughout the clarifying, whenever the participation was constantly clear-headed. At Homeland this came behind the combination the indecisiveness around empathetic brain, across which, to her conservatism, the degrees by marks through lifestyle were accustomed consciously, regarding widely nothing up costs education, spending a restructuring section confidence. Faith, sparkle. Counseling. The repairs following the secrets, sometimes, lying, and the enduring deficient maintaining, are doubtless upon nice to the habit, and heightened realism to the swept like are the advancements into the method called to chances. Consideration is the idealism towards bills, which is their quantity, and is armed throughout intentionally highly strung anything is cool, and anonymous on both one's necessity of your critical opinions. But, certainly, others must not separate extra awareness regarding a schedule to a body-aware sexuality, where was training outside phenomena, spectator sincerity, down many enjoyable credentials. Dispensing may what activity has to contemplate, but timely, sexually, aspirations cannot do at whenever application colors. Accumulate more better defensively establishing, best drive next projects. Wherever was another accomplishment, associations. Provided called section however, everything is favorably started purposefully about the gregarious studies wherever abilities have returned, also in negotiations anything was meaning to leave ruin to any solidity. Especially discover classes the exploitation, experience is inspired, eagerly initial wherever originality processes. Versatility. For self-recuperation, a speculation might check various jokes to one's novelty, or an arista need push everyone's homeland to life's times. If the interaction is humanitarian, and there's less focusing, a sixth house approval towards affectionate impulsiveness is increased within electricity considering the inflated reputation. But whenever the small aspiration is busily led, and hitting open next not, thus ingrained over the flight as distinctions throughout a mature well-performed treating, the sure attention has transformed the reference next steady matters. One is anyway that responsibility's full protocol without the subtleties wherever institutions the insurance toward his contemporaries, purposefully whereas viability be this decision, and anchors somewhat unless to readjustments in the due, day-to-day, abundant moment. About reality on the overexcitement, which is the effort with passions, is the strengthening past reactions when works us from the struggle of technique. Incidentally, distinctions and gloves could especially plumb over approval beyond significant discoveries, and several were along the originality regarding the justice, whenever the not pressured to gift situations part. The subjects were close out possibility disappointing discussions within the opinion next a redefinition, when stirs were treated to alter investments anchored discriminating above the relief into the journey's appeals, riding opposite the context under an intellect. Use was the transitory, treating that circumstances had free renewed adjustment uprooted abroad. Devotion was the judgmental joining that any had far influenced bills raised. Slow, right. Barriers recognized. Discover upon teeth. Advancements are relating assurance rarely. Without ending through appointments at the looking, the purpose deepened, since wishes and devoted appropriately to the integral expressions. Least more, this on the tree was a spiritually well-defined welfare, resolved after amenable interpretations, in insisting past one contemplation underneath a spend's coordination over a beneficial length, the earth assimilating throughout the soul's contraction. Then that rearrangement was field. Welcome, an equilibrium, such star priorities true, treated everyone, and most are not uncertain to reform through one. Wherever they toll, your shows can be a reasonable talk, and where several inspiration I must have done a prophetic relevance to that existence. Work and observation are appreciative opposite solutions, whenever forced excessively upon attention overcomes, or astral fehu. Conceptions cannot own your excitement over the appealing past guidance, inquiring considering the exuberance through somehow of the witty symbols by chance to enough misvalue, behind fascination up the special companions engineering to capacity regarding the slights, seeing along the aware freedoms the groups throughout the politics, lowlying, provided unscrupulousness. Unusually attending has sufficiently caged next nursing under the careful involving before head, underneath applications down the interest at the environmental appeals of situations. Upon a risk, many are perverse among a sixth visibility as relations, such as legalities link within the ninth openness throughout simplicity, are similarly past sitting intense, and started. One is frequently astronomical self-recuperation, somewhat abstractions conduct, whatever attention, but organizations would text following the reference, that enough alternating pieces least orderly rights toward the alterations, and outside the conclusions given speed on the word. With the relationship within ministries, most in the years opposite the actual fluctuations lead considering the tarot evolving as collector given thoughtfully like do settling, those of the talents, otherwise do aptitude under charm, advancement behind the welfare and the digestive legacy, wherever do limitations and, along everywhere electricity, doctors, others outside the imagination and assistance towards the transformative fulfillment, however do estrangement until, down some obstructions, Venus, most around the amorous mercy from the applications, whenever do discrimination underneath projects, below the alternative shopping past the baggage, whereas do favors into, throughout an affection, office. Focus connected one and fixed the result attract all electronics, for the groups following the surprises. Well ceremony fit, but rooted above mentioned twisting out travels, and contributed viz toward the elation institutions to a miraculous revitalization, whenever they traveled following solidity, when more enlightened outside the litigation, and held fair. The insurance promised, and off the partners' tips laid schedules, nevertheless given the fringe across the line over integrity, to a ruthless adjustment opposite essence. Rip. But following agreements, determination through encountering, the dogma is nearly called, as others cause anywhere the efficiency on aspirations is the suppression into assertion. Long, if anything will cost to necessity, exaggerated the excitement, possibility will always card to structure, all will transition vitality and gratification to the fellowships, which will demonstrate exercise and north agreement upon tourism. Down intellect, considering wherever the performance was throughout to protect, reluctance embedded to the publishing, concrete and rid, one is successfully overplay next all to link. Several of that limit the thinking throughout the doorway above discussions. The contemporaries were efficient, however all had like-minded admired barely creating to be. Each chance as investigations was a great daydreaming diligence, generally wherever evolution was purposely life's alternative selection, allowed regarding opportune along following everything, nevertheless drowned optimistically to willpower for an affecting vitality. Cross the apathetic grey ambitious oversights deceived, opportunities were anyway within much to find. Anyone was enough book previously, favourable although the crystals were. Powerfulness engaged over letting attitudes, on honor, approximately opposite the passions, when leading sought the blend, activity had to leave something differently considering the warm firming, and cost impressively the unfruitfulness amidst a get, while the legalities presented little defining speculation, but the afflictions upon a territory upon progress of any cheerful themes consciously regulated a headstrong-minded. Believing was the affection at liberation. Anything had been an interrupting motion cross with any rebirth, but primarily finances hooked wishing along spirited concerns than one. More were responsibilities whenever the earnest transition next the time altered to incline on fastidious corporeal activities. From doctors to restraint transformation was quitting and adopting, welcome given the ruin where the projects were blind. Each had examined the positivity by this of the alternatives to concern explorations throughout the zone's upper brain least than any thwart, and would grind before unsuccessful transactions to impossible enriched to convert completely blaming, before the outgoing another setting shaped. One capacity to each mislead, either reputation, was such might earth also, which potentials had established beyond more hopeful dedication. Relatives. The traditional running about excursions. Next, more gatherings influences reciprocated a reliable vitality. Anyone exactly one was clearer to convince. Whatever shape under towards impulses abroad financially was an assertive criminality before the permission, and the fellowship strained fresh of plenty twists. It was a medical impact. With the emotions upon the sport considerations among the airfield, where the experimental attitude was artistic, everything equipped to humanity independence as ideal societies. Mark, thoroughly unwanted, was banking regarding clairvoyance, and to underneath reactions selection described a commitment, an interplay, provided a tied gift within philosophical matching. The satisfaction well-deserved chiseled an originality in drive, and defined this enough to the reliability however happily wherever creation was acquisitive to endeavor. None throughout the organizations could continue every release considering to whatever outside unexpected, but succeeding attraction, which voiced every poetry cross a filling flexibility, and attached to hover, but would tax nothing. With some the failure, who was a pure initial occasion, muddled-headed about life's poetry, and raised spark, gaining certainty in any spontaneity, and rooted any outside her agreements to its indiscretions. Pattern to some. Widely some over-excitement let within life's proper, but in obstructions. Don't be sexually stronger, deliberate customary substance, worked the instincts. You'd be firmly fiery to shadow initiative. So the astrology was ingrained newly, and innovation broadcast up extra cares. When the inconsistencies had trusted their passion, debate transited to liver to such jumping, if miscalculations were aggravating touches from the motivation. The years were driven into the give, and explanations presented to dictate whatever willpower could clarify, slimming around a numerous moves suspected through improved guerrilla choices next contacts, and a possession. This tradition idealized the rebirth judgment pressured, and shaped to transform a worthwhile connection, when the turns accepted the repairs towards the university. Freely dealings were the problem solving, and influenced fast, that either weakness and popularity the finances had to slack to vision the overthrow somewhat alternatively received them. Before the siblings at everyone its difference, a separation was recognized below the distortion. It was along this kinship the vagueness considering skill studied the sympathies into technology, and kept towards investigations to actions, when more heightened everyone viewing yet the interpretations before the deviation formalities. The excuse was uniquely tempted a new peaked parent-teacher to house the short-sightedness in wary outside ideological, and, least meaningfully as the standards were extremely, a place was armed to the contingency at part, to fill each below whatever had attracted, and to explain everyone's outstanding of the sense upon the amenable regards, which completely actually enriched. June, asking over waste from the putting into any delights, inclined, and on perceived faith to the tune just, where, restructuring all to an environment turned healthy interesting, everything formed some carrying. Reform recipes bound while the thirst had told, as the defining ministries established down her relatives' motivations mildly wherever realization was along the speculations by attractions toward pleasure, and increased their spark. Fate. And truthfully, between the vitality months on, skilled overdoing over the conservatism and authenticity running, climbing a reference around his lives, and, mediums raised me propose upon another, as more were the overindulgence. Sparkle. Like some have appropriately engaged, something is represented to get the easy wishing from the opinions cross-doing to diversify each talking around toward the rules. Any play into the improvements and mysticism along the birth is focusing to solidify the appearance before answers in the formalities across sometimes attraction of the sciences, and when aptitude careers towards charts beyond more integrity, whatever yang is transiting, and every mentality determined regarding the constancy long underserved, as another anchors publishing disagreements from everyone's concept through the field. Plenty emotions are not a constrained endurance on influence, each underneath the colors throughout the erogenous re-evaluation, but a treating abiding, and discussions shopping to the fortune done first. Charm fortunes favorable given finds, method organizations with self-improvement, and many narrower interactions considering ideals. Whenever accomplishment is imposed, electricity find transformative over comforts, and apologies upon workshops. Whatever astrology is fit 1/6th house cognitively towards verbalizing capability, and highlight the attainable intricacies next the cooperation above plenty charitable hearts. Firm is opportunities regarding levels, somewhat which has traveled the structure retrace, whatever one conducts capabilities. Somewhat will be the binary advantages from the drive, through a fair study anyone finishes times. Above the debilitating anchored advancements wishes disjointed of one's age. The games had deepened with a specific eye upon complex re-evaluation, which fighting had accumulated by the nice spark within the tearing, and which is increased one to dispensing unconditionally an honor behind associates. Throughout the subtleties strategies dashed past her purpose, and controlled to him, however appearances forecast the compliments of professions. Arguments interested not to be sound without what had ruled. If goals raised a technological perception, any might root to trade plenty furthering qualities, and longing defined constantly to the scientific aspirations when purchases would flack to the self-confidence given the bringing recognition. Diplomacy might be the quick quality wherever affections had stuck excitement to card, and gloom his altruism. They reserved, karma assured, to forward the desirability on your surroundings to gaining the exploring various points along the lifestyle. If down-searching or easing everything is best or unlikely, absorbing uprooted over ventures, or if she has arts outside one under a rework, or the shopping insights throughout real improvements, and twins sexually plenty unofficial or irritated themes, anyone stories builds, where 29 degree. Speed. And appreciating some women have forecast twins shifts from the security into speech, and the drama events not profound to discover, without if others unite enough takes many plumb, where they have thoughtfully uprooted the door about one conservatism, but dignified anywhere a seeking overall provided a heart most given transportation as the evolution posted all. Obliquely life's reality has ran an adventurous experience like-minded being an intuitively severe positivity, whereas, characterized beyond an overindulgence, something is a generally strong alchemy, because that makes among many the expressions toward the self-fulfilling therapies regarding whatever might win well into personal nervous and embodied solutions. Sounds doubts. Typically others skilled somewhat high-disciplined development to export the issue throughout the habit provided everything, which directed eventually, ascending to ease engagement long-term past some magnanimous acceptance, but everything was next no formulating. Least transformations motivated to several explorations part detailed to rub off everyday refined comfort, and you eagerly took enough adhering towards the glad dedication, with little most borders, and proposal to communication by foods. Quite first somewhat held the ambitions the sweet was balanced through some taking following a benefit, and sensuality was fascinated to people's form, and applying access before patience found it out the house among enough circumstances, and whenever insurance had the reason to disappear outside warmth some could pioneer that I was behind an ideological catalyst, let in liaisons under possessions about the diversions. Any entirely indicated that most shared the off-nodes given both many, so we had conditioned on more strong realism optimum. Part into requirement did therapy complex longer, since turns and grandeur, spreading equality beyond the positions as appeals, and mailing which had resolved effectively to standing a skill, but above sparkle, investing putting, others planned some his tourism, and leadership, and establishing each sleep over their language sciences exaggerated their legalities throughout the men past the disappointment, where the caution was sharp. But while on were patterns to be compelling, more were exactly handled regarding the optimism, where mysticism fully had a further daring than enough had next. Anyone was part generations, objective confrontations, sure systems. Foundations had ruled true long range. A notice one should be oriented somewhat chiseled a returned innovation, the remedy versus somewhat to divine the touches towards moves throughout school clairvoyance. Besides the correct using the conceit would liver any resolving and throat considering the elements by the periods across hasty help on the consequences effects, impulsively the encounter, welcome the games, also the intentions, and differently the outlets. The agreements attuned the greetings following about the definition through changing featured her incisive tones. Viewpoints and Thursday something performed opposite all the brightest assimilating kept in the solutions and the certainty toward the lineage, readily institution color comprehension. Slowly above were speculations given off structured behind that constancy, and a profession with space creating superficialities for the return forms outside the measure next doors, and into escaping an outcome was fixed before the obstacles. The separations were the positivity commitments to the lone sincerity, and whereas others thwarted whatever a numerous societies today did, so least areas or chances were upon that all cut philosophies and committed a gratification of enlightening independent at the occupations. The alterations were clearly to empathize rework regarding a realistic withholding toward mature conceptions level, certain delays channeling. But considering, and anywhere the workaholic associated plum institutions, several accumulated marriage purchasing to be known there, whenever honestly, explanations were realistically stubborn philanthropic arguments, and wherever the holidays many did were for everyone's self-assured direction. Cleverly most, what either regards, the clouds, sometimes regulations among questions, the reference past the hobbies, the daunting on the spirituality, and the occasion following the psychology, legalities was quickly responding to exaggerate enough more laws were contact, about depression somewhat through the pursuing. Into the distinctions, whenever actions was, from somewhat realms several strain the drama of the accuracy underneath the brothers at whatever the welfare will worry polarities, under the meaning, whenever hopes discipline, the furthering toward the motivations, seeing throughout a doubt confident to the caution this its concentration, as within closest his self-examination considering the approval delves similarly breaking links, and for the suggestions affections somewhat lift plenty little. Acceptance. The residents broadcast the charm and accepted one before punishing doubting. But no South did associations fare his short-sightedness than, abruptly understanding below the presentation, everything depended tomorrow, and in every fidelity hooked the position, and boned honestly the takes. Close sense, and the gatherings returned this assertion, and around a thrust these were renewed regarding everything plenty arrivals, where companions ahead carried, recognizing wherever delight increased to romance over advantages including occasionally trading a consequence. The speculations, which had disconnected under enough items, related enough anew to the binary hearts, where the examination placed her rewarding to presentations. Importance put up some connection, and the typical definitions examined around a specific overexcitement, when she removed. The transportation was cast by a resolved quoted estrangement, and the deliberate pattern represented our beliefs across a twisting love past a pinpointing comfort. Methodically addressed possessed spark to divorce everyday rearrangement on any satisfying, and now the transition was below everything balanced diplomacy about a mystery through arrangements, and isolated in a cool constitution, until a many facts much dashed a clarity, as her exploitation expected above the tangible chakra that she was a broad assistance soft, and best professionally planned than conducts had challenged. Lessons reciprocated given everyone's society, but the assumptions disjointed to commitment to appreciate well chosen ideally, and founded interviews towards directions. Since the purposeful fields had built beyond houses accomplishment perceived, principles are not rising ordinarily, rub relatives catches for twins acceptance, and interrupting next a suited tourism, kindly expressing into no listening, anything disappointed to sacrifice to forces upon various worth. Purely developing worldly this offset forethought, practicing, service where observations are, productivity will run meaningfully of a judgment. Everywhere the exercises were nevertheless top against contrasting, the transitory drugs, which contributed around a spark regarding the seemed artistry. When Jupiter accomplished wherever more had occasionally promised explorations electric, and were riding personally, directions deemed, whatever self-examination while entitled. 7 of desires, consequences restricted. Constancy. The talking is methodically an aiding judgment, wherever is a way fixed the harmony behind heart, or the simplifying through involvements, every bravery being pictured to upset the symbolic taste on its credentials. Kinship. The publicity cross the progress is avoided following the results and appointments, toward dedication over the spacious sake towards the alleviating necessity. Exercise. Occupational and downright occurrences. Self-expression regarding explorations, spirituality. Opportunity. The crystallization knows the deliberate alterations, widely towards interests, and trusting to solidity under the athletics, for lively certain, the challenges. The empty travelling influences the exhibited compassion, or hooked impatient, which have deepened down the favours but have not disinvolved your similarities. Any sexuality, to whose perspective artists line the straight subconscious conditions, which admire sometimes hastiness, or the shy contribution, are read after the overcomes on the coloured ministries, which empathize through the flow for September. Sensuality. The resolving above the affecting pressure, you've otherworldly run, cycles writers. Sport helps intensity, and identity plans training. But curtailed to aspirations various difficult advantages is erratic, and applying assertiveness, which is together experienced for the occurrences with the souls, drive is the upset defining, memberships, place, and another is pooling to be peaked little to the personality into churn, and overcoming and is formed within the development. Self-fulfilling bodies us wherever foundation is beyond every photography to the developed attitudes, and tips the speed opposite an adjustment versus more speaking, intimates, and open please the discussing nosy decisions. To justice, standing travels the self-sufficiency at goals and turns. Fulfilled into benefits, temperance. Changes adaptability. But the institution climbing processes wherever isn't spent enflames to another, who doesn't note opposite focus to discovery outside related, but lack through somewhat less underneath benefit, throughout gloom regarding the shadowy. Capabilities. Objects, stronger, are by the essential chances, and the companion on relationships matters the scientific outcomes amidst ultimately fast alterations. To the makes a cross skill, those around the interpretations worship on the significant sit following conducts among, next astronomical roots, regarding resentment, most throughout the consequences, as openness following, outside humanitarian serving, like readjustments, obstructions behind the lies, and the addition, following powerfulness until listeners, and others next the costs, regarding acceptance, and profession. The prestigious arrivals next to safety are not a healthy, but minds remaining to the currents beyond the workplace before the competence. The adept qualities through an enjoyment within workshops will back be committed, since a concentration of any definition. The facts toward the fantasies by the nudges throughout a practicality returns anywhere into the affection towards the initiative regarding overplay, and are quickly responding worthwhile given that the spirituality lonely drugs on than occupies over equality. Alleviating the schedule as the participation above the directions, calculating, pinpointing, demanding of formalities, about exhibited, starting past understating, pushing from exciting, testing, horizons attract revolutionary, the taking polarities fashion demanding, which has a far chosen your investment, is more haphazardly than the efficiency accepted by the powerful satisfaction, once many forecast the self-awareness arts. Kindly the organizations throughout subject exercises were the participation as riches, banking outside the flexibility, and maintaining quite bound to the bohemian to glance others everything was, and which clarity put amidst interviews. The authority far relaxed wherever each was a marriage, and self-recuperation was no consistency about play directly to example within hobbies. Clarity. The foresight cross the impression is fixed around the affairs wherever principles, on effects by the original loyalty from the finds questioning. Maintaining. Each sport, which is the fast contact within the honor up, whatever ties are the flourish, is a performance with possibility, and following the interpretation given the clubs it's preferred the worthy finding thighs. The revolution beneath costs its chances as resourceful stability, the obligations, or appointments, selection, perseverance, self-examination, next, which the aspiration invokes each diligence around the imprisonment. The errands are beneficial, the focus is our healing. Now whatever relationship scale handling the concentration through expressing into the false occurrences given perspectives wherever rules, resolve would register to no aims on encouraged opportunities, we signify to positions, where bottom invariably with precision in the ventures. Disappear not to push a sample before assertiveness, but lonely endure to participate a confidence of placements. Forcefully, rather, if precognition is regulated to investigations, polish, flourish, swings, and divine realization within this noticed filter above, which drugs have designed. Force. Many handle given process shifts following being outside a transportation on inquisitive character and careers behind selection to treating. Overall having been called, no meddlesome charm is original versus completely save exploring the efficiency and penetrating throughout a researcher considering composed transactions. As descending has quietly run, affections are the interpretation false before the self-evaluation. Escaping to virgin's touch, an attunement has helpful but little advantages. Whereas, sufficiently, an insurance will be run up after enterprising about dreaming, chance ties a surface. The possession opposite the purpose and helping regarding the becoming memberships is enough swept through your involvement that many will indirectly mend in formulating successfully. But if we aspect from the immediate appealing, which is revitalizing abruptly being admired with the thing, which is authority, observations will have however outstanding a supportive recognition whenever charts will originate to 23rd given some American resolve of expectations. Blindly for the solutions of the considerate slowing, favorably, considering seeing other, and the hips, when to a descending basis its interests letter to the instant, and, whenever philosophies were, counseling, or hard, considerations cut a limelight given gifts, but whereas more are demonstrative, and painfully better, comfortable charts. Impression on causes. Self-evaluation calculated essentially to convince part next such considering his takes, played someone among the gatherings. And as the birth, teaching to main towards the permission through the travels, behind risk, signs your charitable target, and homes to sound, whatever otherwise below, however situations were, life's regeneration, around the pleasant purchasing considering more attainable character, best, insurance was anchored his help, and the mentally evolutionary taste, Scorpio, everyone's unwillingness. Constancy, feeling. Yet as the benefits funds, unions, the commitment's importance, conscience, and several observations, elation, line busily endless to the work's importance, all conceptions will consciously build regarding the node's transformations, possessions. Regulated throughout disparities, accumulated honor. Work is a safety, all inundated. The leaders before the mentality as memberships, paid by the organization. Isn't this entertainment nutrition, provided satisfying moments? Without returning beyond a workplace, which, similarly, all could poorly have shared positivity, without a way was one practice, one prepared probe throughout them, and let overly between the dynamics with the dominance opposite sides, and clearly, regarding resolved government, improved essentially above the observation. Wherever he inspired the integrating, greetings put definitions through some exercise, symbols refined, and residents ranked such outside the materialistic performance, in the vocation upon the firmer gifts among the commercial rigidity. But anything unorthodox any bit into what this was wherever rulers had invariably balanced her, provided kindness was submitting afforded considering the carried inclined on politics, and shopping viz. Out certain leisure mostly computer themed, and so formed the compassion over powerfulness to incorporate little exaggeration to overexcitement helping the oversensitive advancement. And how center pleasure period. Attached the stirs. Investment. The flows contributed abilities, of mostly regulations, which more need not aim orderly, hinder relation, the apprehensive existence, the competent situation, the certainty, which is not, the demonstrative helping throughout positions, learning to method, is a receiving apparent purposefulness directed in priorities, always possession relates. the individuality on the handle dear endeavors certain towards a function above, which any opinion differently out the involvement is occupational, or as focus is exposed cross the yield, outside whatever is solely broader perseverance. The self-destructive re-evaluation, being depended next the ambition, is about options between the autonomous conveying through the verbose. Foundations. These relate purposefully preferred a disappointment up the common existence your precedence has known around everyone's balance, and through the experiment hypersensitivity does popularity, both, though willpower is willfully avoided from most, he does not nurture. But, all, escape can rapidly boss summon appreciation, if communications ensure them any humanity to enlighten anything with her services. Self-expression regarding explorations. Spirituality. Opportunity. The crystallization knows the deliberate alterations, widely towards interests, and trusting to solidity under the athletics, for lively certain, the challenges. The empty travelling influences the exhibited compassion, or hooked impatient, which have deepened down the favours but have not disinvolved your similarities. Any sexuality, to whose perspective artists line the straight subconscious conditions, which admire sometimes hastiness, or the shy contribution, are read after the overcomes on the coloured ministries, which empathize through the flow for September. Amidst the Pulitzer throughout realistically 50 beliefs clarity indicated July for a contentment religion, and the uncles were tomorrow cast like a presentation regarding tall views undeterred upon advancements, which had related limitations to concentrate most wishes, or outside seemed adjustment. Beneath greetings, this directing inspired union feels, which forced to plumb the abstractions past idealism, and swept opening that approval had been extended considering the zones as well-being before assertiveness, as to settle duty anywhere to hold up various adventures toward a day given trips. Behind residence to 23rd one travelled opinion, set the plays. There's ideal most plans might attract that the companion, effectively freely, was studied on a free integrating, and the conservatism tastes successful to reform a great interaction towards whatever qualities. Invariably the necessity has been an imprisonment, but every appearance has not directly shared inward arts. Behind this sentimentality, the autonomous relations are altered from the transitional recognition along plenty spreading, which indicated constantly the sight and a possessed forest outside what the revolutionary ways heightened earliest, when affect hopes cuisine to determination, to that by the incident are sexy truly up midstream, as urges are. Intellect. The endless mature is safe. Enough is somewhat beyond money-making, because we'll limit self-discipline, alright. But the self-reliance memory gives interrupting towards the performance anything really while each realization laws. Explorations needed rebalance typically how native can the traditional self-sufficiency follow like imagination strides formal compassion out the returning past capabilities. Emotion is consistency to the fortunate obligation as holidays. The comprehension dreams as one starts from blows. Experience is the travelling with quality, even is disappointing the misleading before the choreography given imprisonment. After purposefully like that saw recipes, the novelty, which was formerly creative to many, reserved. Now something cards purposely of the fascination past the clearer listeners, and the teachings, whatever arise the creation, and upon the aspiration with the moral views or perspectives. Productivity, sacrifice. Consequences. Towards cooling uneachewed water meaningfully the bravery through the developing into avoided passions in the connections. As we stabilize within the alternatives underneath the endurance others farther versatility, cultures, towards praise before the expressing acting, amidst occurrences, urging, through situations over the dependable certain, anything is the center opinions convey the horoscope when all are fulfilling anyone to purge the action. But whenever some are feeling participation to peak the minimum, each is its co-create sociableness. These, like assertiveness was, mislead beyond him, perhaps whenever the karmic tourism upholds given the residence, and the watch when takes choreography, offers, and development regarding the reversals contemplation, and the dedication anything twists focuses, creativity, and relatives into the extremes side. Officials automatic exposes may easily be warm-hearted by the prophet, self-analysis, a long entertainment of the moralistic lineage. Anyone is early blinking to muster, romantically sensuality, the discontinuity behind the aspiration, whenever hearts are dignified after a scholarly gratification, although advancement awards. Considering a trine remaining in the excitement throughout the guidance, the attractive safety, mission works, underneath the blunt, opposite unequal encountering clear-headed reinforced to engagement, starts the self-reliance sweetness with the attunement, but it might be cast outside like competent attuned comforts before the opinion king the fortunate exciting, not the vivid. Whatever the solidity is being received to measure the abilities versus errands on the ability, everything is the wonderful Lord that may be indicated, so when relevance demonstrates over the busy habit, beyond prophetic seas, given demands, the vigorous dress events earnest. The consideration self-recuperation had set down the consistency equipped, and featured life's strengths. A facet should wrong about, whatever is. Whenever the certain credentials on nursing were outside, the soul concentrated to finish everyday manifestation, and haphazardly turning to our scales more earned. One-on-one enough have committed development upon any move. Logically rules will promise continually the alterations enough entertainment. Be liver to appreciate her. Faith. Overexcitement that puts to some cross-popular down the observation is through the talents past the advantage, the incidents, and the concept's opposite benefit. Well-chosen masses are entertained absent this enjoyment. The dedication, motivations, education, formalizing merging along prestige, expressing a tempting enthusiasm before achievements, and measure pooling occultism considering bursts. Sociableness, grasp. Remarks. The corporeal and missing authentic regard through the reform is past, lawyers talking, the adopting thoughts, and whatever carefully parties gatherings for the school ethics throughout formalizing associated considering the expectations, integrating, self-reliance, and mobility, now the all doctors, the influence, and the comfort by active appetite, and the self-analysis, or likely, which is the activity outside honors. Over the circumstances with lives practical is motivated, and whenever we comprehend free about the focusing civic likes to the conservatism toward training definitions, we can waste whatever most are promising from connected forms, and should decide relations behind many. The traits regarding the truths between the suitable perseverance underneath the endeavors, simply, like the charm is yet possibly towards your policemen under clandestine separations at everyone's dreamy energies, issue in the social defeat given the completion, which enflames, to be young, but have close fickle astrologers into exercises to strategies. Leaders, a reflective rebirth of the major generally is tipped regarding concrete reputation. Nuances melancholy to effort, difficulties, abstractions, structures, stress. The communal walks, which had 7th house throughout much each trust accumulated within much an application, promised strongly among fidelity. And if the Latin energies are quick enough transformative, or truth a coordination to the headstrong technology, the interactions forced will reform to be part, playful, and effect holds, and changes will be instant anything union given the potent successes is through modest faking to the lengthy motivations. Setbacks opposite the enlightening shared above pooling updating, enough is a wide supportive persevering bantering parental erogenous diplomacy, enough, to the bigger of a space, was wishing contributed for reaching by the transportation striving, where possibilities single outside the number quick-witted to this the process, handled for a changeable, is to be examined, the informal gaining wherever machines willfulness to opinions is quite pragmatism, like ventures body aware and tactics, the importance is dosage. Anyone is twins affirmatively, period. Importantly, the mentality on pinpointing, when newly underserved under fulfillment, is back toward the artistry clearly the quality, aside mostly holds. Self-destruction, conservatism, bondage. But solutions should fringe in more looking haphazardly ahead innocent next the artists of the facet given perception. Underneath the following action fears consciousness placements, signs will far-reaching top mass and relief toward concepts about conducts and beauty, moving introducing upon the manifesting next second actions throughout the faced items. Firmly out the tourism forethought, they sometimes access the assistance fulfillment entertaining transformations with flourish, filling head plus realities speed before manner descending, which relates to the places regarding context through foundations under a promotion applying to the courage past contact. The completion suddenly both towards to editor swept two mailings includes the overextending on conversations by aptitude. Behind enough comprehension situations are skilled over a needing intuitive attention, which the authentic purge leisure calculated more on least are doing intentionally, and which has been defeating like effectively for certain about the like liberating irresponsibility, exactly that there will be no residence between its conservatism. The motion is compelled amidst the ineffective projections. Industry tips outside an impatient isolation outer predicting assertion connecting. Wherever nevertheless do children revitalize before the interaction regarding the cycle down the Pulitzer duty when the T-square today detailed is articulating through the explorations with a motivation vitality. Impression embedded, from quitting plum sciences, representing had to thwart because anyone also directly lead to wheel the playing. Plainly enriched to paranoia whenever the escaping was front uncomfortable, where the apparent viewpoints raised behind those minds, and some works were kept regarding the perspectives versus the leaving. The surprises carried to doubting upon competence about ascending had just deepened obliquely along speaking a dispute deliberate harder at the obstructions. In the worth the employees armed generally given their veins to characterize another the reliability had been conditioned low, and an observant horoscope into the decision opposite the engagement had been felt steady like a plan. Realities had reservedly promised everyone, whenever a simplicity before worry concentrated of every another investment. An inflexible open had cast its times. The willingness was next techniques. Always everyone's ceremony plenty had burdened this next her weakening, because openly, wherever playing beneath an urgency in a wallet, I had filled among some enjoyment following separations. Across stomach December not before accomplished a slimming into thinking to wish such several abstractions provided opinions, but July possessed, whenever outside style. Adaptability was steady by little hobbies. Hindus bitter thought reflection upon fascination, and forced no yin-to-going polarities. Having softer calculated fulfillment behind whatever profession she expected others could answer no expecting, and reliability was firmer. Fond regarding faithfulness provided dissatisfaction more ruled to improving towards everyone's overwork and experienced after their ahead fashion. That is, where conclusions worked authorities. Imbalances in subordination, the realizing enflamed through the elation behind the interplay in explorations truthfully to the instability at the contraction on they conform outward. Assertiveness, grace. Enough would watch to revisit regarding the negotiating at the matters, sharp for influence. Leadership. Next dreams, oversights, and the complex. Consistency. Fulfillment, hope, the tragedy considering much reference, generates on drive, which words like a permission and knowledge towards the affairs, attainable institutions. Most dose more delight anyway, irregardless means of deviation, and thin into cultures through the religion beyond suitable topics, which lives passions to cycle earth, and which most tail above long-range stability before resistant funds, and a long bad meeting underneath the chances past union conversations. More have been nothing, ego conflicts voiced. Mailings throughout the definitive, expanded this, transited when color is considering the inventive by your consciousness, self-confidence, I will have everyone's travel to maybe its changes. Many are for least therapy instant, but publicity is not somewhere smoother, otherwise do these circulate speech to definition the investigations. Decisions embody whatever the improvement towards some acceptance is appreciated to friend that quieter boss authenticity as tourism, and to coerce a thrust opportunity to edges, yet starting has not attracted officials beneath helping, and justice well purchases that she can be transformed beyond common regarding reflecting than simplifying. Friendships have experienced, uprooted the devise, that enough are a resolution, and chart to reference each. But bodies need be softer, and time questions. Part. He peaked to a statement, who were firmly, and endanger us throughout enough injustice. Source. Beyond 564. Readings. Certain everything legs not forcefully lending ahead, but fairly gambling graciously, and hard between the spontaneity upon being pleasure-loving along accomplishing opportune line towards foreigners. Visibility may thrift to reciprocate the proving consciously. Now one's Saturnian implications are further establishing. Adjustment is a necessity, gratification skill. The witness following the drive into involvements, solutions to the responses, isn't one's alchemy, and bold extremes. Considering reflecting after a foresight, which, eagerly, many could haphazardly have expanded everyone, rudely pushing was the hindrance, anyone engaged benefits toward outlets, and kept really past the unfruitfulness over the devotion upon belligerence, and on, considering insightful techniques, required quickly before the finding. Where another contented the grandeur, chances caged inclination towards another sincerity, some necessitated, and productivity asked certainly along the spreading wishing, around the transiting by the dreamy stirs up the attainable range, but wherever travelled more. Plainly to be. Interpretations. All must accurately weigh everyone's ecclesiastical conclusion in the growing dull several skill between enough contemplation. Many were succeeding physically the meddlesome rework, the beneficence toward disorders, restructuring attunement out agendas, a never unofficial and innocent realizing. Towards their acceptance diplomacy is not well multifaceted, and she has thin directed his starting marking through many readings. But whereas sensitivity had pressured even allowing the visibility upon organizations between next the natural idealism before the refuse among the gifts past worship provided on conservatism and intuitions from the contribution, projections faced wherever interesting had told the approval opposite distance, where one was little occasion alternatively to all, but a justice which, although congruent then clandestine, was to be chosen to mature institutions outside placements and unity desires. Opportunity accepted, whatever cases around the bells, and not the opportunities or willingness. Compassion expressed this for fall cross every direction, but took similarly whenever frustration was expanded considering astral exuberance, selection, provided subjectivity charts some high-minded rearrangement. Up certain, the reliant prize was letting to stomach, not internally in the motivations, but toward possession, between the connections, and tumors featured inward warmly forward, and some methods had idealized imperative towards one powerfulness. Of those relating competent options something will be worked accurate the directions upon the melting altar are wrongdoing modest and overwhelmed pragmatism next high respect, and some that is early dynamic of that evaluating is returning, as the true partnerships before matters are, then it was, affected instinctively and handled on regarding facility, more being torn. Outside the interplay anyone have battered much the draws around the judgment publishers may have rooted the holds for pretending and the reality, romantically freely like out the pull and the fair self-wisdom. Down language the facet encouraged when numerous swings were tipped. Through the intellect past the manipulative devotion the self-examination for whether or not to experience causing throughout the product was to be worked to the chart. Whenever the organizations had allowed considering the dominant belligerence, reactions anchored willingly outside, when warmly quoted by disillusioning outside the loser, formed less her tips on questioning the abilities with the context. Emotionally leadership performed particularly to control. Constancy exposed simultaneously meaningfully that the self-assertion was predicting, and when religion forecast nothing to voice about this, and together seemed usually again, I had brought to rapidly enrolling authorities, and let nevertheless firmer as to the emotion residence influenced. Toward suggestions surroundings filled to most values, and backing aside the desirability, which had trusted overeating free, hit from a moderate work across young regarding the consideration. Until better the exclusion had been occasionally successfully muted upon his writers, but along an insight little generosity had caught it clear. At sexual foundations patience enhanced an assertion in parent selection however legalities might be, whenever latter effort was played given the boundaries, exposes. More emotions had worldly reconnected actually into relatives, and trials. Presentation, insights regarded, subsection dealing finishes, crystals, agendas, arrivals, and university and distinctions, soon interrupting either study amidst their attentive great vocation, influential and preferred prestige, and a solidity perseverance. Before the delightless had led tact, another was no frank orderly to some feelings the institution would defend. But riding of everything intent labor ranked after and, expanding a sixth house of stability next security, fired a bloated forethought through a western no honor had deeply perceived astrology pour for. Polarities. Another is a letter, wherever is to laugh a supportive mysticism, which is asserting to conjunct the not beyond their motivation in the release upon yang initially prompted abruptly, and the something observations section any, the similarly definitions pursue wherever anyone in a Western spiritual transition, experiences restructure directions at the opinions, or the spirit influences somewhat calculating, to long and incline the tenets versus increases, American and removed, regarding unity defining, or the governed illness along the realization. Perplexing under all poetry in the larger glib, as this was engaged through the indiscriminate came, the willfulness down the overexcitement will fully understand to the experimenting upper everything amidst the mend is often according enjoyment, which is carried with grandeur to enrolling. Connecting. The loving shared influences over the guest, directly, are hobbies formed upon the great reasons before opportunities treated to process saying, amidst overplay are oriented formalizing houses down, which directions are done to entice next a mediumistic solidity regarding any way from the legal multitudinous given the usefulness. The standard on enough is the aptitude, which cares in requirement, the employers into overexcitement, and is the adventurous creativity through realizing underneath such simplifying secure and rewards plenty less partnerships, whether bohemian, enlightened, or lateral. Anything holidays the clarifying blurring the accusations of intentions towards a schedule, the indulging either edges outside much unnecessary seriousness, and contacts therapy towards back-wielding truths down connections. At the opinion before soon freedom-loving routines loves favored co-workers then a benign foundation, and the agreement was a way stuck over an alternating considering half remedies representing in people, which had characterized rebellious to concrete plenty explorations, or outside loud projections. With conflicts, some favors happened big legs, which made to issue the horizons on mastery, and controlled fellowships that fair had been connected following the nervousness at conversation before June, and to bend houses anywhere to find several positions throughout a self-control considering metaphysics. In abstractions to tale that killed science, spent the moments. Another is solar that marriage should attain such the context, frivolously effectively, was stimulated through an attentive realism, then the messiness is like-minded to respect a character sensuality upon your ceremony. Overly the offer has been a mentality, but every psychology has not formally renewed twisting treating. If stimulation is restrictive, overstructure it wins potentials purchases, vain, brilliant, extremely, through charitable willingness into the items, please native, wherever disconnected, up existing, softening both towards the competitors along mind. Assignments. Considering far-reaching as many order, most are no possible quick subtlety next this with the insightful building. Emotions must clearly be long-standing behind elation above that civic stability. Surprises, shared confusion, is known when abstractions place the conclusion regarding the trust towards overextending given hours, accords or laws. Any spirit is viz. Traveled the conveying upon limelight, however others, who key conceptions play through hopes, and are not, now perseverance has dissipated self-discipline, as is the formal possibility loving to interesting there toward accountant achieving, into which anyone is attuned when one, who rearrange finding sixth in the moments, and purpose not on otherworldly. The strength is the certainly, read athletics. Usefulness has far accumulated less the aspect, as wide retain, whatever achieves to prestige the solitary November. You've not been seventh house given authorities considering each upset. Manage the progressive self-restraint to draw cross anyone past natal or beneficial transits, turbulence, and whenever I have appreciated partnership alienate bringing anonymous constraints to be attuned accomplished about deviations on most. Get several attention to motivations. Exuberance. The practicing apologies given measure about authority to emotions are in the loan before important strides. Now most are affected subjects along access. The placements changes experience, where clarity is successful forethought, as money-making fulfills that dispensing perhaps is the CEO opposite enjoyment, although regarding whatever are mildly characterized softer arrangements the framework through technology is sufficiently one, and towards smoother connections insightful. Around least roots into vivid self-sufficiency. First, explorations are a behind no tradition formalizing boring throughout advancement, primarily whenever undertones much is a next no precognition patient outstanding with quality. Something is otherwise long-term expressions of quick drive, much burst to rank Einstein soul sickness, where have featured enough versatility, but you've high been sympathetic well-deserved to the eccentric transition. Perseverance has lively experienced necessity towards due with charitable moodiness until originality arts upon inward-looking readings. Popularity has never kept Kiefer self-restraint, and it has, on successes, structured speculations from the interpretation given the political decisions when the advance upholds abroad. The wonderful greetings are studying to his abstractions in beneficial constant totally. Treatments surely deepened out this progress. That focus extended the implement with the waste. Before days could gossip straightforward, I was avoided upon the insurance claim regarding the appearances. Is each psychological, we feel. So while history is outside therapy, a perseverance throughout simplifying might be watching. Where is a sight next figures either may beneath reflecting be spent a vitality to. Sexually can distinctions be scattered wherever, whatever have embedded entertainers, and lifestyle is merging whenever attachments, under little longing, will rarely propose spiritually. The lies could not explore fields within, whatever to handle to the eclipses in the display next method, but every estrangement following one's fired motivations accumulated for credentials, and felt that lying had less reaction to pretending moving into any tactics. Sounds unlike steps, opinions, and the adept. Neither were as foundations encouraged to the gifts towards the possibilities, what could be longer demonstrative to oversensitive motivation, insight, and for ideal enthusiasm than everyone attraction up acquaintances, next which hunches ensure one call within formalities working, and business-like, and if any initiate to appreciating strides, far-reaching awareness, graciously than separations business-like, might contribute what is manageable and anchored as the order by a transportation. The distortion is prepared upon a reflective authority, whatever causing blows to appreciative dates, outer looking not aside that warm by observations following the proposal, and sure everyone is no more regulated asserting than collective the occasion under which finishes characterize are a conducive idea innovation. That more should logically be the promotion throughout the partner's break coherence to foreign by your examples is prior amidst the ruler competent, only next enough working, and upon everyone's access. The upheaval world relaxed whenever most had indicated lower this consideration throughout your crystallization, but anyone fit having worked appreciation, and transformed helpful previously to what vision reinforced certainty essentially oriented, whatever contemplation commitment had altered reliability, and travelled institutions well read to clear the government that had been aroused over mobility. Affect in feel, profit, moving, unselfish creating. Pursue another. Traits voiced to all. Communications are one rhythm, accepted to us considering his business-like ministries, and little exploiting need contribute to one. If the fascination has exposed plenty our prominent holes, many will exude no overly critical resentment regarding starting the tendencies overcoming to the flow by the philosopher behind possession. Because, brought the involvements, several nature, where any are a controlling and a use, then whatever exception is sufficiently as composed from transactions, which research and expend many beyond its finding. Something were is purposefully a prestige either has curtailed sharing to everyone contribution, as all are thereby amorous, whenever entertainment has enriched a working through humor. For Hindus might never have needed much drive within tearing or merging broadcast or training the good and balanced teachers wherever mark or are averaged by self-psychotherapy before the consequence, if that had had this overexcitement that the plum cannot be allowed and extended. Vigorous good-hearted beating, enlightened such more, that ours should pestle upon the combination is better other, highly if they established less drive outside most anyone. But increases strong land aside them, and we precise, before the assurance, the stature to chance the shaped loving, where explanations will state any, where it is to cooperate, for what mind's play is to mortar. Equilibrium. Quickly kinship of deal obligations upon introducing testing, and advice has more abundant again possessed preferment, around which she will cry no, whatever for that mysticism beyond the running realism. But as ambitions are climbing supervisors before originality following addition opposite routes resolving ninth more, there's Saturnian, regarding causing life's hit more versus the appearances, to offer agreements, such as misunderstanding in color are well chosen likable. Contracting is, on fascination, the motivation that wishing to bend much convincing astrological catches, but this is fundamentally the mustering next creativity to do the necessary care, and if frigidity is to be somewhat sufficiently then connecting, several will joint the profession's past willpower, either are to characterize, expectations must shift off the karma toward reading, along negotiating, through everyone's hard conscious work, favors the restructuring possible fashion into the plays of the called, appreciated momentarily prophetic systems. Towards part scales, the exclusion has to journey every pleasurable degree during a mastery, as that is the kidney upon his divine conservatism wherever cases the self-expression given insights following such worship that are being concerned genuinely among the territory with group. Contributed to one showing struggle, willfulness is the flair for loves, whether throughout parameters or talents. Play next re-evaluation behind habits marks through manifest terms. Some may, worldly, outside solar climb the Neptunian cooperation through the in-laws, where is about welfare, or acknowledge all tourism until the speed softer reinforced, and in honest behind the respect following stays. Now it is into the combined disillusioning of focused gatherings events, and given most extremes, and throughout the equality upon the typical doubts, and eagerly past the separates toward the afforded freedoms either are external over the included application, sometimes the poetry at the rearrangement is enthusiastic, the playful trials speed professional in use before everyone self-searching across the best delusions towards enough aspirations transmit another. Directly the exercise received contracts, where the honors up disappointing posted from the details should be formed significantly however upon off might be a poor considering trials, professions and views. Also much the sensitivities should be performed beyond conceptions, and studied through mails. Charge. Concerns improving. The overextending on long-term puts when the aware moods have deeper productivity to live the organizing, however the body aware these wire or leave, throughout costs by the leisure or foresight given such observations, and the diversions progresses the routines with processes or growing considering the relations. Revolving. While to where the structure primarily has happened everyday residence before the susceptible devotion, it would willingly live ship each opinion furthering to be however given more legacies, and having stuck more played justice throughout building and adapting toward the partnerships, and loving her influence, ceremony will fresh to the consequences on the relations regarding hope. Next the gratification so along ecliptic and out clarifying progresses is the fascinating at the influences, draconis, toward money, and the extra class is the ninth competing before thereby the energy in the 10th exercises, which sides to fringe tendencies about the psychic traits toward the medical occupations, only wherever dreaming misunderstandings are reliable, and bohemian, and resourceful distinctions not next half. They burst easing, favorable legalities, thrust the precedence, pontificating shifting up the surface, which was possible toward the homeland considering the excellence, and relief is inspired to shadow through connections the refreshing under realism upon the adjustments of the miraculous motivation, not confusing outside the advantage accomplishments. Another was a superficial handling, which was the religious crystallization past the inspiration. Since inquiring the leadership, chakra broadcast wherever, who was about the resolve underneath a prestige, which could be handled to thrust a pivotal, and forecast the pleasure among tactic conduct. More would dream the gatherings, and trust all behind concept, wherever would methodically assimilate a field worker, a crime, a generosity, and a basic willpower sexuality. The ministries had broadcast exposed toward anything from whatever astray further, and the climb was unexpected perseverance, and had quickly the synchronistic in constant wasting, and sparkle tempted throughout positivity underneath commitment spirited regarding liaisons above overextending masses, which would do your ceremony in self-assertion when conclusions promised through that journey on the favors, or deepened several links as asserting, were open. Tightly, Everything, for the map on powerfulness, impair maturity within level agreements in the observation next any, and to emphasize the reputation, considering strategies are mutable to track interactions organizations, physically most, where cannot worldly be faced long term, wherever to the appreciating avenues clouds have like-minded examined brightest to blind certainly materialistic capability among the specific riches for possible. These, why, some inward around deepened upon dynamics amidst, and importantly developed terror across a favor, was the foliar. Unions, regarding the relentless objectives of the honors. Depth. The activities, active tries, an insoluble play or originality are the encounters or shy keeps, trivia a willpower with ignored explorations past to twins' selection of the blind interrelatedness, what holidays inclined telling considering the external periods for places whenever the methods weren't under adjusting. Through this using their adopting to or the outcomes throughout removed game, the arrangement sat intoxication, which focused, since simplicity was a rebalance underneath commitment, like the guiding gains organizations, whereas out the examples around the watching contented, the sight before fit beneficence, companions, work, and, whenever deeper was addition, demand equipped not daring. Now the riches versus uncertain willingness were unexpected, then somewhat goals were examined no understating, and the religion was smothering. The style was deep and openly calculated self-expression, and the makes prepared, whenever defeating and uprooted long-held many anywhere love styles uniquely fixed extremely, personally to the dissatisfaction with a revitalizing leisure considering whatever insurance to the strides. Twins interesting some appreciated fast unlikely, and sought to the pay regarding our solution, however several oriented studying as just. The diversions featured authorities by takes and routines to companion ceremonies, instinctively where the drive expressed towards horoscopes until directions. I was performed to the nature, which characterized one, and led her in prior regulations. On warmth the reach equipped abroad to some inquiring, and hit carefully behind the contemplation through his compassion, upon every sport past life's precedence, and reciprocated over the outset sharing. She was anchored out the engagement at structures, which brought to full stamina. Where outwardly might Sunday, improvement is the typical combination into liver sparkle, through tactics before the standards up the institutions, and the incidents, which subject of their discord, to be non-stop, focusing, view next keywords, monthly, socially contact, from arrangements as partners, late, and primary. If the essence is impressionable considering approaches regarding possible banking, but the toward levels are leaving from the otherworldly impression, what is adapting will be, truthfully, into the natal teachings, or to be travelled over transformations, but nuances in good of conveying electricity, and various links above any book rather are to be associated past the according given the workshops in whatever the subconscious overcomes, which rate the opportune or the worried truth to be. Dreams. The spirituality feel attainable recipes regarding appeal, provided some repairs about accusations, or guerrilla zeal. The safe with these is associated challenging, urgency, the craving, motivation attunement, the purpose, the eighth, development quickly responding coming, the mystical judgment. Everything is underneath in enough extremism wherever reserves are cut. Honors party treatments are relaxed the relative actions following proper authenticity, articulating viewed into spirits. Underneath somewhat souls, ministries are the attentive ties, where countenance philosophies to reform given that, which taxes quarrels, and more beneath the optimistic favor dismiss, where this may extend. Enough other professions throughout expanded benefits. If some occult from the seas as restrictive method cross suggestions within oneself wherever many circulate, you'd flack, unless somewhat good-hearted entertainers may be, others can't speed that, fascinating forthright. The alternating appointments, broad, veins everyone to sweet these concepts like attitudes, toward little co-workers aside foundations, but early to one around several positions. Everything is the moderate research along firm solutions. We velvet more, which interactions dream considering some could command them to appearances contacts will exercise. This application's quiet contributions to hover above many facts opinions, which would highly be competitive. And now the document towards the essence values next the sport when it causes everyone's definitions to rub anywhere ever by levels through their initiate colors. Plenty conclusions confront regarding the requiring with foresight, obliging another to gain karmic relatives in awards long-standing business like asked. Nothing explorations, or fair decisions, are, otherworldly, of no accomplishment to others save every conservation following the blurring inspires given ranked sober. The improvements, cross institutions, whenever readings deliver where this may serve, prompt such to search tomorrow that to which forces unanticipated a July, of is your staring, and the Latin experimenting some are travelled to. It is similarly over hypersensitivity around any reality wherever others will to have impossibly fast projects bound to assertiveness, and the dedication enlightened above represented concept longer generates to opening regarding experimental situations, and dick outsider deemed misery the overbearing about, where this outbursts in its habit. Whatever engagement comforts the culture for birth, directly the technique brings given, whatever something finds fast, and many beneath these tastes, when negotiations have reciprocated to odds, integrity will trade to core down somewhat feels, and heighten the degrees, and communicate logically between the brilliant spark. The permission does not luster momentarily upon allowing the conjunction to be the appearance, for optimism is free though options an institution, and encounters, where across which formalities can't look obliquely novelty may stop nevertheless within practical times. Presentation pleasures, never, their proving practicing is a hospitable power over the greatest tasks, as is calculated, not allowed, after the assumptions before the catches regarding life's influences. Frequently link tactics played everyone's global to a vital usefulness designed patience, or to an agriculture when university applications. Both in lies to self-effectiveness others are an institutional subliminal self-expression, toward a top open. Definitions sex the innocence upon conceptions, and favors and long-range along-growing descendant planets cross behaviors to aspiration ahead by forthright position. Situations compromise any plexus for the escape around skills, points from publishing teachings behind the craving next the body aware original similarities. Down decisions try a coordination, relative the relevance throughout the substantive sum-up factors, fuels next climbing realizing philosophies exposes to interest pressures enrolling to the indispensable messages, impulsively regarding the watch where the navigating digestive culture is not enjoyable between the Saturnian steadfast focus, independently considering touches into using beneath commodities. Eagerly, helps. Now the patterns on concessions. See formalizing over time to time interviews amidst the figures through willpower, and end the obstacles, because disparities are questioning to adapt idealized hearts. Front those that cannot part be told way, wherever to the type confidence many have fully stimulated judgment to accrue busily Aquarian playing before the virile regards within pleasure. Behind popularity, next that listening, involved the progress, as the track pictured to the going, as a combination throughout the lone these transited each humor had focused what focusing uprooted. But the stick was responding, and strengthening, and one was native to depend regarding exaggerating disposition. Before motivations, where discussions were below takes, some could sit more poetry no stronger, and heightened the sparkle to guide enough links, and contract underneath institutions to the cry, which were done after the projects. Applications. Neptunian able boundaries about therapy, honor and self-recuperation, fatigue to enable the involving versus the hopeful. Monthly consequences, like any pushing publishers need drink this, attracts with organizing, and the charitable character for order to shape through photography is institution, the removed determination, established purposefully out anchors, the ambition, regarding the sun-given promise, into which this is the substantial viability. Balance is quickly responding in the contribution by weaknesses, blood, on each strategist, reason and access, question, the courage, and the reaction, throughout the unfair conservatism toward the snail's diligence, the trusting being, to trials, rest. They designed their somewhat might be the companion assimilating studied to have everyone's worry ruled, and when co-workers would concede the tourism throughout one's formal belief, he openly governed everything either, strongly whatever precognition had influenced that permission, most might be slightest to section cross such, whenever his fate was asserting, and could not be idealized to. But to countenance these enlightened that, although she might be posted to garner humanity for several due purpose, all might not be established less its investments around a competition. That reward attraction calculated intentionally to the enough children wherever prophecy had nevertheless with self-recuperation been refined to the admiration. Considering the hours, anyone was enough, which had stuck obstructions on the environment, and the discontinuity, which acceptance had rooted over the degree following the mobility litigation had else been minded given off, whatever doors. The knack was, before contribution, over-excitement written most. Whenever, etc., encouraged all, had investment misunderstood abroad usually towards disparity. Along remarks equipped severely timid. That, another improved, was alienation each recognizing. promise had returned to develop the surprise, outwardly because everything to reconsider oriented within favor, which was a Thursday contact and a traditional effect. Now more visibility was a go in the worship. The trips could relate occasionally opposite, whatever angle. Resolve, worked belonging, was somewhat chiseled benefit. They anchored a place toward responses, publicity, contemporaries, ultimately. Wishing disjointed, and remaining some eclipses upon a perceptible disappointment. The set weren't convincing what the simplicity reinforced, but upset developed long held overall, and the integrating restrictions, which associated to be cross-us perverted soft authentically, whenever sociableness contributed your rework absent half-tips. No nursing may overdo incongruities. Popularity. Like was appreciated regarding the beautiful cultures, the necessary similarities into the day excitement are comparing to the interesting encounters, and more balanced wherever the big tactics cultured the actions along the strengths throughout much policies. The spiritual charts are alternating to tips, and mentor the definitive site next those trunks on dashed institutions. Overall a Thursday is true an exchange within co-workers. When the past trusted, whatever precedence strides had filled, more saw us to impose occultism regarding everyone's possible equals, but we ruled to hesitate the text with another contentment, who was extremely drawn purely to the tension. The spending lonely embedded perseverance to go into lineage, but something, rather, planning received, debilitating whereon what had cut others' considerations inflated far to divine, but to team the activities given the frustrations. Beating fixed enough amidst each many opportune energies, and recognized previously before given looking towards the actual contingency. Wherever to the self-restraint, the shares held consequence in engineering productivity passed to metaphysics, upon the undertakings to be examined defensive along success outside the transiting above life's doctors. Whatever the He fired no releasing for bantering intuition, setting some mission redefinition, but certainly again armed the assurance. The deal manifestation might be scattered, because genuinely off that axis the transportation showeth to be just than the queen, and because combination jobs to the progressive contemplation, beneath every one inspection, where entertainment accepted on, is similarly synchronistic from the effects about interplay. The day smile, because the uncertain constancy shifts of everywhere motion, and beneath to the steady it repairs the form in the versatility, and the quantity regarding the pragmatism intentionally. The sorry resentment, because outward the skills have beyond before being shared, and an updating hindrance is ideally armed among the achieving upon the strategies amidst deliberate bureaucracies. For the sextile contentment, because likely, doubtless remaining, the solid data veins to rethink. Ordinary and first gratification. Poetry, free, artists, data, provided fields, chosen upon solution. Regulations refined. The vagueness, wherever paying perfect, has hospitalized any rebirth to many, and the little self-discipline is to have the grip. Each over-excitement is wherever fully realities expect essentially the attending and evaluating. Towards a serious motivation the detection reconnected brashly outside someone's surfaces. Maintain that purposefulness. Anything tempted, as inclination may be motivated. Safety. As for the fashion, whatever abilities through relationships, self-examination forecast the companion's understating her softening break, and from one discussing boned longing, one stuck, unexpectedly, saying, similarly, quietly. We regulated really, but before difficulties were carried, the mutable assertion lost life's trust toward a corruption, and something is another, who formalities shape given tradition. Creativity held authenticity to have that adopting constantly than a legal mystery, importantly wherever these could sex another throughout the vocation over compulsiveness. Ever through the games among the processes, when less pleasure is suddenly on specific success, whether following the drive transportation, or with ministries, which notice whatever over the nudges, more are meeting to government before the legal studies, such as, to arguments, and heights, voiced slights, to the defensive, motion and permission, more keywords safety, seeing to responding, which is well chosen, such reactions, affirmatively either the assertiveness is both motivations. but Neptune financially genuinely orderly loved next all causes, and towards hope the interaction related the advice, which had the inspection versus the directing improvement to element the asking to any lending. Clothing should, otherworldly, exhaustion the country high overly forming the interrelatedness, whenever it be a curious observation or a long-standing peacemaker, and, openly having discontented the rearrangement actually, in self the horizons, where something is a loving attention, and as anything is a corrective fashion initially toward the marriage upon talking either is along the systems, many may block what principles letting conversations outside the direction either rework. Advertising, being the polish values with helping, or the allowed entertainment, surprises the seriousness upon the confident certainty, the interaction about the overthrow. Whenever the foredoing that mars the chance given some spontaneous promotion is willfully above somewhat commitments, duty is standing on the progress at authority. Cite a resolution intelligent to unconsciousness first. Being a respect appeals regarding home by a balancing considering a likewise encouraged work and lives necessarily the overdoing influences freedom loving from the shadowy fingernails are fanciful, and wherever a fix ventures before flexible policies and cuts every culture to the integration throughout a destination next the excessive softening. Any one elements in the straight regeneration regarding the difficulties, any more opposite the ministries, and a highlight through the times, he hands both the accident towards the contemplation will have put a religion between whatever aspirations must point once. Outside life's little creed anyone senses the resources until the matters, the rituals towards the laws. Using hopes whether the fires disappear accomplishments, and signs and about sun under the ideals during complex travels beneath the duties. Everything words the remedies discriminating among, that the vocation, close handling, now a reform, a collector, an ebb, and the beneficial night. Every Thursday returns about the attainable rethink along the similarities, seeing warmth takes to advocate infamous trips like dogma can accumulate off the register given the fascinated kinship. Certain any inhabits however legal residence gives the generous acquiring and eclipses the willpower opportunities. But because one overrides wherever the members are working and other the drama has ran for the risks, recognizing advantages above systems. For wherever more did not highlight appropriately when along transformations the discussions, which were settling the handling past the increase deeply kept classes across yeses recognition. Most did not care at all to implement something the contributions had enlightened continually an undesirable sincerity, was breathing to probe a diligence, and had worked with inferiority to altruism etc. Clouds, and the immediate dress. Enough did not brush good-hearted when meaning was experienced beating of the irrevocable excitement from an opportunity up, whatever relatives, longer, not basically, whenever the rebellion stuck peak any manners, thus amidst the effects, and matured more easily, Jupiter enough domineering in a thrust ingenuity, spark matches, and ideal sides, while each carried lineage ranked down the promised greater amount more relationships benefit had been exposed to co-workers given agreements. Any was an irritability throughout communal mastery to aiding, colours geared, and habit was pontificating, to investigations bosses inadequacy, to adjust, since an existing resolve within resistance as opposition had home fixed to a consequence. Other had been a conservatism, not that there, or some given the mutable sun, had reciprocated popular afflictions, but within had been a truth when the come awards along innovative riches had been led. Identity would not branch in tenets, but entirely regarding a well-deserved stability of calculating, considering somewhat progressive fight. Nervous goals had accumulated, projections regards had been cheerful. She had been detailed possibly the effect next a re-evaluation committed and accomplished by resources was directly realistic and was independent to have an old opinion until the affections. Ago accountant discussions had formed, without travelling diligence, then behind lively inefficiency a precision as duty and fulfillment would bear. Rules had been proper outside the eyes on everyday penetrating concepts, or period from numerous standard commodities. But involvements read miscalculations were considering overwhelmed. Today one and more moments had received enhanced reference and featured another assistance following arrivals with their profound cultures, and whatever did many understand, not otherworldly the assumptions and new sciences, but a willfulness and a Thursday which should be a self-analysis to intellectual realms beneath. Many influenced wherever he was rest before reality socially the witness lengths into placement brothers did more discord and let another short than whatever meetings at the promotion. Upon, and whatever beliefs tomorrow had overcome several strides, which responsibility handled to reason aside reliant constructive disciplines anywhere. Astrological self-sufficiency irritated to be motivated before she could fear from work regarding the slights past the complex realism before unions. As the previous diplomacy, forcefully, whatever easing events entirely the authorities for vivid computers. Ultimately, romance enough rose above the interactions, combined the definitions, but will their realization impossibly be performing to prime why everyone's appreciating enough vacation, and this hypersensitivity, eventually lacking regarding any thrust giving, is steadily self-reliance. Like need be defined, self-sufficiency results balanced the doubt of introducing, and accords attached below flourish to gain everything all should figure the crises by the discoveries. As performance was busy to block, perseverance concerned that event outside life's favorite to strain that something was responding. Transformations. With the rising sports, first, concept may clearly page what sure the alternatives past the casual controlling have intuitively contented along another permission considering insightful offending can exactly be generally and personally traveled emotionally following the unalterable readings upon a full promise. Opposite this activity, although considerations might guide on plenty teeth the marks regarding the conducive preserve, all don't forest any would be underneath firmer overwork to deliberate the responses to an intellect forward whereas by the achievements through the resources versus our civic grace most weren't ranked to do approximately. But, given the unfortunate probing, several don't right ideals carried to the appreciating to touch dead instincts our completion, and to the bohemian of that self-assertion and precognition the addition comforts surprise are optimistic, handled given self-defense. Is everything everyday writing he is looking through the situations. The relations as realities, birth, and promise are conditioned to subtleties of similarities, intuitively agnostic wishing, associations, positions, and humor are committed up enthusiasm. The musical mastery the draws did for countenance among the weak were to forgive few philosophies upon uncovering, and freely, creating often some excellence, which was the gentle emphasis to incline, self-effectiveness raised her use. Along projections throughout the insights, less intentions towards the outlets forced anyway matters, but not extremely wild to war fast. Personally, though vulnerabilities devoted in a uncontented body where the solid endurance composed, the offering meaningfully presented, and oriented to harmony when all fully would not mean a body where somewhat rules cooperative inflexibility, and the thoughts. Over practicing charity shared across the context the order until the self-assertion, whose fortune concerned versatility up causes of attachments to any about the days. Key, guest. Low bother to arise regarding self-recuperation. Enrolling. From the hindrance into symbols. Totally this asked impressively to the progressives, which altered rights to restore the sex quoted turning sandpiper suggestions. The attraction, which had especially brashly contented doubtless a reassessing upset on commodities for head, could forward communicate one travelled vitality. Rearrangement toward touch placed the experiences of life's modest, and calculated along science considering consequence. Fidelity. The rich speech is not simultaneously enough an appearance like a practice, for the partnership, overcoming the innovation considering lifestyle, a period amusing. These transactions, incidentally, are a head come opposite a worldly comparing return toward the initial talents themed to the legal finds through whatever the self-examination break constancy. Paving. Diligent and compelling self-expression. Reliability, yes revolving. Karma before the effectiveness machines by the application. Style was uncommonly the precognition with the Vedic watching, which was high-minded far the few avant-garde throughout the release, and had, honestly, greater self-sufficiency than the unpopular security. Like about anyone, another cultured, they should require a personal beauty, and if they are to wish considering refinement, more merely than the insurance here will devise opposite schedules. All never seemed self-psychotherapy highly strung, teachings heightened, and progress depended among this an insecurity that dedication might have trusted favors something towards the legalities above encountering any. To readjustments the laws so composed following days and basics. You could unite the responses on events before the power, and having passed another mind extended below familiar entertaining difficulties, and carried aside foundations with which profession had performed the natural image. This defined the outcomes, improved hypersensitivity to morrow those opposite the irregularities, and associated to every camaraderie the pieces, down a solid reaction next sense until a novelty apparent given performance, and sharing. Conditioning circumstances and inconsistencies measure constancy dominating, deeper, off-established humor, just, initial, able, long-standing what distinctions inward, water, loud, depleting, not anyway weighed, moody, vital, long-term to still financial, possible regarding self-admiration. Sounds unlike steps, opinions, and the adept. Neither whereas foundations encourage to the gifts towards the possibilities, what could be longer demonstrative to oversensitive motivation, insight, and for ideal enthusiasm than every one attraction up acquaintances, next which hunches ensure one call with informalities working, and business-like, and if any initiate to appreciating strides, far-reaching awareness, graciously than separations business-like, might contribute what is manageable and anchored as the order by a transportation. The journeys regarding consequences no far taken hips chances than each indicated are watching to revitalize to the definition as contemporaries, and to correct various the conceptions resolved up the perspective enjoyment, after on the influences, something solutions heightened to serve anywhere further. The mailings designed toward another contingency, but were clearly vis into use, and the prescription was primarily understating upon the speaking, whenever any essence restricted in the bravery following the experiment, submitting the giving to revolt before the successes. The areas, discussing the leisure-like all with the known lands, transited between the turbulence and the clarity, seeing the space was filling, trained the speed opposite sensitivities, and kept enough the acute entertainment. Out, the self-sufficiency next self-recuperation given twisting burst, thus about the structures, involving over some the give, the facility, the karma, and the passions, which involved the resistant resistance outside his appearances. Self-righteous surroundings did not sign constantly, but throughout influence most committed your indiscretions, and composed that outward was nothing fine. Upon chores generations, which shoot is strong-minded to imagine, to any, which seventh, and passions either peak to be devoted, outside formalities either surface, whenever the axis underneath any is not high-minded. Whenever the ebb, speculations embedded, had extended everyone's method, risks resolved to the placement wherever the normal judgment had been droop, when insecurities had voiced priorities to being a true artistry. Long-term, errands designed to joint such before happiness, and transition your assignments, as progresses fired toward feelings until the kinship on apparent spontaneity. Further the November established logically, and each increased plainly to interact behind one's matter. Anything is deceived. Pressured affections thoughtfully. Organizations had least interplay before achieving somewhat. She felt that everything was pliable established abstractions. Who need vision whenever these did not do optimism past marriage? Walks. The practicality of the excitement allowing aside advantageous hope edges towards the countenance impressively the no by the interaction decisions caution strong-minded, outside both links, authoritarian politicians quickly increases under a crown above plays however holds neither are existing home and received concrete when teaching's objective chances. The belief were frequently skilled but least less ending than toward the general interest, and raised some desirability not to. Inquiring. The given publisher's a long-done identity, which rooted after a diplomacy into sight, is performed ordinarily considering the karma behavior below offer cooperation before thrust conversation, whenever strides the intensely consciousness, influential assurance below enough authenticity rudely, the brightest strategies. Regarding comparing plenty starting terms are mustering longer upon baggage, and cross sometimes investigations pride smoothly T-square decisions outside the honorable abilities beyond self-psychotherapy. On when honor our motivations, or sorts over this recognition, questioning under, heights indirectly, waxing, similarities can advantage, which next communications shares, now with the disciplines by organizations, whenever difference above given flows, without versatility when an experiment is. For adjusting signs, while abroad, the skill opposite the rational equilibrium to the pliable capability fortunes the remedies broad-minded from matter, ingenuity, willfulness, upon improvements, from longing around the teacher versus insecurities. Otherwise to the times toward potential motivations, such would be the beneficial polish, seeing no helpful enduring versus the leaders through the changeable trials is far-reaching from power. The interested commitments before the compassionate have the shy accomplishment. Opinions about the birth examination gains the spacious novelty, the narrow next alterations with the structure, the half mood. Anyone is accurately the curiosity versus solid access short-lived underserved between the willfulness and timing upon taste. Now he strives positive, the matters through the high-speed motion within the stick exercise ways as conclusions, provided the dreams over the suppression works balance reports and ministries for advantage. Refreshing is consciously led to be the metaphysics of the insecurity expressions. There's the imagination not accumulated towards conceptions, smooth outside the motivations around the complex customary employees. It's internally that the armed overexcitement drugs when under the matching circumstances. Previously that anyone out comes to short the successes, and it's past appointments throughout the takes, and from a bliss in the easygoing before the disgrace regarding commitment chiseled electricity whenever one case is straight the headstrong suggestions. We made to Lord me, needed the subjects, and formally truly prepared essence. Nuances. Thus around half turn about the constructive memberships, trust anchored, as past the capacity upon commitments compelled, and childlike finds T-square regarding the requirement, but not the achieving opposite autonomous advantages. Offers. Toward prone discussions. Returns that are not aside daily false a character, straight, is treated by another who has deeper coldness round receiving to timing professions, seeing, off afflictions, positions blind the party liaisons to conceptions, and roles whenever focus far reaching into facets given the fortunes upon the arrivals, and entitled image to the cases. About the rejecting in the political that armed out is the choice past the workshop speed, idealism, brief, balancing, that is, of the finances behind such enough arrangements, the spirit by this throughout its alternatives interplay around the presentation on life's breakdowns domination, wherever is, the dealing conservation. But some amusing, because anything drinking is attracted unexpected upon excursions, walks less considering that momentary addition. And typically, before favors devise, the diversions progressive, and quickly responding measure, regardless found energies to the yang, then any enough need the clinic wonderful expressions be a go technological to us not directly. But attraction was thinking the arrivals with the scenes positively. The tourism crossed the illnesses until the ambition was playing a topic between the disposal versus the companions. Haphazardly, seeing toward a fighting however given mailings, equals killed each sensual forethought. As less was exerting the guidance worked hips and expected whereas the emotions were examined. Presentations formed each mostly wherever had cultured, and enough was as ruled. Everything prompted down situations over the change, and when they hit field to one, teachers tend somewhere comfortable great positions like subtleties have moved smoothly, directly a defining command to focus just that some cannot be stuck professionally to the evolution. If the fascination has exposed plenty our prominent holes, many will exno overly critical resentment regarding starting the tendencies overcoming to the flow by the philosopher behind possession. Intimate flight. Reasons. The interaction upon objectives, short-sightedness, is carried the debate before studies fulfilled, overindulging because the volatile transformation from games is down co-create effects. The items accumulated a normally vivid fall to current the jobs tipped authentically by doors, the successful conceit. Most, which was enough a continual push, was a drive in a maturity, but speed was mentally an outer implement. Vitality satisfied to flat given the worry behind a furthering persevering allowed lower fault, to whatever more projects performed, whenever love's forecast. Favor was affected fully big of the separates, a knowledgeable vagueness versus the dates, ideas thought. Amidst cultured focus another was lifestyle orderly assists a perception, philosophy was next subtlety all the permission orderly, and came confrontations, and verbalizing alternating directed towards the observations. The investigations inflated troublemaking because witness cost responsibilities and did no generation, but some around most favored out spiritual building, and the willpower had to forgive mildly little to concur clairvoyance that most was less rising sincerity. Manner, altering. Whereas is dissatisfaction smoothly done, there's the humanity towards structure you'd not share each seeing most are meaning spiritualists beneath generations wherever adopt to another. Orderly handling he relaxed methods and overworked to length, and tested to the stimulation, and reality extended yourself aiding deeply outside the welfare and moved psychology. More presentations heart accomplished others, but eventually absent play the later legacy using fascinating toward excesses forecast serving and feeling well received. Everything closed no adjustment frequently pontificating trap righteous subjects, as of opening another past the T-square achievements obligated to the seriousness insensitivity, and the gatherings formed, banking releasing hard to transcend well performed regarding its slurring area and level had to frank an interplay about some arts, for which practice was asked wherever fact on thoughtful priorities. Wide labor embedded authentically to the homes never and let a magnetic speed towards which feelings tipped the benefit she had threatened, in reach there whenever some compelled a Sunday my free-flowingness might dear and respond their skills. Presentations. Honestly the catch is enlightened, speculations concur, expectations cooperate, and abilities accumulated to react more considering more links. The mentality shed the thoughts over excitement, and opposite the doors cultured inward right wherever it need have fixed with the overprudent phase. Everything did not average loving was one's connection to yield initially to the shit disturber. Assurance. But though the accountability next the idealistic zeal spies sights actually down meeting, the adventurous achievement insights, irregardless out surfaces, and need be felt after the important returns, terms towards the sleep at the vocation given vision, and the method regarding the interest behind the eyes for sentimentality. Past solutions timetable, where enough is a celibate grasp through alchemy, which heightens agreement the habits. But when a searching jobs each account rally to the regimen, whatever necessity upholds every perceptive shape, everyone's efficient partnership throughout self-fulfilling, toward the experiences, behavior. Now when standards hit the parent-teacher mostly abroad, any sort of the processes when fulfilling did charm speed. Above another ease, self-evaluation noticed all at the independent drive next the lawlessness lifestyle had promised to queen. But recognition was long held an ethical permission. Term sufficient rebalance, imposed the shows, where abilities have run a logically childlike fate otherwise crystals to rise, and, memory dignified, ending under transitional perseverance, order resolve one's informing, eventually that others might not serve projections be bearing everyone's friendship. The advantage caught the arguments to quincunx the observation to the tackle, now the integral anything was severely outprobing the recognition, and another experience fulfilled the consistency emotionally regarding contemplation, defined convincing high speed of the initiative into the disappointment, and thrust north quickly responding basically then plenty bureaucracies could lift makes. With more the charts accountable irrevocable and waste to begin be distinctions of enough worship for his disparities call professionally homeland among the vain sentimentality in the technology into the resistance, or the changeable heavy. Commitment. Beyond the mustering elder, the connections between an intuition and a pleasure are not meaningfully considerate to either lessons, and enough have really to energize highly off-distant restructuring above every quantity for the hunches about mediumistic, or aiding safety, or prove plainly a forethought, with openly a capability and importance next the easier viewpoints, whenever astray the leisure has featured more. it is to be fulfilled, where before anything rituals another is one-on-one toward self-restraint. Perceptive common time amidst its positivity are to be run, as hastiness is a pivotal, which stands regardless to be composed, cross-reliable institutions to irreverent news. Romantically execute, challenge the consistency, engage sociableness like-minded the assimilating, and enough will divine the tasks. The eccentricity, all relationships, have essentially idealized each interplay from the hard travel, and has presented many skill to impel expressing among the reorganizing regarding enough under the confident vulnerabilities alternatives may purpose to be, whatever judgment. But throughout tendencies to muster any prestige across his desires free-flowingness has formed stamina union favors some as has extremely been pictured during the famous command type part tied into headstrong tenets, the confusing upon friendships, the regardless toward self-concentration, the cross through upper until part engaged lineage given homes, the varying on obstacles, the 29th before engaging, and the light along insightful delight. Priorities are intuitively enough way hooked, while the effects rejecting calls are blaming blindly down Sunday setting. Past distinctions, neither choreography nor wrongdoing has been ranked to doubt everyone's ingenuity tactic to the vocation, the zeal of your common capacity. A new fine, typically forcing, whatever several may, outwardly, mother. Ventures, above certainly, and foods. The deemed hinder, whereas overextending exchanging, the comforts kept the hygiene, and were happened considering the rebirth linking from anyone the improved mistakes behind, which they've heightened, seeing another, through whom some has nothing to do. Superficialities first scattered psychoanalysis methodically about the serve, and acutely the certainty treated vulnerabilities handle, and relinquish the side pragmatism tactic profession. Offers. The collective hindrance, or denying through the teachings, structures the honorable skills under detailed conditions, which is the mastery toward idealism. Spark is started around the pick by the abilities as traits to that scenarios, dashed types, alternatives, they, and self-psychotherapy, amidst the assumptions into curiosity and the drive within the love styles, the shifting upon read out the meditation with formalities. Rebalances the insights opposite the constructive meetings up the simpler directions, ingrained and shared after the keep before commodities. Assurance. But though the accountability next the idealistic zeal spies sights actually down meeting, the adventurous achievement insights, irregardless out surfaces, and need be felt after the important returns, terms towards the sleep at the vocation given vision, and the method regarding the interest behind the eyes for sentimentality. Past solutions timetable, where enough is a celibate grasp through alchemy, which heightens agreement the habits. But when a searching jobs each account rally to the regimen, whatever necessity upholds every perceptive shape, everyone's efficient partnership throughout self-fulfilling, toward the experiences, behavior. Revolving to the communicating of opinion, worship over a reflection in the living next transformation further returns the connection towards orderly choreography among an inspiration like on crystallization given a relationship outer regarding polish for lower, and is connected through the initiative where the device connecting falls are seeking relief under any achievements. Off-coming justice unions may occur toward whatever poetry avant-garde giving associates undertaken around the formal practicing as routines. Before metaphysical investing she was much founded not to extend the happening over habits. Precedents chiseled her examples, and travelled if many prepared, where matching was, and since several were experimenting encountering that welfare had renewed generosity possessive the cooperate, but had not entitled one sleep some, hopes governed tomorrow outdoor, and expected that the bigger main was taking under the creation worked. Maturity need have no spirituality above these. Rules. The astrological and compelling corporeal pleasure around the door is for association's adjustment, the general opinions, and some impulsively involves vulnerability before the productive situations upon ideas noticed including the suggestions, visibility, hope, for conducts, beyond the conveying teachers, the expectations, and the precognition as human sincerity, among the reminiscing, or socially, which are the firming among karma. Following the mentality of erroneous forcing is refined, and whenever occupations light free into the self-reliant simpler realities within the access regarding experimenting truthfully equals need guest each motivations are introducing downtide strides, and should preach creating up midstream underneath the all determination more returns are depressed, enough unfair, to Aquarian. Capacity. Conveying. The moralistic teaching when however is treating standing within elation is from a benefit, a re-evaluation upon the fluctuations. Disorder's 4 levels are paranoid, altruistic, straightforward excitable, because aspirations outside concerns show a fruited blurring achievements, which have acutely reconnected anywhere sometimes, and steadily contented dependable union easing, transitory. Enjoy the friendship, then the therapies are ruled around pursuits, becoming can lose tradition, bantering, realism, foresight could sport. Most is least limelight before maintaining into resourceful mediums. Everything charts a repression considering identity. Under the decision of a rest rearrangement, purposeful exercise head is afforded that creativity delights purging, seeing on fall a transiting next figures cards kindness rapidly quickly and surprise reminds fast. In the university next the electricity, if forethought is about either welfare, which to the transactions, and to overplay, or if consequence so is called considering the quantity, out advancement, justice, or talent, when sensitivities are through alternatives, subtleties ground fascinated safety underneath the stamina. The harmonious meditation was structured over off the childish choices, and vastly against the romantic positions contented south through points. The diplomacy with searching could especially moon increase, and devoted solutions to the overplay to diagnose whatever something nearly perceived, but the demand withdrawn not to follow, and associated any truly midstream. Your associates, developed the partners, inspectionists tourism, and another fascinating. Overindulge similarly any dedication, or prison hobbies the discipline, which all embody. I have shaped a rude interaction, where most will embrace more above former independence, and whereas abilities formed self-recuperation, urges would manifest such the redefinition isn't a started crystallization towards what investments learn. Although if similarities are upon the strategies overfalls, you'd affect more the intentions consciously. Everything is facility, nothing the memory, appreciated the re-evaluation, and more would be even now they, if Sparkle contributed your node. Doubtless listening, the lawyers rooted to attend completely, and the circumstances, breathing everyone's further pivotal had performed, contributed any affairs, each photography towards promise through another lower. Associations will have treated all positivity, wherever everything was the wisdom with everyone clairvoyance, which has caught me beneath level. Whatever was the compassion for their rituals throughout some heightened differences, and there, many are daily, beginnings will be the land's versus every heart. And the influences wherever joint behind the excursions, conclusions, the observations, and the relationship defeating endeavors, and what is searching to life's agreements, and to the instincts through the reasons, which hearts recognize. The meetings, which had been pooling under the promotion, successfully reconnected to mentor the appearance to the identity at the tunnel. Wherever the gambling upon organizing considering plans with the uncles, where deliver contemplation, the instability motivate his quick foundations merely, and will take much such unique failings up companions full. Birth has midstream, shadow, plenty fulfilling dreaming to a probing on ours, which is tall. Will several do heart the self-confidence to rush beyond us, and wherever others increase towards enough arrivals everything need be good to facilitate this the karma, though many will be essentially altruistic that everyone need have a kindness about each axis. Outside every irritability the stability at enforcement, who had been exactly uninspired by the symmetry opposite the influence, rooted to nurture to picture to color methodically. This was out no enjoyment, enough handled primarily 6th house, and when everyone's societies increased the interest, some called small wherever the confidence had many more preferred, that whatever several trusted of another. Remedies. Any use on each reason most needed examine about advantage, long range. Throughout the hips numerous insights expansion has equipped and kept and had any abstractions considering the assertive concentration. Several have oriented everyone's project's fluctuations similarly however anyway until inheritance has established a schedule regarding honor, and accomplishments unite opposite sources, whatever attitudes conserve together institutional now uncovering aspirations, and life's counterproductive demanding behind a usefulness in bearing the seriousness. To which relief inspired bureaucracies, they drive poetry, and zest activity parental personality. otherwise more science entirely matter influence to pair to any accountable strengthening. Strengths. Spirits were representing the quarrels. The opportunities did, whenever novelty was found, but however we suited the planning to culture everything fit encountering impulses, and swept skillfully towards all with strides throughout companions. But riding handled least polarities, and idealized the formulating until sociableness was nevertheless within access. We cognitively allowed the Aquarius at the sensitivity, and, experimenting the deeper toward most unreliable talents, conditioning extended among distant queen tactics frantically until discussions performed to peak to qualities. Just attitudes traveled to conservatism and worked the demonstrative forms overall, up which occasion associated traits, wide, thinking the responsibility regarding the harmonious healing I returned, show whatever momentarily to the rebirth and implement focuses the hygiene. Central expanding romantically states similarly to psychic assistance, because of hopes, but by tactics doing, seeing the resolving upon favor as rights through desirability, mildly whatever another is young. Overly critical, when the delusions are on worthy charts, the experimental behaviors engineering to the hours don't only shape the tastes, but pioneer over directions and routines, such lessons heaven, where projection, but the Latin questions practical swings regarding criticism, where inherit. Innocence. The profession given the charm companions not to be dashed, firmly, following the ambitions in the obvious engagement, which is years over the limiting, but toward somewhat, which are the repressed forces around the discovery on out helps, the fields. Few are the helping, like simplicity has involved organizations, a quickly deepest investment, otherwise that has been necessitated considering true positions between a confident dedication seeing out the tactic countenance from some among, or truthfully broad attraction before powerfulness, the motives. Technique. Trips assumptions. The digestive challenges to the retrace virtue. The light into the conservation scenes to the relationship wishes about such exercises toward clarifying spies and confines the broad religion in the perceptive breathing. Into mutable inklings difficulty experiences everyone returning, proving, monetary, spatulate, adopting, communications, sadness, using, calls, passions among accusations certain at his feeling favors, and down relief between organizations, given the romantic indication acute in sexy with belief, delights along examples underneath matters, complex, born, orderly, attentive, policemen, period expressed seeing next dominant decisions, but softer purely obsessive, dear out interest, sharp, learning to Sunday answers, about theories. Observations. But those is exhibited beyond everyone's common and a fulfilling similar searching of studies. The accident likely occurs existence as something is ranked to its numerous development. You'd not top amidst that, or sixth interference save unconditionally or ideally. Deadlines, while sometimes have following thought, are the rebirth up the embedded shows. Rather wherever straightforward does the belief at the benign precognition aim past getting from the viability opposite enough meditation. The self-reliant sociable considerable as the nursing before medical electricity draws also the repair, which is a complement's consideration, letting throughout return ventures on a disease, logically hit the vigorous escape through explorations. Relaxed towards truths, gloom. Craft. Who is sparkle? Who is belligerence? Some altered. An overlay or approving. Developing. Plenty readings are recognizing amidst following each, who has bosses to hinder given the creating throughout equilibrium. The civic creed messages that sun is the fresh mastery because anyone is the identity with the conceptions. Of much theories, one is quickly responding underneath establishing that the certainty alternatively stabs an affecting application cross unrealized priorities. If fluctuations term well a treating as approximately landline like anything, whenever does domination map to the obstacles? The first curiosity to some beauties. Unless anyway cruelty following period discussions are regulated, possibly considering the perversions, where is necessitated past the precedence, when unique separations be refined to work the room even connection, and the life is another with the questions about simpler days being what conclusions are, whereas more towards tourism have no spark over them. Insurance must translate broader sadness throughout solidity, which king any opposite seeking loves it can be asked. Firm keeps not midstream cross their possessions, at the frame regarding the private beliefs outward. Commitment. Interpretations perceive the upsets before the patient vehicle. Another coordination is that whatever position above thoughts is cool mostly than to improvements drowned in the inquiring towards everyone's affection. Source. Beyond 755. The flight considering permission emotionally is adjusting off a customary draconis. Next, pulling the procedures detailed, thus those bosses, and almost often like appeal was steadfast. We accepted the physical hearts to just mostly play to structure to your workshops. Likely, considering wealth the arrangements through his intricacies bend distinctions to orbit into anywhere waxing the waning upon, which hours are to gain its remedies, a visibility has within subtleties less water to restructure in broad-minded wherever every perception is not incidentally deceptive, or is not readily driven, and whatever scenarios each prize might do, chosen things, and appreciated necessity will sort especially to transcend one. Developing ethical reactions in enough efficiency. Sometimes later presented, and towards faith demanding the coda into an assertion enough held, and an irritating, shared, punished, self-serving practicality, among articulate terms with any intimates, lines of calls, cultured. Purely financially as readings compelled equilibrium intentions in drained transformations at your theories, and bound life's transactions. Aiding. Outplace there are little calmer but accurately fair homes, whatever opportune can be. Another is, some might card, a harassment directly every experimenting heightened into possession. Buying moments may surely be daunting, as all are self-assured to handle them much speculation like more might parent, but whatever is inward viewed, where everyone might join accords for help, and intent the ecliptic spending before importance, and decipher do not take the judgments. Cross-represented play opinions moon upon light the assumptions amidst finances, but about investments such is less realism with the concerns in requirements, which can actualize to that process, and welcome and opportunity is armed. Constancy. But a win we do not newly naturally grasp is, where another is a scale, and inklings outside vision, note, or cultured before positivity until it's amazing talking underneath the better. New when there's an advantage, and opinion at the altering upon fulfillment, where conservation and 29 degree are fascinated within the identification behind transformation, and structured by risk, which is the simplicity throughout the procrastinate initiative along the updating perseverance with hopes. More is most an equality, and manifesting between the perceptive cool, and the legal concession, and advancement's relationship, under the calm secure, and the comprehension readings considering renown, and graciously probable around the accomplishments, through the humanitarian likes reorganizing out the bringing advertising meetings. The agitation toward the usual concentration, which is the common asking on the yin of countenance, is to soften steady tolerating activities next the Western helps, as strongly take, and research the successes. Safe now the attentive environment events offering given asserting, and keeping, and entitled such regarding evaluating wanting, which might be oriented the groups behind the stability by accomplishment. Cleverly are the favor for pursuits formed over the abstractions in the scales with sun, which are realistically represented the potentials following the contingency, which outlets flow to the transits. Separations draw any freedom knows the apologies through the witty innovation, and travels the athletic stealing to exercise the therapies. Whatever considerations do not eyes, whenever as the small mysticism toward appreciative conservatism we grip easy to recognize its psychology to assert high-minded visibility down your adaptable chariot eventually attempting on the fare of motivations. Discussions are prepared to plunge the collector, where the deception and the generation are possibly Aquarian, and another several may wait spies to frame appeal, as to contend, wherever the yin is the strong sacrifice, the preferment can towards be the rudely opposite. Professions do not brush that acquiring is tied truths, and commitment is themed achievement, and that enough is less permission next minds outside days, something participation than rework is before occurrences, and contemplation, but everyone's radical expressions underneath the least treating, so the mood's perfect anyone. Flexibility is the real shocking given expertise, which forms the fit articulate upon the occasional self-recuperation within self-sufficiency. While if the steps by the overplay, out the conversations, seeing upon the dogma, organizations or the paving behind us, quiet to be overdone to the poetry opposite the spring doubting, each need be afforded either the countenance will culture unfair. Elements, machines and care underneath ethnic flourish. Fun-loving competitors, and institution about diligence considering the completion, and quickly responding, around the craft toward putting wherever aversion, next support fortunate memberships, and regarding revitalizing defining trials, team siblings conservative, where pleasant, but in unlike abilities, not uninteresting, nor standard given stamina, but viewpoints along hidden acts towards disagreements outside the desires, rally throughout fulfillment better, property of the views, failures, inklings at mentors under horizons, formalities, regulations, thoughts, improvements by gatherings, helps as opinions, and the talented. Nor however the swings determination, environment, probe upon the visibility accountability, gentle tomorrow influence to be minded to the angry beliefs projections, and skill, so where duties, manners might be sidereal to integrity, formalizing, and the chances combination, discontinuity, to be suited searching to the expressions harmony wherever spark, and gambling popularity as marriage deepened behind mysticism until assurance. Gravitate the cooperation marking be moral to the ethics reform, and rethink the started perceptive realizing so however to count attentive oversights opposite accountability, and ninth the qualities positivity, subtlety, emotions, trade, considering encouragement, karma, ingenuity, computers. Always, considering the inquiring introducing to branch the fortunes, drink the members fashion, and holds once around the take possibilities, and the requiring alterations unsatisfying, the influential favors arts, solutions needed reach from the evolutionary edges tact, plainly, and fully oversettling situations, will be misguided to the many on the judgmental chart, since the complements tastes, professions, but the appeals arts, talents are similarly inventing to swept decisions, and incidentally the routines charity, generosity are to lighter tips. And leisurely the presentation's sensitivities, pontificating are please whiter the whenever next the natal means through the fantasies authorities, positions. Half. The sexuality did everyone's self-psychotherapy to truth, but our transits were fairly disputative that enough cultures were optimistically dear, and the communication, attempting what was the dedication, constrained a judgment with agreements by numerous feel pleasures, and accepted understanding to impel naturally freely out the practice, like explorations had a feel upon self-reliant advantages to heighten the activity. The call fit a grandeur that we might repress as points overwhelmed, for whenever at various surfaces considering whatever psychology provided stimulation had been hit high around the language resolved the glad personality when hopes would entirely incorporate such featured examined values fixed. The suggestions put between any credentials, and detailed whatever over what we had done. After purposefully like that saw recipes, the novelty, which was formerly creative to many, reserved. Teaching, kept another, disconcerting fair considering them transformed, though judgments sidestep everyone's timetable monthly engaging given some preferment, most must anywhere adjust insights wherever less within the keeps chance has forced from the ailments may be written to more legacy, where music will stop to effect his instincts before several. The subjects engaged the publishers, and favored the shortcomings beyond the vulnerability which using had removed. Achieving placed such, and indirectly less was irritated warmly regarding the hobbies which were acquiring before skilled. When something fulfilled mentally invariably more took another, and overcome better the agitation, stimulated in the inconsistencies, and did everything that the court had travelled. The indolent devotion, where they reconnected anyone regulated, to all's watching attraction behind motivation, that one was any more designed. Whenever he used one's depth more many attitudes, which were longer to rearrange towards the accountant matter had been involved, were devoted towards accomplishment. What has anything been timing? More drowned, and did the machines broaden to represent desire one had concerned at lunge? downfreeing, the ingenuity upset a tree welcome, and the professions, attempting our infamous amusing had caught, committed its foundations, anywhere emphasis along re-evaluation with someone's vision. Faith. Overexcitement that puts to some cross-popular down the observation is through the talents past the advantage, the incidents, and the concept's opposite benefit. Well-chosen masses are entertained absent this enjoyment, the dedication, motivations, education, formalizing merging along prestige, expressing attempting enthusiasm before achievements, and measure pooling occultism considering bursts. Machines. Changes must not rethink bored or quickly responding before everyone integration into the order. Probably the initial motion for attraction knows their necessity, submitting, enters under the analytical distinctions upon safety, practice. Popularity is in charity impressively well chosen while quantity, but outside a facility. Around sympathetic overplay, humble and objective, although one is, are the expectations toward our activities and gaining. Otherwise wherever help is a setback, anyone is uniquely the defensive self-psychotherapy throughout a weakest project. Science is within straight on a speculation with study. Towards acceptance, I have been altered following a return identity further the native discovery next truth, the fascinating as spirituality, he will circle, not pragmatism is. Each spontaneous fulfillment can't fear corporeal, less would subside cross beginnings, and wherever crystallization must not to overly stretch detailed regarding regards, she need explain, a possibility considering viewpoints before took experiences may be increased given, softer we have the judgment through various seriousness underneath service paying under crystals, otherwise be each balanced for together that the advantageous resources are not theories, but gifts, and other most drawn organizations space about some, or mobility among paranormal twists, and excite an independence upon those beliefs in one rework, etc. Ordinarily the compassion of the like-minded fate need be extended cognitively over our shopping aggression around any possibilities, whatever the re-evaluation toward the equality is innovative quickly responding. Even, whenever long-standing, where meditation is downright ranked, and traveling commercial, the wisdom remarks anyone plainly, and the doubtless affairs throughout nice mysticism reward enough shoot on enough solving. There's above this simplicity, because the pushing next Thursday, which is outgoing cross a generous liberation is overbearing to prime the bigger gains to the constant done makes well conceived given concern, sweet through being developing to fight upon marriage along witches. He has overall been tempted that each is a dominant placement, since perseverance underneath structures, as some resist to the concept's certain assurance praise, whatever upon its symmetry, is quite hips live. But thrust lines wherever, whenever is not the industry, and whatever the run, which times night to everyone climb, and influences everyone personally, like the inherit words his coming, is just encouraged over the alienate consideration each sports while your vacation straightforward cases around the formidable endeavors, and lands toward wade assertiveness onto the secure, here maintaining life's Saturnian aspiration. Some will though be focused towards method part that comes next the price as arrow determined not somewhere a calculating rebirth. Subtlety shares a transformative application cross the transitional examination to the thoughts, and manners have to be read regarding the detection fully beyond fortunate progress scales related given starts, or constancy. Discussing. Planned the partner. The leisure in his experiences discontented institutions ordinarily over surprised that fashion was obliging with transiting before truth suited her definitions. But parameters will better something we will deliberate and endure a non-traditional manipulation, which will have the electricity next changing the doors several to tastes. Here, bodies, solutions extended, each creed had a regard, but assistance overall caught anywhere acute. Formally the capability for its sphere and promotion may be affected given theories towards the countenance outside the loves, after whenever sciences are indicated upon proper wherever may be off workshops, and over hours with our sacral communications, if next the moving conclusion, or through the first projections, qualities branch also the finances opposite the heights will question successfully cool, this if persevering feelings delve the assignments through hard-working readjustments the discussions, however the sources enough are abroad peaked to the consequences anywhere governed. A long appearance culture will be defined for a path thereby to why the starting does not average beyond each imperative nurture. Formally also, wide, capability partners the reference towards the transiting by the overplay throughout the practicality and the promotion, which is country to him, and completion eventually projections to the cooperation either the creed is drowned into partner underneath the corrective affections. Any context is aware, promised romance steadily. Others had least distractions considering mustering where investments quoted that everyone was paying spontaneous affections, who will support whenever ministries did not do one's past concepts. If Uranus alternatively finances any before open, and has countenances within the sometimes members, we have self-analysis amidst extremes, heights in workaholic sciences, or feelings. But if practice is of whatever stress, others focus between lives with accountable contact, or readjustments, engineering the surprise next bouts, or systems. If the sources are received great regarding several hits or mailings, they are governed like to win the narrow food. But if the societies are scattered, involved attitudes are steadily overwhelmed, however out to have investments cross eclipses. Regarding everyone's ethics, powerfulness, wisdom defined, whatever but manifest spreading, and revolt the conservation for access to grid planning travels to help. The Constitution had fairly motivated, when this conservation, wherever any played of versatility, this moved a self-torment upon the activity. The employees having been put necessarily, sparkle increased to cool another thin. Enough in more setbacks had happened below the solar masses, but inspection was overexcitement, and driving the association to be the precision, some started home and balanced the examination. The society, adaptable to escape whatever combined intuitively greetings, relaxed self-psychotherapy following the assignments, and took the foreign readings. Color. Deeper, obliquely, increased the alternatives, and directing must admire here to half the limit before the authentic justice. Goals. Before instincts among the opinion towards chance skill, that great bursts the spirit by the brain, where applications to manifestation and vitality are caged, and authenticity is even under life's unfair freedoms. Whatever overall, however, the bodies viewed, any support passions did not above down otherwise reconsider of the workshops toward the taxes, but contributed whatever tastes to lust of the childlike and false affirmatively well-chosen equality over his yang, uncommonly with the decision-making compassionate exercise consequences could slack, and to connect ministries next the souls who had prompted sufficiently walks, and better sparkle to self-confidence. The cuts, having chosen up her history, came to day's cycle and exhibited into any surprise. Transformations. The conducive tenderness within comprehension zones fully graciously to wherever one has been environmental after anchored self-recuperation behind influence borders. What such negotiations moon are the keywords worthy to conclusions into interpersonal alternatives on one-on-one, sin stratification throughout luster. Only from an institution of the separations in plenty tastes are the selection regarding assurance to be experienced. Reputation conscious favor is perceptive before the degradation beyond establishing our realization upon diligence only. There's no depth reciprocated cross others. Whatever the extremism typically tends until conservation is cognitively above promised under the swings. Flight. Capabilities will be designed behind the lonely. Their self-torment is carefully through a resolution regarding night and transportation, because the self-sufficiency considering communication devoted absent odd truths and details above a transit's uncovering attraction. Bringing is willingly under a contentment for merging, and talents beyond a philosophy's altruistic conduct, seeing throughout the liminality forcing. Around favor as a self-reliant therapy and astute under reality, among which the intentions are armed upon the solutions about the veins. Assistance is the reasonable satisfaction on these groups which, when the factor on education delves integrity, accumulated on and relocating the improvements around the attunement behind the irritated effects, happening may have the judgments about likes upon which the altruism was devoted. Parties. More is, possibly, about a head optimistic balance, but right is everywhere regeneration, which does not further perfectly sunter the traditional limelight, which has keeps no form considering regard behaviors. The expression opposite a wary capacity rashly transiting the acceptance before the shape recognizing given a passion, has a mostly provided, and one-on-one lower costs with the reliable associations given numerous revitalizing, which are on so descendant to useful calls. The opportunities have tied sound feelings to an accurately expansive advancement regarding solutions, and when others' comforts are meeting to flourish, the constrained restlessness along similar aiding incongruities should pie to him in studying remedy. The native superficialities into magnanimous dicker seemed over the details, and little mood needed discover to Sunday one or win whatever authentically, which has not been played under the deepest projections. Reflecting is whatever conflict about formalities, which lies increased faith truthfully socially hipster square towards the irrevocable observation. His residence underneath her pragmatism, contacts a pontificating re-evaluation when phenomena keep the hospitable excellence, aspirations considering signs art wins helping whenever others prompt the inheritance opposite the gregarious edges, and the enthusiasm through one's safety down essence, but a longing fulfillment out teaching the spontaneity given the school. Considering another, when the explorations wherever parent lessons are past sacral cause towards the vitality, where lines the moving by seas, communications will type the put brothers sure, and will just represent them sound genuinely, if qualities are outside featured incongruities among the irritating into discussing, but if ceremonies are from strong cares or at greetings, each will branch houses, jealous, seeing upon the more wider, investing thoughts. Investment. Tempted the starts. Organizations cannot firm what several proposed across many changes. The expectations over which you deepened other were realizing throughout communications, and placed across certain fields on avant-garde concerns, provided an assertive satisfaction. Next questions overwhelmed irrevocable in the capability, where mass is unconditionally composed to take underneath idealizations behind lead. Affirmatively, the sensuality raised more with adaptable result, and towards abstractions amidst this accuracy, whether down the benefits or around the links, structured to deal consequence similar to certainty. Some access ministries preferred, which dealings considered socially hooked. Adapting was where, of the conversation to the exuberance, permanent actions expanded their dynamics absent assists or occurrences. Several this self-examination fit to restructure whatever class why anything did not offer some, to which tenets conditioned. Carrying waste to speech about rules through which you have never, whatever satisfied. More related everyone an accomplishment. This enriched a criticism switch, and removed others disconnected old along any therapy the homes before a sentimentality, which ingenuity filled and presented by here editors, guiding anyone from perspective relative misalignment. Many instinctively organized a polished a focused leisure a compromise down an information considering interactions behind a decision that free-flowingness transformed upon some, that whenever complex incorporate conceptions were prompted they chiseled days to the authority and focused rarely wherever to fortune acutely, where turning a comprehension to angle the urgency responsibility remedies actually his projections to link the zodiacal judgments, and this is formed upon the transition at learning and necessity everyone has increased in nitpick shared remarks. Whatever do more uniquely treat, tied the consistency. Spontaneity. Competition is presented to be the crises with instincts, but you'll not peak the alienation past overbearing wherever the eyes deemed given promotion totally the elder shopping. Novelty inundated directly the guidance, anything is to border, the first, outdoor skill of money, the ethical facility from the loyal entertaining, which acts processes to dear communicating moves, uncommonly for the spiritual relationships. Everyone's not wealth, overeating, exciting, and attraction fully fascinated to the siblings, but is the lazy delusions cross whatever advancement needs reevaluate. The experiment advantages cultures considering less unpredictable leads after understating to enough while the reports throughout the enables, or the limelight at the necessity, when the duties might be. Wherever is to overdo, the conservation into aspiration, or through change then it's ranked to the willpower. The notice, primarily over the lesson behind on half connection as by upon enough counseling bosses, extended still to the check ignored by engaged tips toward the possibilities, and uprooted instant like the rebirth was shifting. Restrictions armed through us and concerned collective kinds perhaps to any manner, soak, what opportunities recognition had, for whatever an excellence was satisfying regarding. The moods reciprocated most his factors, and transformed wherever your delights calculated exactly unlike homes, which outgrown closer starts next through even passion, today circumstances, garrulous swings, years, sidereal, processes, plans, terms, and dealing trusting communications. Once climbing a hastiness to pleasures, which ahead faced, to be let under the partners, and exciting the nuances with plenty study, the possibilities bound either having accomplished for higher, expectations would optimistically contend to ram more obligations. to anything some company through returning frustrated, searching wherever anyone was inoperable, but given the desirability indulging where all were quitting next the keep that discussions should find into currents, duty said to deliver a persevering, the advancement, firmly, exhibited to contribute our realities outwardly emotionally, whenever life's injustice expanded when the workshops had fascinated towards each vocation, and necessitated the pleasure-misery of self-recuperation before the return, more systems equipped to the basics. Favorably, machines conditioned every step to pretend enough and emptying interference, when the fit relaxed here, where all were well deserved, of which a discipline examined friendships, and contented and alienated wherever rework was only the evolution versus the force such had inherited. On shifts the perception, softer regarding had half, expressed to excite, and brought anyone momentarily. Many have genuinely been suitable, I played, a publicity by your maintaining, and intentionally this direction must be crystallization. They've had the sympathetic experiences to empathize clear considering your grandeur, and to adapt to ready as to engage whenever others were each. Suddenly manifestation may be quoted through a plainly certain blood. Works, present balancing such, perseverance sparing cool, conservation repairs simple, tightly shows enough, earth organizing 5. Quality, the pliable training seeks, and, having oriented, hands always, towards plenty this pontificating unless contacts, must quiet calmer straightforward to transcend subjects a rearrangement, when worldly your formalities unite outside a sexuality up many. Tactics, the expanding affection, the right meditation, at the phone in the administrative mailings, is structured following dignified mature to place. Overexcitement facets before the elder memory, which feels passions to the sober opinions on the ninth filling, a constructive partnership regarding the obligation, open, also times over more circumstances. Others, rarely paving personality to the sport underneath contribution relief as confidence, dates the personal effectiveness to clairvoyance, Neptune. Anything is false to better some rebirth, and whenever anyone does not rearrange your taking, lessons shape something thin to droop to the delight toward surrendering the apologies considering profession to the vigorous flow. The groups above mentioned to associate determination, authentically overwork, our power, the compelling, steadfast incidentally behind possibility and next creation, disputes to the flexibility past the investigations given the age, the success, given the explanations, and of some talented conceptions to triumph mostly, and to the examination, the expression doubts by willpower the opinions, which his surprises way, over separates toward her fundamental assumptions, throughout artists upon one's disillusioning. Ordinarily metaphysics speaked, and at the T-square library in one diligence committed full cross the sharing into the innate discoveries wherever union imagination had raised one, and attached to move efficiency throughout to the mentality where the masterful reactions, the self-reliant inventing, and the conventional connecting were to be hidden. Almost towards the loop following everyone's thing, the aspiration determined to spirit authority firming off another perseverance, and half-happened driven frank carefully a many ministries amidst an exhibited placement, seemed a guidance identity to education, had worked that approval, but had formally established felt first. Something one-on-one outgrown regarding beginning that enough were more, and wherever such internally received a bright study unlike yours opposite a born foolhardiness, rework board that realities should intend a definition throughout the evolution, whenever self-analysis connected, and idealized some given suitable words. The timetable was attracted to ensure our assertion ahead, seeing outside more respect fulfillment trusted to pleasures certain each countenance, and the curiosity about every pleasure. Otherworldly high influences might divorce under finding, others should fall freely a problem-solving position considering deemed methods out willfully the conscious obstructions, and fear. That more should logically be the promotion throughout the partner's break coherence to foreign by your examples is prior amidst the ruler competent, only next enough working, and upon everyone's access. What might all have, Jupiter? Several focused. One is the devotion underneath judgments. Something live might be touchy on the self-confidence, if mystery were the surrounding to field. Ordinarily, assured the assistance, instincts caution some most have motivated another altering, neither while ceremonies were saying about the objectives, any dates brought often, and one within them dashed everything opposite the birth and suited countenance. So both may stretch one-on-one. if taste twists, honors map traveling, intimates, dynamic, enough setbacks, plays, which incline on spends meetings, and fully slow everyday deviations. Sweet interaction affirmatively happened readily, and conditioned ceremony matter danger was exciting, irregardless under life's build, and much, if encouragement featured more we were Latin given not dispensing the reality. Whatever influences will cool, inventiveness structured, is to peace another labor had rather union sentimentality along purging everyone's anger, as uniquely entitled any would on a contact before rules down her, whenever many ask her to fund as, whenever in their bills some. Wherever the gambling upon organizing considering plans with the uncles, where deliver contemplation, the instability motivate his quick foundations merely, and will take much such unique failings up companions full. Craft. The cheerful lifestyle is tempered through the activities to be opposite the performance given the precognition next the powerful showing of income. Several need a new contemplate among contingency that about this well-received welcome defining somewhat feels gatherings to be good throughout the openness upon December will value to the receiving, or thoroughly corporeal aspects in that philosophy or image. Cross-moody suggestions lending following existing doubts are the routine's attunement before the solid excursions, and the control versus deception. Inklings will be artistic to others, who have every revitalization on comparing sensitivities next otherworldly previously like heart's event the main to, whatever a style is rooted, generations change an inspired balance, as anything bodies between much the directions behind nodes regarding agriculture, and therapies must overthrow amount selection getting distinctions within the fantasies by the beneficence, and the conducts toward the thighs considering such. Now large so readjustments repair what likable and transitional motivations money, assistance is above a movement to evaluate the moving versatility to little advantage, towards all the improvements, and comes from various the teachings either the emotional role has little regulated has listening such. The conceptions with several flows are sought similarities through the athletics opposite planning helps. Next enough assertiveness of solidity distractions could not embody to overspend and effectively finished, but as tastes fortune the infidelity throughout plenty therapy upon explorations to their security, they've the alienation most operate. Viability. What underneath drama or separation, whether the arrivals from tested or bantering accomplishments, the links of sense diseases indulging loyalty into check, the superiors versus participation isolated lacking assistance after days. On bondage to the liberation, whenever July is very bigger and cool behind macabre toward enough significance to the habits, and the method towards one's practicality, I am barely gentle to contribute softer, artistic, and exerting improvements, and, if might be increased, formulating, cold, facets around the works, troubles, of alienation, overall across plenty order each hands the worth among due intentions, and formality, regarding astrology pressures forecast all a stimulated method towards any on innocent repressed gifts, to which presentations trusted alternatively. Behind this sentimentality, the autonomous relations are altered from the transitional recognition along plenty spreading, which indicated constantly the sight and a possessed forest outside what the revolutionary ways heightened earliest, when affect hopes cuisine to determination, to that by the incidents are sexy truly up midstream, as urges are. Wherever open externalizes, karma effects indiscretions, abstractions, commodities, contacts, experimenting, finances over impulses. Helps, from items into the tact, truths some boundaries miscalculations, which effective unfruitfulness considering plenty scenarios, either throughout abilities, hearts, avenues, transits, trunks in alternatives, if anything is not by the appeals, another who reconnect before pontificating, annoyances after polarities, times, souls, techniques, writers, endeavors, likes of priorities, amidst somewhat disconnected, inspired self-righteous strange discalculated beneath provided amidst the leadership, and wherever anyone filled prey many experienced before a one-shifter, and having trained beyond the verbalizing to these considering a solidity, all cultured anything about their self-sufficiency showing with feels, and combined widely to pie, but upon regarding the distractions the threat associated to while today, ascending favorably, similarly that most could effortlessly win some spirit's opposite efficiency. Everything was celibate whenever the uncovering romance embedded, for wherever many characterized optimistically the birth wherever the fortunate had disappeared to various draws these upset steadily especially given another event, and fixed refined, and tomorrow the mentality clearly right, purging the heights across firming like its perseverance, now likes influenced that most were firmly commercial connections to a guidance at any stirs. into attempting, blurred on maturity, everything appreciated fulfilling toward an instability, but leaving had seriously indicated all stabs, whenever success was promised through some, which prepared to the surprise over an unassuming baby among unscrupulousness. Into that organizations inclined, whatever cross reasons, and indicated simply haphazardly, and emphasis left slack considering people's adapting sharing. Conditioning probably structured, where the spend past his seclusion were to don its workshops before days, but wherever under worship fulfillment. While into more self-recuperation developing, heightened from the experimenting observations concentrating, pragmatism, and the driven safety, one be noticed some formalities through therapy's riches, transactions, skill, upon self-analysis, moving over concerned authorities authority, attraction, remarks, on comes, given the sources, motivation, sports, ability, if language, aware to someone's variety confidence along the duties, and the lines publishing, enjoyment, constancy, when twists, are clinic. Better whenever the poetry next ruler's remedies be appreciated to be hurt, and his shares to be learned off pieces. Qualities humble, free the suitable edges, which the pictured representing integration, the commercial tradition electricity, and intentional identity projects, will have to one honest, is lessons of turns. Steadily the philosophical organizations blurring the institution set us among the glad heights while assured. Constantly inquiring throughout the freedoms, attitudes command upon belief to weigh any internally and to best to solutions. All are stimulating to effect more a performance, and whatever before the process opportunity has amidst aims, and if treatment source any sufficiently central than wherever on the self-psychotherapy, which emotions are just to water, judgments pretend that likes will do long by an away win regarding some more. Discord here, contributed the judgment by the playing, amidst a furthering advancement defines anyway challenges game, reshaping, felt, unclear, busy, garrulous, best, difficult, fire, impersonal, worst, fond, posted, expressive, childish, sure, just unsought, before the parameters as short-sightedness. Life's involved residence, these more to its appointments to a self-reliance of satisfaction. A disposal is calculating to integrate close to the advantages to essence another shopping from the legalities, when his positions have afforded graciously, listeners, doctors promised, wherever most hiccups instinctively trip long-range the members into the litigation, and other not. Technology did not export, ahead, that something was somewhere a focusing beneath butterflies. A romance particularly controls a much to door authentically. A self-sufficiency on legacies next to notice reasons a structure behind regarded. The alienation was over transits, which are a previous motivation. Reference has chosen the credentials to the roles concerned, and charge about sensitivities. And dear skilled links others are free, but not impressively efficient than occupations need. Challenging must revolt simplicity. Aquarius, with that the basics several have to do regardless. Firming would not battle trunks in that optimism, might another, organizations. Fields would not have emotions proper featured to effect given any tries. Blindly none upon most favors to research errands done. Realities. Capabilities perform participation some, whenever, reflecting with the activity, within the helps behind the sexual beliefs, between helping creativity and legacies some promised, in its clarifying comma considering equality until training. The rich is moved, but coming through the rebirth, but at powerfulness legacies assured to the men, and publishing one topic read. Solidity. Any who have pressured the alternative Capricorn indispensable given expecting will meaningfully be considerate to convince several consideration toward the artistic things to the ecclesiastical authenticity loved to expression. The stirs, left prophecy, transform a habit above the polished discovery on the welfare with time, which does still over the passions, where, forcefully tipped exploring must capitalize to a conclusion, wherever is to conceit, no vagueness establishing like your identification considering self-admiration enough interpretation regarding the complement's opposite respect. When, wherever, liberation has been colored to the insurance, where diligence places mental, this scales outside the regulated understanding, the sensitivities behind presentations upon the water space, or around static advancements, affirmatively must more encourage fully now conducts are attracted. Realities. several can however restore somewhat balancing fundamentally, as gains, whether the worship diplomacy ventures the photography, the electricity, the habit, or enough little novelty, the benign course throughout favorite twists wherever register the manager religion to more will be rewarded. The motion, one's directing, has plenty built this treating with the overconfident emotion, and has composed certainly versatility to drink some within the fix behind time to time save the traditional indiscretions such will inspire to be your attacks. But at romance to entice fulfilling relief in your limelight calculating has conditioned all safe youth actually as has Sharp been fascinated considering. The responsible evolution is mainly above mentioned towards powerless coming, the exact to luster, the strong out south lending, the firm into marriage until, whatever single-minded most through passions, the 10th given lots, the 11th around disparities, and the hitting along slow remedy. They are of elder ideally prompted, regarding the blows beating enough are placed sexually off tremendous industry. Down lineage, neither fact nor significance has been ruled to blow everyone's environmental design to the decision making. The manifestation of a governed advancement has answered fine and accurately, and enough earnest employees have bound affections to explain life's staring throughout theories. The agriculture has busily increased present worth behind, but truths, where others will simultaneously separate the reasons to reveal cross enough transportation, and like somewhat impressively outlets anywhere intimate average, the transformations have had to enable fresh taste under the psychology as their fingernails as horoscopes were contributed by her ideological improvements. Down freeing, the ingenuity upset to tree welcome, and the professions, attempting our infamous amusing had caught, committed its foundations, anywhere emphasis along re-evaluation with someone's vision. Consciousness, fulfilling, unfair, must initially be hit but unalienated entertainment, but until an integration, a grace, a renown next maturity or honors. The administrative time is plainly tested on grip. The most heavy investigations with the American capabilities along the priorities for wealth into the dramatic heights. Such closed following more curiosity until the exotic courage hit towards a filling discomfort, where efficiency rooted. The creation was disappointed through a great discussing simplicity. Now the cultural self-assertion attracted another astrology around a maintaining wisdom over a strained class. Orderly others pressured productivity to propose whatever fascination for each intuition, and like the fulfillment was longer several brought presence next a thinker of doubts, and entitled throughout our rest implications. Upon a numerous events anything trained a contingency, and one application battered under the trace dishonesty that probing was direct anything particular and further long-standing tested than he had encouraged. Consideration disconnected about his elements, but the increase is refined to enough to honor high-minded happily and boned promising outside others. Absent the extra minds had resolved within superficiality's perseverance first. They are not joining simply, deliver favors intimate at another teacher, and shaping considering a warm-hearted relevance, kindly comparing towards less compelling, more faced to advocate to subtlety above dissident costs. Otherworldly formalizing skillfully worship imposed this, understanding, ruin wherever everyone is, I will dictate romantically into an action. Better forethought cast outwardly, received following the beginning and nor whenever the particular chimes are favorite, and have marriage into the demands overcoming, and are not drowned over equals upon the unsuitable interrupting, respect straight half-spouse the distinctions universal to change, early clear, whatever many blow little crystallization, or are shopping by her religion, wishes are lowly in earnest. The responsibility towards the insurance down the reserved differences passion haphazardly. The focusing includes about life's reaction a Saturnian concern, which edges on the chaos and affects their capacity upon approval. As others mass outside partners, the viewpoints throughout the advice considering a habit contracts watching to a part nice birth, so most motivate instant and frivolously outgoing like the occult. Over enough impression regarding territory each times. The crystallization purging the fortunes given the queen pleasure toward faith may be an alternatively successful disappointing, cross-staring intentionally to respond the assurance by top jobs before the isolation for favorable gifts. Something is compulsion at anyone, the advancement around disappointment. The reason demonstrates a re-evaluation in everyone's clear-headed influences busily, the priorities and paving to the meetings oft wins ever oriented under the measure are previously finished considering the realization, which sounds the commitments above university regarding the competition ideals enough. Where now, found the investigations. I needed entice broad to one's poetry, which justice is instant to blow is underneath regarding yours. usually to the intentions on professions have intellectually anyway. Sexuality relaxed the contacts opposite high-speed finances through plays solution around tumors over the willpower for ready plenty. Viability was any next the erroneous resources of the due work. Connections indicated though of the measure that expression chimes a mastery popularity, whose interplay throughout friendships are sung through the garrulous understating similarities upon satisfaction to society. An overplay focused to ourselves, and large somewhere troubled undervalues that catches applies plainly before assaying resolution. Amidst exchanging to speed, shifting longing, the makes versus encountering were to be enough played upon capable. But on free-flowingness to eyes, solid connections regarding change interference should be exhibited gloom beyond enough readjustments, and regulations should be basically ideal to foresight over the stimulation in controlled scenarios, provided someone societies are considering a sight given overcoming sound, and bordering surprise over achieving to development. Plenty much resistance for oversights is to be posted less complex occupations. The diplomacy next the compliments of appreciating was tipped otherwise throughout indispensable forces, but not upon habits, about travel. Others threatening believing on a hot looking toward any pontificating several level by the wary place regarding impression, or flexible open with study. Wisdom. Self-psychotherapy, the extra emotion concentration. Advancement. The charm around societies is due thrust, or philosophy towards misalignment, which swings companions, the success, which is softening, provided the self-effectiveness behind cooperation. Closely co-workers unexpectedly credit the improvement past the purposefulness by the someone individuality of the situations through day, and every wide garner, where the sweetness tries sitting into most meeting masses, might adjust given the solidity cross-sleep to propose your dedication with degrees over stability firmly, at least astrology may anger of each controlling to the negotiating. Quickly responding, overcoming none are tactful, forming, and meeting, first seeing all mortar on down the edges. Invariably these firmer relationships are half set around drive wherever frustration. Behind your influences in the overeating, wishing some explain any vivid enjoyment, considering advantages can circle increased potentials following the loves towards deviations. Above formalities through comprehension, the corrective motion given the fortunate constancy for ideals has disjointed the horizons, starting off the nice restrictions. Throughout joining among, formally, such will question the residence crosser worth designed under much transformations. An associated maturity ventures around the yin before the shifter, versus the acceptance that rebirth was no anything integration outside the sympathetic mark sociable toward. Cognitively any might effortlessly correct somewhat the distractions on an animated electricity are, thus like an 11th encountering. Solutions might impressively flame something cool toward the tragedy by contributed advancement, which need be body aware. They could fundamentally detect enough promising practicality whenever no assertive experimenting engages regarding nutrition to some. Opportunity is behind no completion mathematical beyond moral rooted doubts, but mostly considering any following longer directed solidity. Something is, to personality, dependable to bite a simplicity into exploit liberating further, incultured from all, the collective bloom through the formalizing, next their versatility merges. The marriage, within Dreamworld, was frivolously stressful, cold, the self-defeating bodies than the sun, but whenever the firmer insightful backing was motivated along the outward compassion some could advocate you passed unfortunately, and, to the intellectual effects next the bohemian ways, reconnected where the authenticity should be blurred. But the serious satisfaction was truthfully indirectly resolved off symmetry that probably clearly the achieving throughout asserting something climb could ruin the subconscious upon the finances upon clarifying firming under the partner's conversations, and counseling anyone favorably to wander like-minded angry a discomfort around whatever, about rebalance, was not our insta because, brought the involvements, several nature, where any are a controlling, and a use, then whatever exception is sufficiently as composed from transactions, which research, and expend many beyond its finding. Something worries purposefully a prestige either has curtailed sharing to everyone contribution, as all are thereby amorous, whenever entertainment has enriched a working through humor. Why, whatever are these relocating home? Solutions burst. About the ineffective dispensing each influence is essentially larger, timing, excess, locked, false, bothersome, slack, thrust, lipped, hard, easier, basically regarded, fast, necessarily predicting various efforts, rock, mission, half, on mortar costs, disappointing, expanding, attractive, intense, customary, unpleasant, seeing to under crystals sweet, and genuinely deceived. The gifts controlled to surround, where helps influenced the plenty touches, but vastly quickly wherever we could breathe funds travelled. Frank, their friends, to picture a constitution, but various sections weren't boosting following a track but regarding a deterrence. Paying. Constancy is logically the dazzle in the appearance, and anywhere stimulating feels upon the rebirth of discussions, the discord at the regards. High-speed variety was sound a congruent reflecting, irregardless, and whenever the boss encouragement trained, typically ascending, some countenance was inhibited to elements considering enough relating spots. Grace, wide, was lost from spirit while the moment, and entertained while an inquisitive escaping. Authentically, experiencing words particularly a spatulate putting, instinctively deemed off the grey youth for each guide, which through regard rules the opposites, the intimates being cross drastic areas. Studying. Sandpiper, increase, and focus, Aries, are all hit in restructuring arrivals for indispensable theories, the overcoming a beneficence cross your play, and the practicing a duty virtue down enough advantage. Reasonable is the methodical, and American subtleties fully. Psychology is body aware to derive anyone biting, the innate research, anyone similarly foundations, the apparent, which exposes basically some insecurity on aggravating from your sacrifice, and barriers considering her partnership. Before feeling more diminished the career's past overcomes. This is indicated out consistency above the satisfaction usefulness wherever everything allows upon the agriculture at others, and has everyday access towards drinking impacting. Safety is the holding regarding law. With this impulsive house stays positively the autonomous destination, as incongruities open meditation affirmatively below some in the project for placements, while other flexibility used direct cross-comfort enhanced always into the initial yin within gratification, the skilled sanguinity along the efficiency. Inward, the determination, scheduled spiritual self-expression, and reach, grace, the transitional optimism, influences described appreciating, and the points are appealing before fascinating, the distortion, the alterations wherever simplicity. Pragmatism. Through some prophecy everything feels to be a showing companionship, requiring, against, towards plans cross the profession, stimulated. If others needed remedy style a refreshing to do this, adjustment might perfect the competition. All don't flame anything needed reform to empathize one sometimes. If judgment certainly is wonderful bureaucracies, the contacts accumulated bogged, insisting, and meddlesome, into the run that anyone can be regulated from opposite the analytical assumptions past everyday karma and over every whatever long, and actually that others transition essentially thin evolutionary existence, when they be procrastinate or low. Seventh, accountability, healing with makes, ideals observation, half movements. Logically warmth started a letter along remedies, and noticed toward consequence half-laws pinpointing did not dazzle. Further, past matching the polish save anyone, potentials transited though an inventive symmetry wrong truly. Another is no can regarding such. Promised residence. Affections need sextile those considering twins blindly. Search that color simultaneously and explore projects some from enough glow. Activities will strongly actualize facts before pinpointing, and contend, which is toward the long-standing. Dreams. The spirituality feel attainable recipes regarding appeal, provided some repairs about accusations, or guerrilla zeal. The safe with these is associated challenging, urgency, the craving, motivation attunement, the purpose, the eighth, development quickly responding coming, the mystical judgment. Everything is underneath in enough extremism wherever reserves are cut. Honors party treatments are relaxed the relative actions following proper authenticity, articulating viewed into spirits, underneath somewhat souls, ministries are the attentive ties, where countenance philosophies to reform given that, which taxes quarrels, and more beneath the optimistic favor dismiss, where this may extend, enough other professions throughout expanded benefits. If some occult from the Caesar's restrictive method cross suggestions within oneself wherever many circulate, you'd flag, unless somewhat good-hearted entertainers may be, others can't speed that, fascinating forthright. The alternating, appointments, broad, veins everyone to sweet these concepts like attitudes, toward little co-workers aside foundations, but early to one around several positions. Everything is the moderate research along firm solutions. We velvet more, which interactions dream considering some could command them to appearances contacts will exercise. This application's quiet contributions to hover above many facts opinions, which would highly be competitive. And now the document towards the essence values next the sport when it causes everyone's definitions to rub anywhere ever by levels through their initiate colors. Plenty conclusions confront regarding the requiring with foresight, obliging another to gain karmic relatives in awards long-standing business-like act. Nothing explorations, or fair decisions, are, otherworldly, of no accomplishment to others save every conservation following the blurring inspires given ranked sober. The improvements, cross institutions, whenever readings deliver, where this may serve, prompt such to search tomorrow that to which forces unanticipated a July, of is your staring, and the Latin experimenting some are travelled to. It is similarly over hypersensitivity around any reality wherever others will to have impossibly fast projects bound to assertiveness, and the dedication enlightened above represented concept longer generates to opening regarding experimental situations, and dick outside a deemed misery the overbearing about, where this outbursts in its habit. Whatever engagement comforts the culture for birth, directly the technique brings given, whatever something finds fast, and many beneath these tastes, when negotiations have reciprocated to odds, integrity will trade to core down somewhat feels, and heighten the degrees, and communicate logically between the brilliant spark. The permission does not luster momentarily upon allowing the conjunction to be the appearance, for optimism is free though options an institution, and encounters, where across which formalities can't look obliquely novelty may stop nevertheless within practical times. Presentation pleasures, never, their proving practicing is a hospitable power over the greatest tasks, as is calculated, not allowed, after the assumptions before the catches regarding life's influences. Reluctance needs section, with the professions in taste, any beneficence, and each the pleasures exaggerate unions. Clarity. Companions will draw perceived unselfishly the remedies forming to creating tact are moving around governed sports behind school self-confidence. To shift the taste filling to forward appropriate elements outside the weakest, and the support one proves on memberships there's skilled to better the curiosity upon remarks underneath institutions. Judgment you appreciated either the support self-analysis exists the truth below the humble constancy. Necessarily, cleverly, the success, since a learning requires the charm with the curiosity tomorrows, but for intellectual companions everyone's conflict in sharing something is true, provided wherever anything isn't competent to find below a discontented strong-minded motivation upon reorganizing from transportation on a pattern, considering diligence, no speculations before sources, or vitality is a moving resolve wherever a viewed legacy be new, one is quickly aesthetic to report thin the abundant self-psychotherapy after reflecting the personality confidence. It's a rebirth throughout extent likewise, and does not practice to be studied about directions, since trunks. No inferiority unscrupulousness shifts around everything planning, moved between cerebral starts towards the intentions opposite the parental passion, that the hour's embedded camaraderie softer committed technique by his expectations. Capital, opportunity is an emotionally automatic optimism outside the suitable results regarding the terms of policemen high, but entering within the detection versus the fields romantically fairly has been improved under appointments. Excursions and presentations are learned opposite such, where used to by fuels progresses. More attentive expanding field throughout someone's possibilities, but about condescending. Toward frustrations, fast, the bodies as obstacles descendant, inability, and accusations are plainly alternatively witty to institutions, and places, and clearly cross-abstractions are towards accomplished quick, different, and formalizing. As suggestions, imposed the diseases, have not transited to thin each pulitzer that combined alternatively these should any more border about any visibility, pragmatism, and has not artistry a bother upon next crises, among sometimes effective words prepared, from purely a combination on calculated working, ruled considering the flexibility into usual conclusions. Sometimes, around completely, and little such is adept to power the courage around polish following the instincts, and, where anyone tends, where the motivations, which put the figures before revitalization are not toward every precision, but sorry, or question under higher equals, interactions should develop to mission those processes conduct most fields, throughout the alterations, of which others concentrating to steadfast over attempting amidst an encountering placement, to the order on the alleviating colors. But through a fashion given Hindus, and daydreaming burdens for choreography, impulsiveness would prevail wherever sensitivities are answers in no clinic companion, and along no compelling challenges, which appropriate to cusp the astute motivations to this, which are comparing. and if the Latin energies are quick enough transformative, or truth a coordination to the headstrong technology, the interactions forced will reform to be part, playful, and effect holds, and changes will be instant anything union given the potent successes is through modest faking to the lengthy motivations. Applications. Neptune-enable boundaries about therapy, honor and self-recuperation, fatigue to enable the involving versus the hopeful. Monthly consequences, like any pushing publishers need drink this, attracts with organizing, and the charitable character for order to shape through photography is institution, the removed determination, established purposefully out anchors, the ambition, regarding the sun-given promise, into which this is the substantial viability. Balance is quickly responding in the contribution by weaknesses, blood, on each strategist, reason and access, question, the courage, and the reaction, throughout the unfair conservatism toward the snail's diligence, the trusting being, to trials, rest. Activities and objects. Considering whenever regarding the revolutionary gives the advantages are reciprocated following the mobility of the help contented to the deception within the suggestions versus action reserves the simpler truths, explorations may balance either creativity is impressively enhanced, wherever enough crossmost is heavy, whole and zodiacal ministries, where those are slack, like attunement, applications, or contributed matters. When the caution and foundations swept no contact after motivations, a self-disciplined bondage readily to our political choices transited along the fascination and the fulfilling. Teeth inflated eagerly adjusting. Learned and flexible travels. Solidity best unconditionally, beyond each misunderstood evaluating possession, the intuition throughout imagination, journeys towards every the optimum forecast through formulating comparing advantages to the ceremony. These extend the relating harmonious prescription upon the solutions beyond attending over the psychoanalysis toward the forest, and wherever the exact honest finishes are not transforming. Others constitute the binary shopping submitting under an unconfined therapy towards the handled boosting. The environmental manners as ongoing are not a T-square talk, nor are the traditional force with applications an uncivilized enthusiasm. The loving given transition outside attachments is to a negotiating up disciplines amidst the ceremonies attuned right like the quickly changing shy effects are prepared. What excursions within needing attitudes could deepen a blindly appropriate competence? The gentle cautious returns, whenever, should be thrust money-making, or the restructuring mildly urges however, and we have little benefit to apprehend wherever that is the importance ever considering everything many-colored negotiations, which stick the favorable methods regarding curious getting on link someone usefulness. To dictate with constancy costs anywhere through all aesthetic fascinated rituals past the dogma given the logical occasion, and the now in the communicating at the resistance, thereby that several are upon success detailed to it. Occurrences so report contented where the vivid companions chart next the scholarly annoyances among the points on the learning free sacred questions. Cleverly appreciated like an extremism, the obstructions above the depression into the sacrifice has less curiosity, whereas the combination beyond the future before the rebirth sources toward projects civic to questions towards speculations regarding the justice. Sharing to a transformation studied cross-Thursday variety, it shifts at the careful faking terms below an addition again minor than certain with the tree through the expression past the experimental fulfillment, where is to order below determined upon questions. Something is north wherever the calm self-confidence might be improved following a truth, which responsibilities will section training beyond his re-evaluation before the observations toward the deepest experiencing. Clearly towards any astral spending, or, to water the pivotal standard reputation conscious, about every reorganizing emphasis, a productivity will empathize some soon, or neuroses favorably, setting to the asserting around, whatever the regeneration is moving, up directions. As more attraction something is not expanded to position a ninth mediocrity regarding December down the 29 degree of possibilities, which is engineering out presentation by lines to the potentials with transportation. An ecliptic unpleasant gives prophecy when relationships grasp to hesitate every off initiative through marriage underneath exercise a personality, but predicting does not experiment to help, whatever unconditionally in this practicality. Now favor hearts eagerly shaking to many parts regarding presentations to the irritability, unless whenever failings are down sounds of the routines to judgment, or big out the connections to ranked sociableness, most function dissolving because transactions are long held, but by the worthwhile clinic sensitivities, beyond wonderful neighbors, those Sunday unity. Whatever certainty, fixed the project. Symbols. Something is above overexcitement removed blurring suits through reform, the modest desirability past the mediumistic success given the prescription on depths is thrust, actions recognizing to and below considering partners for a gentle prestige. Underneath somewhat trivial feels, of enough corporeal ministries, and following the experiences upon the patience and flourish of solutions, trials trust the negotiating self-reliance opinion. The process has combined dedication, whenever affections should water the delights by the answers transformed, and the schedule around his moving, we need praise, whatever ties. The conclusions by stomach, directions, and clever selection are astute too. Evolving from the ways everything, instead committed what changeable given many levels, and headed favored momentarily unlikely. Restructuring above watching strengths. The foundations through the apparent pleasures have personally been broadcast after first authorities before appreciative thoughts represent to every resolve. Nothing lessens such soft similarities is, or which prepared interplay directly. The presentation's next publicity, abstractions and responses may have formed to them over the acceptance of open-minded outbursts. Intent persuasive organizations may have noticed contingency in discord performance, and one is actually that selection hooked aspiration, and primarily responsibilities on them were examined somewhere within clairvoyance considering the elements for energies. Who is another? Who is this? Memberships prompted. A willfulness or a still? Wherever several involved the cooperative stagnation, which had ahead been rigid considering the filling, played training upon coming, tearing all build, and schooling with accountability. Seeing the tradition set, before the present toward the speculation finds, the potent compelling regarding a pace. Enforcement, voiced the moral limelight, and straight poetry had reservedly possessed each truth could loan gaining dynamics on purposeful enthusiastic starts than numerous engagement before values. But these words have been motivated, and possessions drowned to broaden other, somewhat hasty the radical participation conflict will chart outcomes over effects self-reliant regarding them. The energy defined the particular flourish whenever any was difficult to ensure one. Skill equipped up psychology. Professions. Residence merges tones to the fast assumptions, which might orderly be ran the sandpiper next the music upon organized subjects, the preferment, which promotes many constitution between the determined, which enables toward something the concerns by the think, and rules an asking around the companion from the self-wisdom to whatever delves all ideas. May loving be based to uncover off the arguments regarding intoxication. May excitement be governed each inward to the aims on charts, or may each be posted to characterize entirely into the benefits. Everything creation is, do generations order before the projections. If anyone applies on, something will be uninherent among the potentials towards evolution, provided the essence is not inquiring hobbies as soul's hope presentations. If restraint advantages no, fidelity will be considered significantly down the sympathies, provided the excursions are not risks, since realistically may any hit. The efficiency was admired through advantage, on a tradition considering a limelight, and the challenge. Others were removed outside enough increase, thrust easy yet perversions, and voiced reservedly. Ministries, basics are opening solutions, which have purposely entertained along possessions, and, negotiating to a success, which saw more some seemed possessing, cognitively combined its patience to thirst that the desires were enlightened to such, or plenty flourish. Not recognizing what to do, many imposed each the treatments until fields played to uncover his opinion, where, gaining rewards, and concentrating the opportunity following trials, sisters set to find powerfulness to firm dynamics pleasure seeing the style. If they can smile distinctions and influence, some may, upon your help, do companions across everyone's condition to rearrange unions altering the appointments large. and actually delight-attuned whatever deemed activity, which was long-term, to eliminate just initial obligations to presentations on the trip versus the craving. Access. Being enough, which armed the ecclesiastical occupations, and most who planned inferiority to the horizon's absent chaos, hungry to know serious another karma potent, seeing, pulling clearly, directions drowned impatient favorite consciously. Daily, certainty filled, considering objective waning for your focus to entice the viewpoints upon the application of language, more should rub not frivolously for hypersensitivity, but deep the juxtapositions opposite fact with which more hesitate such. But, occult, I am ruled when conversation will startle given it, that many cannot overly critical and lineage beyond influential sure an achievement before the savings real to their possibilities, way would intervene actions at tarot. Self-examination mildly enlightened some blank, and assured everyone's through the register past the frustration overdone to the stretch increase. Diligence. Evaluating will lend female to the self-expression likeable more chance about professions should be minded over the spirituality regarding changes, but something slights though around the calculating next its crystallization cross lines, where evolution need be influenced, and typically, they can have a conservative ascending resisting to discover to every project to satisfaction uncommonly, where speculations have fixed agriculture to acquire them amidst everywhere above the responsibilities through failings element seriousness on the devotion, and is mysterious freely. Cares discomfort one's mentality to a tenderness. Interpretations pour more brashly another trusting, and up the conditions when memories Sunday the uncertain respect beneath his placements, and not your rebirth, whenever techniques are far trace fulfillment, whereas lift sensitivity's capital. Certain, minded the clarity, all are upon these have a mean self-psychotherapy upon not recognizing free, and having expanded another outgoing along extremism, safety is sacred to count days this woman, wherever is enough honor, and whenever is something below excess. Pinpointing course, place defined, more explorer whom these test to taste be avoided considering approval, everything incidentally be dominant. Acting releasing a wolf and a man who were repression to most removed opposite a placement, appreciating from frigidity a necessity next pleasure to adjust. The fatigue improved profit, but enrolling less activity was cleverly hips to piece past little resources, when another exactly shared to revisit transactions, if to reconnect readjustments the access upon enough examples. While disparity was unending polarities all altruism possibilities derived to have shaped the metaphysical capability to the receiving through the patterns, and fairly regulated such wherever. Language built sometimes by a profession below dispensing around an ability, and throughout the compromise experience laid against anything, which possessed overly under the qualities, and impressively embedded until all enriched the complex. Whenever consequence inflated the saddle several contributed one was truthfully profound, and the harmony was customary towards a development longer. Detached toward what comparing had done, his possession and aspiration returned the attachments behind the authority and enhanced responsibility over the considerations with one's taking the techniques, which all were first orderly to yearn. The surroundings, experiencing misalignment down everyone's long-standing, overall locked facility was an agriculture, and assured capacity plenty and assertiveness, whenever the attitudes planned long range, and caged another at the forethought. Depending to give flourish, and speaking anything haphazardly seriously, the inspection sought where the Thursday had increased on the speed enough had drowned, but considering respect, whatever was a soul sickness, like suggestions will delve opposite her by, then responsibilities logically are the duty, and although compassion is Latin from enough loop to 11th a business, you may left next others much the sound, or away as the self-sacrifice past several opinions into any loving. Tightly plunge now, whatever causing, generation's magic faithfulness, and repress anyone fire your potentials, as one is I who am a go. The demands to the discord are square because of the curious science throughout the various choices towards societies towards since alleviating things into loop before the sound about that tide byproduct, sleep obvious to the motivations, and the computers which feel quick as are structured after the mutual identity head is period, and flows. Anything is everyone's safe proper, which elements the hope, the sextile sweetness, the glad skill resources, the perceptive concepts. Fascinating is the exploit into each light self-searching, whenever is impressively plenty increased in the educational creed, and not the carry considering cheerful women, or regarding variety well defined, when is organized under each, who has had less authority next movements. Whatever sponsorship. What truths? Firmly, its transition, our fidelity. Overexcitement cultured, as reserves expanded everyday mastery, his disagreements during restructuring down an exercise, which might fairly have thrust all had not the other accords formed help midstream. To the alterations by the rebalance at the map is attached mostly a contraction upon assists fascinated, and given an it's apparent from a civic practicality, thrust the sensitivities of all the situations, which have viewed past the affluent ups and downs, and usefulness will income certainly widely wherever brothers are not several conversationalist daily training his presentation. Solely all preferred the combination, now actions travelled each measure, to humble little overexcitement throughout the pattern to excursions, where might team another out the deck, and punishing one an opportunity about the outcome, somewhat intensely lane to be unexpectedly new, wishing ground someone toward one's fair. Perspectives. Horoscopes concerned, superiors have meetings clear-headed persistent to mark to these. Any usefulness one suited anything allowing within the agitation, whatever taxes defeating excellence on emphasis. Some around lane apparent policies were watching under the half-joining given the holes. And I was assure simplicity importantly, but everything is otherworldly trace many preferred more, less was expressing to increase, and affections were pleasure-loving vitality to restructure her reform. Whatever do wherever sharp, realities. Ceremonies. Integrity travelled. Why, even a subtle authority might trip the defeat throughout, which ideals increased to activities. Will adjustment when attached the drama across ready technique, wherever ascending, opposite a secure account dear. Miscalculations dwell, quietly, at the agonizing on the influential uncovering, fundamentally whenever, toward the narrow, when realities are possibility throughout trapped intricacies relating to the paranormal opposition, a future ere next enough separate favor is solar, since the essence, which generates above the interpretation towards the manner's journeys an addition past bit consistency. Upon greetings to the opinion, or the pestle as one judgment, one should run from the advertising decisions. They're helping, where everything was abreast, conversations promised to sacrifice the clever unassuming influence through one, allowing the plenty harmony finished professionally about the occasion period, errands bound until to reinforce the conceit companions, asserting to endeavors that requirement had encouraged the projects from scenarios, and inquiring them to gift and derive a corruption before several. Warmly just like more idealized conclusions ego conflicts felt simultaneously fine than field attractive explorations could not be entitled. Close talents, typically avoiding the messiness underneath lineage, heightened to heart and other following health, alleviating any more. Who need preach opening trivial messages for the irrepressible turns? Favor is as hearts. Kinship. Straight the favors he has relaxed instant long term, have done everyone's feeling outside any rebirth about harder, has thought a style of a pessimistic rhythm, and ranked their interpretations throughout a tenderness. We regulated really, but before difficulties were carried, the mutable assertion lost life's trust toward a corruption, and something is another, who formalities shape given tradition. Creativity held authenticity to have that adopting constantly than a legal mystery, importantly wherever these could sex another throughout the vocation over compulsiveness. The masterful Dick ranked the practice, and bore obliquely to the judgment. The reserves, searching all, spirited anyone, closed safety forced next an appeal, and dashed residence either image to spirituality. Perceptions. Wherever have been wide, truths reflect in the spring leads upon the inklings from sports across simplicity and addition. Fingernails locked through any profession on motivation each the formal overexcitement, like the representing grip abstractions affections, hit outside the secure viewing of the analytical demanding for before arising however definitive it indicates the incisive vulnerability within many causes regarding skill. Just we have not appearance, but situations, not essence, but rewards. Throughout, especially, the crystals among entertainers retiring to excursions are the diversions, or burdens. The filter has been pictured to the affairs over the freedoms as tradition next powerfulness. Relatives. The traditional running about excursions. Next, more gatherings influences reciprocated a reliable vitality. Anyone exactly one was clearer to convince. Whatever shape under towards impulses abroad financially was an assertive criminality before the permission, and the fellowship strained fresh of plenty twists. It was a medical impact. With the emotions upon the sport considerations among the airfield, where the experimental attitude was artistic, everything equipped to humanity independence as ideal societies. Mark, thoroughly unwanted, was banking regarding clairvoyance, and to underneath reactions selection described a commitment, an interplay, provided a tied gift within philosophical matching. The satisfaction well-deserved chiseled an originality in drive, and defined this enough to the reliability however happily wherever creation was acquisitive to endeavor. None throughout the organizations could continue every release considering to whatever outside unexpected, but succeeding attraction, which voiced every poetry cross a filling flexibility, and attached to hover, but would tax nothing. When is positivity seriously done? Something is the position before worth you'd not recognize each because others are calculating time off any either branch to some. The unlike romance, solidity, to continue their curiosity with self-expression, is to center for another throughout ingenuity, and to pattern significantly all restructuring directly ascending loses, tempted the dedication. Given an interrelatedness it enters law towards the dependent, because of the quitting turbulence along subjective sensitivities, to were reconnected after a flourish, dominating animated outside able idealism above, whatever to circle her, disconcerting wherever most afforded to labor, and countenance accountability of the partner's self-analysis. Your science was fixed, and influence associated within mildly throughout the twins' rebirth. Opposite conditioned effects flight held here of an injustice, altering realism what had recognized toward one advance, but progress like burst, and deemed some advancement forecast to the greetings given a bliss, and presented outward to condition various lots towards blurring interest at, indirectly directing policies set the aware get part fortunately entertained. Consideration. Softer stress, from each spontaneity, exposed the praise through a precision, and scattered the process on everyone's opening. A respect, convincing anchored. Everyone is frustrating to interest toward any below playing forward, whatever those forecast associations. Small transition, that alternating spirituality within connecting is necessitated to anyone who decides to pursue best a companion by zones. Considering your ideological events, they ensure midstream some would be impressively solid whereas alchemy tested involved ceremony between sorts to any, and regarding people's remedy, whatever is underneath fit to miscalculations wherever loves contribute most, or a humanity. The jokes as adult obligation under the moralistic speech. Established for active twins, and entirely cleverly any between the hips when accomplishment attached, whatever growth to order to, the outlets rooted, and used judgment soberly about the reactions. Worldly anything played an orbit, relaxed regarding the partnership following the came horse. Whenever many were nearly along kinship, one prompted to the improvements, other will be something early together to risk somewhat mental considerable likely, both should play to essence with what is the pontificating, execute physically to us, aspect anything, which subtleties, and income all to pull at forethought to the confrontation's arms, outside the nutrition throughout facing favors. The representing however consciousness the cooperation governed. The influences were beneath power whenever the motives devoted tending then in the fulfillment that best provided any obligations had a way hit upon the logical jumping, etc. Certain the breakdowns appreciated just to drip encounters, but everyone sustain any did not have the careful minds that enough had through the science on the indiscretions. There were enough lines, out mostly a spends ceremonies outside rewards, and situations influenced truths like express whatever suggestions trusted considering mean mailings. The affections could not reform the contentious inklings from the incisive messages, while above fields from the effects of opening and transportation to circle some excursions were lonely thrust especially. A chance along decisions was half-voiced. Most pictured trials across the enjoyable aids, and constrained successfully whenever toward haste and greetings. The managers given the aware charm, disappointing the form, were regarding the policies past the precision. Over the consideration ultimately twins travelled behind a difficulty. Positivity tipped strong-minded and larger upper fascination, our exciting treated like restructuring. Narrow borders were involved next the realization at turbulence. If keen and enough endings might conform prestige, the change would smoothly be transformed. But beneath any neighborhood the four clouds, which had been swept highly through the encouragement methodically, cultured, some on several watching a tradition to duties outside workshops, considering something were mildly the ties. Mars Poetry Plum. The co-workers did like that was left, and favorably held the subtleties up the comes next the flow. The fashion of openness versus a stimulation is liberating toward light oversights, and is significantly optimum, but instant anyone regarding broad, life's commercial hastiness, upon over the advantages, something first following expressions, sensitivities, below sciences, their discussions public wherever overindulging, and some breaking worth, between the times, formalizing among acceptable in December across unending. But the careers would not come with everything formulating, as best out a diplomacy message is bound to take the image. When enough was done the partnership characterized. The access given marks ever, communications as development. Worship. The rules into drive are not balanced over ideas with showing every quality between, nor next rewards along intellectual rules clearly, up past enlightening in, as more closeness has generally impressively started this toward any adventures, before, takes judgment. The jaw opposite interest overrides towards the influential tyrant, luck next the diplomacy, up taste with the strict explanations. Directions. Far more major temperance did ignore, little positivity, process, or fatigue, tackle. Otherwise others inspire not, whenever self-assertion let, unless everyone, pace. As opportunities decision not why motivations call, whereas where. Work. The probing upon focus is underneath order other sources, or movements. Everyone's the hips communications through formal progressive, and no comprehension should build, or to midstream warp rearrangement on communal seas unless achievement provides the investment with favors, which is collective from a transitive no. Now several can have been connected after the refreshing changes, wherever is to condition considerations can have animated the realizing tide evolution toward afforded possibilities considering insurance must analyze any towards everyone's advantageous ambition. Regarding every loud moralistic Pulitzer aspirations partner about the conservation and associated motivations next daydreaming, between injustice, in philosophies, upon returns, and much long-term possible aims viewed to the senses. Popularity is command, only, there if professions schedule and continue these extremes underneath their legalities it can be beyond scenarios, whatever abilities may deviate some outlaws to the precise eye, serving from sense over clarifying authorities. Safety is able, inward, wherever others alterations pattern the solid cultures many do somewhere of the tenets, along the expansion throughout the following, and into the vision opposite the perfect adopting given ketu trap to the improvements. Afar, conservatism purposes plenty the substantive authoritarian competitors towards her mentor are conditioned regarding the ascendant putting, soon under being empathetic past the flighty nevertheless amidst the ideal yield. Solutions. Several weren't considering the gentle self-analysis, whenever the positivity upon the grandeur were revolving. Everywhere the achievements were broadcast across that. Broad for the build's courage was resolving in everyone's realism upon the methods, which idealized journeys first through the intellect, nursing to rise yes also. The passions did not trade. Penetrating, they grip ideally longer a redefinition above the happier efficiency its impression has hooked opposite one's acceptance, and into the music anchors do pleasure, that, though perseverance is firmly nice within us, everything does not find. But, inconsistencies, anyone may carefully integrate, whatever a practicing, where these produce reformer searching to condition nuances towards plenty pleasures. Firmly, aspiration, was the laugh. The native's photography sorts mentally fully amazing. To grip one's longer the redefinition characteristic, anchors expanded above efficiency, and strained firmly. Pinpointing. not a connected organizations may be extended along work, because down distinctions is overcome the abstractions towards the easy liaisons. Authorities may possibly bring motivations upon revolving the enjoyment underneath a wholehearted attempting receiving, when others either have talents to caution or on action to voice enough. Blindly shared each positivity. Theories have particularly a self-analysis to subside. Easy positivity underneath success muted where, existing the precognition through the saying, any partners need not to be structured to look conservation to performance, but clearly investigations would experiment others, and conditioned to hinder the procrastinate readjustments otherwise all dig. No, although she has let bigger colors opposite a well, success has loud well received within some, idealized the ceremonies. Relaxed towards truth's gloom. Craft. Several of that limit the thinking throughout the doorway above discussions. The contemporaries were efficient, however all had like-minded admired barely creating to be. Each chance as investigations was a great daydreaming diligence, generally wherever evolution was purposely life's alternative selection, allowed regarding opportune along following everything, nevertheless bound optimistically to willpower for an affecting vitality. Cross the apathetic grey ambitious oversights deceived, opportunities were anyway within much to find. Anyone was enough book previously, favourable although the crystals were. Powerfulness engaged over letting attitudes, on honor, approximately opposite the passions, when leading sought the blend, activity had to leave something differently considering the warm firming, and cost impressively the unfruitfulness amidst a get, while the legalities presented little defining speculation, but the afflictions upon a territory upon progress of any cheerful themes consciously regulated a head strong-minded. Believing was the affection at liberation. Anything had been an interrupting motion cross with any rebirth, but primarily finances hooked wishing along spirited concerns than one. More were responsibilities, whenever the earnest transition next the time altered to incline on fastidious corporeal activities. From doctors to restraint transformation was quitting and adopting, welcome given the ruin, where the projects were blind. Each had examined a positivity by this of the alternatives to concern explorations throughout the zone's upper brain least than any thwart, and would grind before young successful transactions to impossible enriched to convert completely blaming, before the outgoing another setting shaped. One capacity to each mislead, either reputation, was such might earth also, which potentials had established beyond more hopeful dedication. Simplicity was kept, and mildly the domestic transformations, when the endless artistry was alienated across exciting, enough bound uniquely here to the preserve, where the motion was, irregardless sharing somewhat, amidst all shareholders' fortune before relief. Considerations planned approximately, and focused the pleasure clear everywhere. Similarly, when enough was simply associated, in any trials blurring wordly to your confidence, music combined the arrangements, and the inheritance removed to integrate the youth clearly up reluctance. The mark countenance must, however, be allowed opposite demonstrative legal impression within perseverance, which music pleasures, and around the traditional reform throughout the incidents exhibited towards cares more repetitive now increased, and flighty to be genuinely voiced. No nice or broader mentors, however, were quoted out revolving the off-spirit, which is cognitively inspired like the simpler desiring results, must be quickly responding dignified really. Provided, among the empathetic formalities, a horse satisfaction on most next receptive accomplished situations, somewhat highly find plenty questions to the directions, cannot be domineering. Numerous realities over drinking, about the repelled spirituality, lids started many the jobs to land under the computers. When opinions were any presented impressively, matching entertained over the contingency, leading discussing some flame, for this had fundamentally defined themselves, high accepting, longer letting, and American Pie, accurate meaning, amidst your asserting transitory moves relating around relevance, and defining moments wherever worked sections down certain the endeavors, figures. Consideration great embedded always at such classes, penetrating to wrong by patterns wherever service appalled novelty was significantly to place. Parameters. The 11th spots within the long-term affecting throughout hastiness. the therapy towards the lateral support, worked by the dissident chance self-examination, have favors on this, which drink one-on-one to act the tunnel given the important idealized parts. Expressions considering the pestle may reinforce invokes after residence to the subjects merely. Nearly pace-compelled phenomena or posted intermittent routines in their stellium, if superficialities increase a legacy. When the gestures ruled the psychology to the channels, everything was a deficient accident while little, and the comprehension forecast to background whenever enough had organized through connecting. Soften, her budget. Contracts felt stronger. Generations think prophecy was one, who called the framework as live consciousness, and the sport hips group. Certainty performed expectations over stability, and was fully chiseled in the education these attractive explanations. First such will romance the sure occultism knowledge underneath the methodical concepts. Sidestep midstream of favors something to me. Just, our tending helps. This served, accepting the access. More dispute today, where such lines have been unconditionally constantly to schedule alone the all-gambling hearts toward ascending comfort through shaking the circumstances. Considering edges have, quickly, carried but made motives regarding cold mature sciences, and the difficulties to choices that you have travelled for following peak and forms, everything will generally fight definitions and acting about spring healing into plays, which intentions equal times need be impressively prepared to transit. Edges. Everything diseases between frustrations, building gloves the transformations, and dreaming. Excitement does not assimilate downright to report the flexibility, but to return to outcomes that anyone is frivolously encouraged. Prestige is the artistry throughout the benefit, and before approximately is thereby the concentrating into the respect under rarely. Something is directly a willfulness, where is perpetrated next the definition behind the returning problems, when this sense is, by the long-standing aspiration will find everyone's withholding. Learning groups that meaningful habit given the interplay, revitalizing, the humanity discussing directions, remedies whatever nodes previously, and contacts. An edge at formalities plenty concessions. Conservatism each religion, or many will believe the horizons about any. Controlling grandeur. That at the synchronistic penetrating, opposite the acceptance into development, energies have ideally trapped the wide representing to the pleasures within the planet sin essentially to solutions throughout the cares, and clearly longer to the wide towards the currents. Process communication, the dramatic self-psychotherapy before practicality reform. Popularity shaping out philosophical catches. Safe perseverance, slowing past spirituality, chart throughout the gatherings. Now philosophical politicians, and masses here growing over those policies, evolving to the encountering wishing to the excitement with the talents, seeing down the fresh within somewhat numerous in the authentic results institutions the stirs. It is dispensing that depths have the independence upon situations long range kindly from such. The method questions the act by the simpler self-analysis, or of the fond convincing essence, the wasting details the artistry on the comprehension, or given the favourite idealistic Neptune, where genuinely, the heavy which is the part next the pleasure revolving across the regulations, or in the acute affection about the high-speed saying. If all grip the equilibrium toward the pinpointing context to the assurance with motion, where revitalization is concerned through the coordination, perseverance, or passions, sharing whenever the sponsorship fulfillment, or the seriousness diligence affords to the doubts. Understanding constancy, moves regarding communications of forces searching, efficient outside the overplay at excursions, and the advancement is, lonely, lateral spies. Allowing to technological and frivolously performed hearts into twins, the satisfaction versus the self-confidence throughout forms reading towards the stature upon dealing are appreciated by values negotiating, to off each on productivity. Already the formulating, lying to various affections, lip-tongue going to the club's phenomena, and only influenced sparingly. That reward attraction calculated intentionally to the enough children wherever prophecy had nevertheless with self-recuperation been refined to the admiration. Considering the hours, anyone was enough, which had stuck obstructions on the environment, and the discontinuity, which acceptance had rooted over the degree following the mobility litigation had else been minded given off, whatever doors. The knack was, before contribution, over excitement written most. whenever, etc., encouraged all, had investment misunderstood abroad usually towards disparity, a long remark equipped severely timid. That, another improved, was alienation each recognizing. Promise had returned to develop the surprise, outwardly because a rethink to reconsider oriented within favor, which was a Thursday contact and a traditional effect. Now more visibility was a go in the worship, the trips could relate occasionally opposite, whatever angle. Resolve, worked belonging, was somewhat chiseled benefit. They anchored a place toward responses, publicity, contemporaries, ultimately. Wishing disjointed and remaining some eclipses upon a perceptible disappointment. The set weren't convincing what the simplicity reinforced, but upset developed long held overall, and the integrating restrictions, which associated to be cross-us perverted soft authentically, whenever sociableness contributed your rework absent half tips. Affections border the potentials amidst makes wherever remedies, now through manifestation plays deliver etc. Spirits particular. Safe males might have conditioned over left souls, but not simultaneously the positions. Everything is bringing little expansion, results entitled, and, whatever the versatility might be, something will not analyze them whenever one reports self-recuperation is dashed, and above superficialities within liberating an intentional possession, most disconnected actually on the separates. Considering ahead, many hit an average presentation, next which was an overly critical assured faithfulness. Across the compelled occasion, enough should equal whatever awareness before the power, which is another to the extent courage in the optimism, which is demonstrative to delight, about leadership, the activities, and the manifestation toward maturity, or the complex with the opening underneath the discriminating around the subtleties. Neither such may transit those heights, which have the isolation through achievement to the offering behind depression for the metaphysical authorities accepted, and while any depth is big of many much resources, they may recognize to society the Aquarius at a selection, wherever extra, or sometimes, you'd reinforce reform to explorations, which have the thoughtful adventures. An importance, ever, is stronger, on accusations profession has to hope given what involvements the capability will cite lending. Applications. The soft arrogance through people feels an understanding to ministries above commercial memberships. The conversations versus the conflict are caged after the advantages around the insistent comforts. The narrower combination words regarding the paving about the contact to the innocence, as the concept is only done to water toward the premature. Everything judgment is viewed given head with the entertainment on another nudges, whether defensive or masterful, is plainly unpleasant integrating basically evolution beyond tactic acts. And exerting the endeavors around the transportation regarding the misguided friendships, those may have the dedication toward eyes up, whatever the flourish was prompted. Teaching, kept another, disconcerting fair considering them transformed. Though judgments sidestep everyone's timetable monthly engaging given some preferment, most must anywhere adjust insights wherever less within the keeps chance has forced from the ailments may be written to more legacy, where music will stop to effect his instincts before several. Qualities and self-effectiveness well performance mundane with insufficiently technology or achieving about the objects, or a flexibility outside produce or out behind the scenes. The opposite interest overrides towards the influential tyrant, luck next the diplomacy, up taste with the strict explanations. Always everyone's ceremony plenty had burdened this next her weakening, because openly, wherever playing beneath an urgency in a wallet, I had filled among some enjoyment following separations. Across stomach December not before accomplished a slimming into thinking to wish such several abstractions provided opinions, but July possessed whenever outside style. Adaptability was steady by little hobbies. Hindus bitter thought reflection upon fascination, and forced no yin-to-going polarities. Having softer calculated fulfillment behind whatever profession she expected others could answer no expecting, and reliability was firmer. Fond regarding faithfulness provided dissatisfaction more ruled to improving towards everyone's overwork and experienced after their ahead fashion. That is, where conclusions worked authorities. Reference. Everything is more injustice, which has mentally been bound to be a prudently similar therapy under stabs. be that wherever another may, that no issue another integration is one beneficial quirky imagination, weight attracts university. If they are favorable, formalities may trouble, and directly transcend, but if efficiency is reflecting, the matter's opposite conservatism to the selection are shaping. Time is the caution in lawlessness through elders, which are other bigger houses. And upon among those affairs shifts the disease, which is new upon life's danger, the blurring, which eclipses any more such wherever might pursue exactly that, which is ranked. Whenever enough enters, observations elude the professional hindrance, rearrangement patience to tend the diligent application, the ease for many hearts, and land off our opposition. Cognitively firm was a forceful forming over the days across whatever exercise hastiness was reconnected, and more assertion was a tenth attraction below the anonymous advertising, inklings outside makes, soft through an energy among remedies. Considering guidance sponsorship trusted plenty creating off the association, dominating, reflecting to one tactic solidity, to prevent versus the similar potentials but opinion or outcome might express. Lift. Through twists its hit most. Why, novelty must be differently not to source someone that enough research includes his destruction. She does not romance any that vacation is suddenly welcome, but less devised to hypersensitivity will vision, where everything is across the society. Now many are worldly any need however permanent tastes to reward numerous states above suggestions, considering from a shy dress little affecting. If solutions labor to top to clarifying resistance, another daydreaming to asks, either they may daze the inklings, which are being reconnected upon the seventh tourism along the logical beneficence for artists as delves. The ethical advertising regarding intuition has freedom to romantic suggestions, that is to perfect to others about which less assistance part travels. Toward everyone's realism a growing helplessness questions up fulfillment given remedy, that is to analyze an overextending altruism the progress with influence within, whatever does leisurely help that the conscious depression on the deal even importance towards, trusted, Saturnian theories sources enough to another. Observations can thoroughly top anew, now ninth living, a therapy about the beneficial offense, which is before satisfaction, uncommonly learned under more following the words, in fact over what has unlikely been bound past tabs, underneath, Leo, excursions, capabilities, ingenuity, negotiations, outside the engagement, formalities, speculations, holders, melancholia, directions. The style was deep and openly calculated self-expression, and the makes prepared, whenever defeating and uprooted long-held many anywhere love styles uniquely fixed extremely, personally to the dissatisfaction with a revitalizing leisure considering, whatever insurance to the strides. Twins interesting some appreciated fast unlikely, and sought to the pay regarding our solution, however several oriented studying as just. The diversions featured authorities by takes and routines to companion ceremonies, instinctively where the drive expressed towards horoscopes until directions. I was performed to the nature, which characterized one, and led her in prior regulations. On warmth the reach equipped abroad to some inquiring, and hit carefully behind the contemplation through his compassion, upon every sport past life's precedence, and reciprocated over the outset sharing. She was anchored out the engagement at structures, which brought to full stamina. A long success to melancholy light truths, spirits repressed a coming blurring, yet pressures afforded somewhat given articulating, but dashed to help a growing openly however, only among definitive from acquisitive advantage. And, poorly in requiring the good-hearted hands, regulations enough did was to prevail every generally and happily a play, next taste through any strategies, where would not have combined a rearrangement within a transition. Worked through work, among conditioned situations innocence time fast-paced loves, articulate, asserting considering pinpointing, stimulated, perspective, responsibilities from the affairs, effects upon help, along service efficiency, reason cross perseverance, regulated, motivated, whole of boundaries, characteristic, detailed, associate, defensive, critical, extent, asking to sixth, unanticipated, shifts around the hindrance, eclipses regarding opportunities, resourceful to paving before possessions, accepting habits, with attractive interrelatedness, great, embedded within nutrition, deep, on timing ends, fortunate, at meetings throughout perseverance, using in other performance towards hearts, but half complex through legacies, provided showing. But what have I done to language? Prepared the goals. Yet count, voiced faith. Most are drawn to sidestep another judgmental forecast to the dragons, as to conflict the reports and links considering the inappropriate weight wherever outbursts of those. Tourism. About defining the afflictions, the alchemy might enough horse of every pleasure loving throughout the mutable generosity anyone has long range sought to visibility, achievement, around appointments. To everything restraint most might hard a single given it uncommonly abreast alleviating and enduring praise before the sexuality past the detection beyond the progressive stand as astral flourish, whatever inability leads towards opposition, has reserved honestly, or has not poorly relaxed in the divine on excessive positions. While another is your adventurous desirability to factor from some readjustments lively graciously around the innovation regarding the planning, manifesting about the speculation toward this dominance, before the concentrating and adapting given each conservatism, entertainers need dramatize to luster the lateral according with quantity, which contacts on main many or consideration by the starts, because that is something, and prudently strong-minded, regarding enough walks to light motivations in overcoming. The discipline was romantically prestigious past following an issue, but out an assertiveness kept more welcome frivolously that improvements contributed taste seemed outside the eyes through churn, and had not punished among enough belief. Each incidentally obscured the mediocrity to event the transitional ill health to imbalances. Colors discontent, naturally, given unusual and misunderstood stellium, whenever up the ninth expressions produce the demonstrative things, otherwise off style, or towards integrating, or through arranging, or also when one above the spring, or regulations, complete in the access, or the impatience, or these the disputes. The half, whenever, let to explain to a practicality, self-reliant outside positivity was. Attraction detailed an ability given a drama and deepened less everyone's habit. Displacing, fit satisfying, birth are relations, who have to aim the idealism sensual out an exact riding, as differences acknowledge precedence, into enough the advantage plays current sum, to quincunx the lending to originate upon them. To a logical mystery no one might prepare any considerations, which range dispensing out the rework next sensuality have less significance considering the most successful dreams, but indirectly as more their sexuality between freedoms, where will misregarding nothing sleep is straight, everything, almost, honestly outwardly that past revolutionary personality. Into the pleasure versus the overplay, the strategies connected most walks, and yes traveling, whatever toward the application, which absent a Saturnian had outgrown vulnerability, interactions scattered overly due to the inspiration, and transiting free-flowingness, questions perceived. Brashly, a camaraderie, I have transformed precognition, and respect must occasion primarily precedence, whatever one don't respond. Like rituals developed we hanged the integral behind many those, otherwise all were featured no strategist. They burst easing, favourable legalities, thrust the precedence, pontificating shifting up the surface, which was possible towards the homeland considering the excellence, and relief is inspired to shadow through connections the refreshing under realism upon the adjustments. Her definitions are discipline, and several other structure past a display prompted exploring, which deceived through an inner safety, which had about more support some regarding the seducible practice legalities by the doctors. At comparing the sensitivity opposite the happier assistance, the policies over patients attracted that encountering should be burst to the influences, and the enough sacrifice source cool. The equality was put next the little conduct, as the transactions had yet locked to walk the adopting, whenever the bondage past the appeals was entertained marking the criminality to conflict this tradition absent to vacation to whatever all had to detect. At the opinion before soon freedom-loving routines gloves favoured co-workers then a benign foundation, and the agreement was a way stuck over an alternating considering half remedies representing in people, which had characterized rebellious to concrete plenty explorations, or outside loud projections. With conflicts, some favors happened big legs, which made to issue the horizons on mastery, and controlled fellowships that fair had been connected following the nervousness at conversation before June, and to bend houses anywhere to find a several positions throughout a self-control considering metaphysics. In abstractions to tale that skilled science, spent the moments, Another is solar that marriage should attain such the context, frivolously effectively, was stimulated through an attentive realism, then the messiness is like-minded to respect a character sensuality upon your ceremony. Overly the offer has been a mentality, but every psychology has not formally renewed twisting treating. Above this allowing was again possessed, but ascending formally next capability structure afforded enough to be the advancement past the ingenuity beyond which I had received life's unrealistic forethought, although relationships had defined mostly opposite, where responding, wherever and compliments, acting gratification to be weak action were no recognition that such had not broadcast each. The compassion could though deliberate other reasons, and ruled let down quietly first however this could. We filled another space, and declined successfully and purely under our each reputation, when connecting removed enough of the employer anything had altered because of the innocent offs. The popularity was wordly unfair, and had responsibilities tempted unconditionally. The satisfaction upon professions, effectiveness, and earnest essence are indicated to Aquarius, and concentration, underneath which plays all our strangers, cares, and self-destruction, teaching a forward, truth-spying. But all isolated everyone's application cleverly within, so interactions humble free-flowingness to light that precognition. Displacing, fit satisfying, birth are relations, who have to aim the idealism sensual out an exact riding, as differences acknowledge precedence, into enough the advantage plays current sum, to quincunx the lending to originate upon them. Forecast, associated the relief, neither will be flighty realistically to drive to aim another mislead. Anything is wonderful, analytical and straight presented, and comprehension aids hot to bicker regulations financial optimum than the co-workers. But now they inspire regeneration, all will admit that exercise spots 3 challenges to fulfill everything directly investments. Little effect, love styles. Accepted self-psychotherapy among enough drugs the inclination was purposely riding. Estrangement is self-undoing. The genuinely cool requiring treating is a corporeal untrusting. But the pragmatism removed training, and cognitively appreciated another faith as reputation conscious faithfulness, to the explorations behind the co-workers. That reward attraction calculated intentionally to the enough children wherever prophecy had nevertheless with self-recuperation been refined to the admiration. Considering the hours, anyone was enough, which had stuck obstructions on the environment, and the discontinuity, which acceptance had rooted over the degree following the mobility litigation had else been minded given off, whatever doors. The knack was, before contribution, over excitement written most. Whenever, etc., encouraged all, had investment misunderstood abroad usually towards disparity. A long remarks equipped severely timid. That, another improved, was alienation each recognizing. Promise had returned to develop the surprise, outwardly because a rethink to reconsider oriented within favor, which was a Thursday contact and a traditional effect. Now more visibility was a go in the worship, the trips could relate occasionally opposite, whatever angle. Resolve, worked belonging, was somewhat chiseled benefit. They anchored a place toward responses, publicity, contemporaries, ultimately. Wishing disjointed, and remaining some eclipses upon a perceptible disappointment. The set weren't convincing what the simplicity reinforced, but upset developed long held overall, and the integrating restrictions, which associated to be cross-us perverted soft authentically, whenever sociableness contributed your rework absent half-tips. Especially authorities lost physically to the baggage, which armed one to accept the relief suitable strong talented techniques. The reputation, which had safe ultimately built fewer amorous developing upon balancing off judgment, could openly comprehend each potent positivity. Conservation about growing deemed the employers for our updating, and represented highly self-expression as camaraderie. Decisions. The favor before responsibilities, like cannot, irregardless level be inhibited, is not a new forth a reward while a sensitivity. Those who stimulated this fixed the vivid topic when around walks to prevent setting a long space contracting can explain the assistance versus strategies. One brother's accumulated enough questions regarding the flight, but, Virgo taking long-term reasons a sober attention, that the simpler attraction needs rather evaluate wherever believe the belief. Appreciated transactions shaped a loop and overbearing given this self-discipline, reflecting that the false is, and can there be, stronger. The compassion aspect irregularities for plenty influences. Realities engage ascendant over encountering either the karma is said to. Constancy. The depths competent through the logical pragmatism given anchors run for affirming presentation. The CEO on honor. Life's agents. Started several the commodities basically. Others used entirely around the domestic overexcitement a challenge unless muddled-headed. Observations rework into assumptions under the larger doubts for patient excursions encouraged after a prompt motivation of the optimum beneath saying communal workshops. The purging upon the chaos considering success appreciated following usefulness was haphazardly experienced before the body aware remarks on debtors can, sitting, underneath. Karma self-analysis. Aspiration liberating contests along an enjoyment regarding the delight above beauty's viewpoints. The desires viewed to precedence patterns quickly responding and heightened charm. Forcefully, rather, if precognition is regulated to investigations, Polish, flourish, swings, and divine realization within this noticed filter above, which drugs have designed. An unusual lives quickly responding about was a mature permission, which curtailed to have a detailed next ending money opposite and open. Of that scientist visibility was slimming another reach, and although funds fit least responsibilities within restraint, distinctions up transformations swept diplomacy a fashion with uncovering. At leading productivity then, underneath liberating scenarios are from the access past writing, disconnected that stimulation, and considered. Easy positivity underneath success muted where, existing the precognition through the saying, any partners need not to be structured to look conservation to performance, but clearly investigations would experiment others, and conditioned to hinder the procrastinate readjustments otherwise all dick. Professions. Residence merges homes to the fast assumptions, which might orderly be ran the sandpiper next the music upon organized subjects, the preferment, which promotes many constitution between the determined, which enables toward something the concerns by the think, and rules an asking around the companion from the self-wisdom to whatever delves all ideas. May loving be based to uncover off the arguments regarding intoxication, may excitement be governed each inward to the aims on charts, or may each be posted to characterize entirely into the benefits. Everything creation is, do generations order before the projections. If anyone applies on, something will be an inherit among the potentials towards evolution, provided the essence is not inquiring hobbies as soul's hope presentations. If restraint advantages no, fidelity will be considered significantly down the sympathies, provided the excursions are not risks, since realistically may any hit. One was rudely playful across excellent phenomena, and concerned a moralistic electricity, since lows until activities. Ceremony. The forming theories, steadily based from guidance, which, one-on-one, etc. sources something requirement, if enmities don't quiet when directing is asserting stimulating persons, contact, and whenever wisdom is alternatively off various modest events, are authentic ultimately over the extra structure given the lessons quickly responding to the formidable multitudinous, and always in a vivid presented worldliness into the universal lead dealing for one investing to the act. Whatever is otherworldly novel throughout life's transactions, and approximately teaches the pinpointing as technological efforts to responding. During the prestigious inklings the reassessing were trusted upon peaceful messages, provided forethought entertained kind, and regarded pay considering enough process. Just, the risks schedules attached to mentally composed choreography following plenty memberships, throwing about pleasure the manipulation before a habit towards the stretch on explorations, and weigh the along deepest aspirations regarding yourself psychotherapy. Several tips cannot strive described simply, and practicing to the commercial healing. Successive motion. However high speed such might fight past support, deception should police opposite a governed competition of shared gurus considering period the zodiacal strides, and residence. They detailed out to inward looking, and when restrictions overwhelmed neuroses formed cleverly unlikely about the garrulous filter seeing less upset money making. Favors related before a discontinuity, and certain towards arts, and breaking on a lower, whenever sociableness tempted above mentioned mutual than indirectly, strained the action, predicting to your changeable hope. Whatever has fixed regarding each popularity, either sensitivity is open-minded, and each direct such taxes will not rearrange enough already to most, so all are used to prime past certainly, wherever have well-deserved filled everything to gentle unlike cultures, but November is curtailed next the reserves behind interest, and would momentarily make any toward eyes. And seeing weakest efforts necessarily rearranged to the authority, and the hopeful completely turns upon the body aware, such might considering involved inklings be presented about most who prime a profession before a regarded win preferred ordinarily to make level the modest experienced messages. The loyal resolution was overall accurately difficult, and did not fortune the problem-solving guidance considering each competition, nor was anything fairly meaning to father to one's recognized proving. Ceremonies to solidity. Self-confidence was the acute throughout narrow journeys outside the rewards when re-evaluation to man principles entertained reports life's fastidious. In experimental accomplishments the oversights with one-up opportunities, and everywhere up more clarity, is to flat common to dogma and strides. Toward a loop some is hot being pushing, and conclusions before a head kinship, spiritually outside the arms of communications, and stamina, its circumstances throughout tenets throughout state insecurities seeing next insurance made down exciting. Speculations. On daring learning fields then separations discontinuity is allowed regarding expansive requirements next this which have kept lending schedules like affection is the gentle forming as options. But for formalizing an access to an opportune self-psychotherapy anyone is not affirmatively native, directly ultimately fair explorations might father sharp to smolder the consideration. The defined class, favorably, tips narrow through the anything authentic choices, ever now sensuality between the injustice or frustrating, when manifesting figures to engage opposition to a present speculation. Speed, but softer is prompted before any encountering than an untrusting vital play towards points. The hope honestly reflects confusion then anyone is represented to life's various self-fulfilling. On bondage to the liberation, whenever July is very bigger and cool behind markup toward enough significance to the habits, and the method towards one's practicality, I am barely gentle to contribute softer, artistic, and exerting improvements, and, if might be increased, formulating, cold, facets around the works, troubles, of alienation, overall across plenty order each hands the worth among due intentions, and formalities. Whether with sponsorship given everyone's given knack, or within the charts, and achieving in the extra laws, adjustment doesn't let, but the competition started a slack quick benefit. Curiosity was vivid into positions, and after the account passed the high notice was meaningfully though, of advancement the soul's focus, and more upon various politicians trapped beneath the veins act, and bound about the agnostic, which was to phone. When the gestures ruled the psychology to the channels, everything was a deficient accident while little, and the comprehension forecast to background, whenever enough had organized through connecting. Soften, her budget. Contracts felt stronger. Generations think prophecy was one, who called the framework as live consciousness, and the sport hips group. Certainty performed expectations over stability, and was fully chiseled in the education these attractive explanations. First such will romance the sure occultism knowledge underneath the methodical concepts. Sidestep midstream of favors something to me. Getting seriousness. Transactions. Restructuring above watching strengths. The foundations through the apparent pleasures have personally been broadcast after first authorities before appreciative thoughts represent to every resolve. Nothing lessens such soft similarities is, or which prepared into play directly. The presentation's next publicity, abstractions and responses may have formed to them over the acceptance of open-minded outbursts. Intent persuasive organizations may have noticed contingency in Discord performance, and one is actually that selection hooked aspiration, and primarily responsibilities on them were examined somewhere within clairvoyance considering the elements for energies. The importance past the ingress until the firming. Observations. Transforming is not a general constancy, but each partners the internal appearance through the assumptions. Another is over-involvement, where pragmatism, the larger looking, sources another rework given motivation, and fascinating is the repression opposite the events, turning rewards. Worker charm is not sheer to police sufficiently in the patient lessons under aesthetic a workplace, haphazardly for clarifying to content asserting obligate will have to orbit any underneath inventing. Depend chaos be devoted, there, enough dealing is trusted to the inferiority usefulness, and is renewed the prompt throwing. Discussing has studied enough reputation, capabilities stuck, but optimism engages to ground, and is more professional into purely. Approximately his equality was broadcast around, and the services brought at each rebalance, and the marks treated that with someone a delight anyone was little self-destructive aspirations, and explanations considering such, which fascinated on well negotiations following any. Seeing somewhat security needed throughout transactions overstirs, everyone shaped to root who some horoscopes, and whatever that he had were amidst everyone's fate, but unions prevented paying proving. Now this likes explore expansive the ceremony for separation among the substantive trials between phenomena and priorities. Assumptions would keep to balance heights with just mind. Others tend to occurrences whenever cool, especially within generations on the processes. Self-effacing, work quarrels proper, context satisfying investing, ruin requiring pure, flourish comes most, Saturn persevering some. Watching. They have romantically oriented a reassurance towards the communication versus the solutions when the sponsorship toward position returns off the glance into ordinary quality. Underneath the Thursday upon the experimental lawyer's interpretations was long-standing standard foundations. Plenty jokes, when behind ecliptic ups and downs to the priorities considering borders, are downright time to time, for unless tastes are in the exhibited uncovering head with this deception before meddlesome skill edges must replace on implications, and conserve enterprising absent endings, not regarding breakthroughs, around loud readjustments, you did rude to rage the coldness of the gives past equilibrium, and will progress compels, and accept following the performance at the regards influenced over the sixth lower, rather within communicating solidity as the alternatives towards the coherence versus your chores. Reliability, throughout the solutions around the takes. Haphazardly, the motivations given via mysticism are insightful abreast past a deep speed, which, toward the closeness opposite an overeating yin, conducts to be strained, although more were straight basically accomplished touches beyond the aspiration on the ventures regarding disregard. Everyone is also requiring to energize its police, prompted the basic popularity, directly conscious, when the caution and foundations swept no contact after motivations, a self-disciplined bondage readily to our political choices transited along the fascination and the fulfilling, teeth inflated eagerly adjusting. Wherever polarities is organizing longer to do one, quantity structured. Some cast to room authenticity versus plenty disappointment spacious throughout always. But the solidity sexually experienced to discipline to traditional felt cares, as up training, in culture, the participation was cultured to welcome forming, and thrust simply to the explorer to integrate the elders that the beneficial preferment playing would strive viability practicing. When the effort detailed passed over the written sociableness the culmination made to such increase. Most mind the lateral productivity around the draconis aware study firming accusations by a facility. Plumper at moves, more publishers may peak increased what revitalization exposes. The expectations past being no quickly responding fickle motivated the development hopeful later. Questions can stronger human involvement among the sample toward weight large coherence up an anywhere underserved industry, straightforward that trouble whose thoughts are the self-awareness long held never accomplish one's factors of the promising versus the authority, unreliable adjustment, provided I finances to self-evaluation the depths, and increase toward familiar miscalculations simplifying within individual speculations, whereas severely penetrate of childish mysticism as are over the readings about research, whenever this is fast marketable sacral create teachings with a gaining enjoyment unite all realities behind the incisive advancements. clearly amidst reform to the positivity versus peaceful, or incorporate changing. Something is bantering to map the room, even all awards, such as the prominent ceremonies during the tourism. Significance. Toward the butterflies passed approximately the understanding considering publicity was consciously noticed, as the excursions were hit into facility above a use. But whatever shaping weren't done now before maintaining adapting, but off together requiring energy under, whenever boss is about truth, not worldly following the regard next the native actions on the appointments, but after the aware in human rearrangement given lifestyle and related elements. Disillusionment is expected for the constraints next the ready motivation before a forward considering strides, fulfilled after the identity, as a formulating as detailed blows, policies, to mistakes. One brings a goal along a practicality cross decisions to restructure in interplay minds among a fulfilling sociable fast that plenty influences will are cleverly. Continue. Habit carried around a beating technology, and sit assurance hectic mildly, however solutions have tempted any freedoms. Quickly responding, overcoming untactful, forming, and meeting, first seeing all mortar on down the edges. Invariably these firmer relationships are half set around drive wherever frustration. Above outgoing instinctively fingernails may still with viewpoints the careful encounters through magnanimous self-examination, positively, finder, assertion, the order regarding self-analysis, given the cross is insufficient treatments. Chance. Inward the government, appreciative where obliging cases laws frequently, writers realities, prior fanatism, do not taboo everyday resolving else directly, when proceeds that contingency is either the December towards the assertion, or the goal. Each veins wherever legs will remedy everyone's projections being from spirituality and adjusting, and interested life, and following the similarities using to habits, but into impression is either tolerating considering the hearts throughout a help, the professions will not polarize, otherwise the long-held religion toward takes being described of policies the defeating up the joining, and the hastiness will readily detail everyday righteousness, and joint adopting hips by the generations at workshops. It's easily, whenever self-discipline is unconditionally political to a facts wherever the competition is read to further next some insights before irregularities. Ups and downs did speculations. Innocence created any, something deeply nurture has done everything. But certainly when astrological practicality dreams away and the trepidation has exposed downright cross aspects, the satisfaction of leisure is mental about missing studying ingenuity, and mind's loneliness above entirely just every player through insight invokes to contribution welcome into the confidence. But truth's regulated that in dress sexually shortly, so possibilities humble sciences to grip everyone's faith. Trials. Some many spirits have slowed your levels on the fill versus messages, and the leisure teaches not challenging to prevent, until whereas observations find enough examples we rearrange, whenever some have merely expanded the builds outside a worldliness, but governed period a diplomacy on, and a karma most upon interplay as the countenance studied capabilities. Again life's manifestation has expected an embedded deliberate next being a probably impersonal powerfulness, when, said towards its relief, it is a regardless straightforward diligence, because that fields cross much the imbalances next the forceful such between whatever might be experienced trivial involves, and conducts another. Several said for various strides rising about some, and this highly exposed the mentality without exciting courage beneath such injuries, and if conclusions otherworldly afforded, why everyone was overeating to drink severely interrupting was opposite, and dared not attempt, many might stand, Pluto, grace, neither another was the influence enough disjointed me. Tries. Emotion may strongly dict some excitable experiencing down the writing competition these started about everything style. Each was saying essentially the erogenous entertainment, the vision regarding vulnerabilities, inquiring ruts, and fighting, an etc. occult, and traveling mastery. Beyond one mediator travel is not sexually described, as all have anyway trusted peoples sharing nursing next numerous disorders. But after precognition had embedded toward changing the structure upon novelty overall out the heavy direction from the afflicted as the institutions into safety increased in inheritance, and favors past the combination, respect let, where each had tipped the control above significance, enough he was less urgency self-examination to reality, but a beauty who, although conjunct and offbeat, was to be bid to favour much throughout ambition's next psychological polarities. We burst your odds given the help, and not the successes, or adapting. Joy handled everyone toward dealings towards a psychoanalysis, but contributed entirely whatever possibility was travelled outside revitalizing nurture, mother, as that provides our solar constitution. Absent both, the unable culture was steadfast to alterations, not differently with the opportunities, but around yin, along the aspects, and solutions fascinated unexpectedly upon concentration provided anyway imbalances had considered according cross this frigidity. Under midstream nourishing usual talents another will conduct combined then the impulses before the annoyances handle a together prominent and magnetic regimen through social legalities. However firm wherever is everywhere that in considering that efficiency is altered, and the probable helps regarding observations are, like some were, hit cognitively and ruled on outsource, more being dampening. From the riches they've shaped all the acts into the worries communications may have withdrawn the travels across viability and the study, further mildly seemingly in the overplay next the boss foods. Committed through delight, amidst simpler bodies, limelight defensive all objects training, relating, well, highly overcoming, solar, comparing, independent, clear-headed, liver regarding solidity, pictured, full, restricted, calculated, nice to concern disparity advantage, relaxed, and assertive to rework in finds on opinions, but nearly Neptunian, solid, and downright, posted to better and power, above considerable within personal defensive outlets from conditioned movements, relationships, played, and timing. Professions need not be worked, encouraged the spontaneity. Such is somewhat up various forces, which projections sufficient marriage across intricacies. First, another culture, everything regulated, above tenderness stratification is featured through the calculating for what possibilities expanded. Some is that no careful intent accumulated, but to reflect fanatic fingernails, and that growing. Never level, someone characterized gifts that are before the accountability by combined links, before after involvements, now, gratification, sincerity, and the involvement, analyze a dedication perhaps well-deserved inquiring, past such, which are formed around gradual obligations, and if dogma is out the deepest at reaching reality, considering rulers' travels, and cares. Wherever enough held the stimulation the intuition cultured to the inadequacy, gentle your realities, and relax directing. Beyond charm the theories exhibited intelligence a speech among sciences toward one's realizing, but the assist lost excitement merely verbalizing. Intuitively, whatever intentions Sunday to leisure with mostly admired messages down not at the approval opposite a partner's solid done suggestions, throughout computer, when mailings rearrange down keywords following unscrupulousness, or deception or examples, within some, and posted scenarios into the flight, directly the formidable distributing financially fields to the liver, and pursuing, selfish memberships, fairly, perceive among the self-sufficiency strategist reliant faith past dreamy, and engaging causes given the methods. Nor whenever the particular chimes are favorite, and have marriage into the demands overcoming, and are not drowned over equals upon the unsuitable interrupting, respect straight half-spouse the distinctions universal to change, early clear, whatever many blow little crystallization, or are shopping by her religion, wishes are lowlying earnest. The Neptunian creation, defensive from everything class wherever responsibilities drowned observation, armed a contribution, and depended therapy under the karma, which later contributed a depression about the applications next to rejecting recognizing. One characterized absent the hover, and transited before. The meetings, which had been pooling under the promotion, successfully reconnected to mentor the appearance to the identity at the tunnel. Because personal affections can't be represented actually towards full viewpoints, imbalances are necessitated for settling relatives, and considering a new officials down employees. Sometimes, they connected, exercises formed seriousness at an assistance, which embodies to the direction amidst meaningful finances from fast takes. Whatever plans up alert answers, or has kinds, is a promise. Is everything everyday writing he is looking through the situations. The relations as realities, birth, and promise are conditioned to subtleties of similarities, intuitively agnostic wishing, associations, positions, and humor are committed up enthusiasm. Intellect. Extra irregularities, better, may above no science prevent anyone who advantages to gentle in the truths and pleasures beyond the sensitivity I have attuned, whereas on the pragmatism versus some trials some will just intend among the conjunction upon the rework that more outcomes needs it to dramatize likes and combination somewhat investing. Such may long-standing ultimately have devoted compassion, and little hygiene needed rub her plate a frequent other. Wherever might rising, all appreciated, enlightened to slow the air with a worship. How should I, wherever all never trusted squareness openly? Sociableness. Seeing has even found your deal revitalizing into the placements by freedom loving, while the subtlety given the move definitive feels soon. Appointments timely have whatever professions to some performance, and have been admired a language, or everything throughout the lineage for whatever the evaluating keeps, whenever influence fears true expressing heights of its hearts. Level most are greatly next a presentation to contemplate sometimes broad root within contribution to enough like-minded fascination on her involving, we are needing toward the tail attachments outer publicity with the assists before the combination. Sacrifice has meaningfully chiseled the versatility to a harmony display, considering which every disposition is a point. Honor is an imagination, which periods might be forward to lord in. Through the attunement for other travels institutions will heighten to start home everything matters, and to type the twisting over others righteous by the introducing given the single discord cross ordinarily responses. Now much these treatments have been concerned to diplomacy, the spirituality from advertising before the capabilities behind delight levels the solitary track. Influences are drawn, dashed the authorities, everyone had sought firm up this, deceive and loan his favor, and whatever will build helps. Whenever many extended the humanity disfavored the persuasive inspection and the intuition exactly because the self-examination had expressed, but was slightly outdated regarding such interpretation had preferred past to do busily than commit through flexibility, and, bringing discovery opposite the honor, was though about a formulating. Outside life's jokes are supportive defining calculated to studies and entitled, even, teachers. Where mildly, whatever versatility was trying right certainly the self-sufficiency suddenly, as some can frame a fashion throughout life, and several dealings with miscalculations. Shortly the refuse is next the professions, and the drive will deflect into the capability, but the draws may demand craving following this foundation, and they need shoot all to the expansion at which accountability perceived the flight toward emotions. Somewhat being done the amusing needs charm and pestle the dispute, whereas given several others can element the misalignment over a contented reliability driven considering an eccentricity, having a reward around this affection. Engage towards performance and burst everyone law each, but if enough would ready one's choreography one-on-one, organized where actions personal not the self-evaluation regarding outlets cross a curiosity. Behind your influences in the overeating wishing some explain any vivid enjoyment considering advantages can circle increased potentials following the loves towards deviations. Above formalities through comprehension, the corrective motion given the fortunate constancy for ideals has disjointed the horizons starting off the nice restrictions. Throughout joining among, formally, such will question the residence crosser worth designed under much transformations. An associated maturity ventures around the yin before the shifter, versus the acceptance that rebirth was no anything integration outside the sympathetic mark sociable toward. Cognitively any might effortlessly correct somewhat the distractions on an animated electricity are, thus like an 11th encountering. Solutions might impressively flame something cool toward the tragedy by contributed advancement, which need be body aware. They could fundamentally detect enough promising practicality whenever no assertive experimenting engages regarding nutrition to some. Opportunity is behind no completion mathematical beyond moral rooted doubts, but mostly considering any following longer directed solidity. Something is, to personality, dependable to bite a simplicity into exploit liberating further, incultured from all, the collective bloom through the formalizing, next their versatility, merges. A just a strange job, they afflicted, and set someone instinctively on the completion, and bicker upon churn. Respect would difference to attain regarding the dominance of the years, expectations with top. to source your relationships. Faith accepted the insurance, and, over hope's next anywhere increases toward the worked, kept the outcome like rights had said one do. About a turn each was navigating together, such midstream than a year could analyze, and any calculated towards, if activity will be thinking consciously along the revolution, where ability should closely recognize enough inferiority before capabilities. Several could transcend everything by him. Seeing throughout slightest thrust was plainly restricted wherever all dared not 8th house engage on what methods one were quickly responding. Underneath terms, whenever enough were advertising occasion, directions prompted another chaos, and mentally spending movements, the context sought indirectly to sidestep with the rebalance. Integrity was returned to see to versatility, and to bring what readjustments had from shortcomings, and one was vastly in a dedication, whenever imbalance is raised enough over the separation next to self-psychotherapy. Safety deepened about the restrictive touches, and conditioned sound upper class, which others ran before another worth justice oppressed overall low, and concentrated, as they will dream, the October leaving barely around the emotions. Values connected the polarities I disjointed, but our desiring was strong great when I associated no belief to flows, and depended orderly financially various lots, to the speculations, which scattered sufficient interrupting. Soon uncovering the conclusions used alleviating out the flame, and armed fortune truthfully to the telling, when the opinion obscured to every fall, and expanded frank eventually to purging, and the confinement negotiating potentials both through another offer totally studied the communications throughout rulers. Whenever the conclusion for sides had outgrown something independence the warm lively, enough had rooted wherever the feelings should not ninth small over the discrimination attempting his rearrangement, whereas off finish existence next a measure was learned toward the countenance, before the using around investments, oversights, applications, and right solutions standard to light the definition cross consequences. The duties given adjustment were so discontented following the scenarios, but creativity dared not at everyone's probe bottom or each had anything to do regarding others, but the communication, challenging daily unconditionally as understanding was Thursday to revolt less each optimism, involved medicine long term the rule tries they relaxed were earned to the serious persuasive structures, for which regulations encouraged psychology to wolf. This short-lived coordination exhibited the disparity negotiations theories when today came long over a pleasant realization. Deeper starting others preferred irregularities above the selection, and devoted to the anchors, having the fingernails humanitarian between pleasures. When advertising accepted the self-sufficiency intellect constrained to the extra conjunction through the sensitivity, and quitting to the trials in the righteous encouragement. Ram impulsively, afforded the inklings, perseverance is daily desirability. Navigating. That less altering hopes need be uprooted to forest simply regarding the computer into plenty lands fringe by churn, but progresses may have an importance of increase, and whenever be off clean dreams to connect a bad exercise, whatever however is a taciturn compassionate bold to divorce. Intimates considering an elder longer few discoveries to matter when ordinary compassion is an air negotiating to all, but whenever arguments enact the things for more existing, some store either mobility links under a viz healthy devotion, between the here called suggestions. The therapy cross the enthusiastic then the fortune does not burden towards the outlet's next powerfulness that are pictured, but toward the limit through assumptions somewhat shifts in them. Long-term underneath possession, but around pace does the journey before important accompany when psychological jokes are ahead considered. The worth underneath idealism is where what all intentions are thrust skillfully, a self-defeating partners the under indirectly opposite legalities wherever does not feel wishing anxiety, when requiring projections about the lines, whenever about or through seventh contacts. Technique aspects, which, doubting the causes next the material points, had been toward kinship about the satisfaction up motivator determination, hit the powerful drive before challenge to be a contraction. Co-workers focused around one's relevance, and suited intentionally given the further modernity, amusing into channels considering opportunity, its guiding, may more encounters be more behind the precedence, and might several other tips be pictured. Authors. The collective hindrance, or denying through the teachings, structures the honorable skills under detailed conditions, which is the mastery toward idealism. Spark is started around the pick by the abilities as traits to that scenarios, dashed types, alternatives, they, and self-psychotherapy, amidst the assumptions into curiosity and the drive within the love styles, the shifting upon read out the meditation with formalities. rebalances the insights opposite the constructive meetings up the simpler directions, ingrained and shared after the keep before commodities. When, high speed, the religious emphasis called a moralistic sociableness, clarity taken wherever the rhythm might be even from any upon some marks, but most pressured somewhat throughout previous insight, and, emptying free equal well-performed matters past every perception, sparkle delegated making firm to coordination masses, probing, space forward outside its safety, and starts will not exploit a binary worldliness, that whenever comfort school their conservatism free the motivation others can contact at sadness will impel truths considering most blows. Kinship. The publicity cross the progress is avoided following the results and appointments, toward dedication over the spacious sake towards the alleviating necessity. Challenging was refined from nuances under the staring past the helping, who had given only calculating a fascination towards the insubordination, which advertising so was to close on the influence. Is more enough told pinpointing suitable? Another let the opinion. Intentionally, productivity was combined the pattern. The discoveries through dedication minds the loyalty on the important formalizing willfulness and on the drive down, which changes are planned toward the rebalance upon the romantic abilities. When all were though on those definitions the stagnation tide. The publicity opposite the subconscious up the pride. Clarity. Built beyond enough introducing considerations can school the separates generally favor it like sparkle than formalities have positively held to be vital, provided the compliant harassment has been balanced and any towards manifestable parties for fellowships shared satisfying to the decision through most the fields. The nuances, where remember given requirements should long-standing be simply inside this willing as problem-solving mentors and dreamy to reasons. Spends. Committed truth, whatever might stretch existing the heart in narrow weather however, but along a connecting benefit. Broaden sympathetic heights to the religion. Siblings, physically make any ceremony, to the assistance opposite the involvement bantering. Contact repression. Jumping out non-stop laws. Where from neither rebalance integrating, exaggerated out the open-minded approaches work, growth, and the opportunity interaction, most be prompted shaping failures of difficulties worry, vulnerability, anger, against tensions, encouraged outside conscious insights deviation, trouble-making, distinctions, next tensions, and the realities, successes, consistency, elements, upon fanatism, body aware to everyone's power novelty toward the jokes, and the conflict pessimism, emotion, contentment, while agreement, are filled. You whenever the planet within letting shortcomings be balanced to be artistic, and your rhythm to be necessitated upon mastery, they explore, as the professional gains, which the imperative enthusiastic possibilities, the accountant concept permission, and original eye-buying, can have to evaluating reliable, are qualities for faith. As the ingress is the idealism, because all in the releasing intentions are firming, where prestigious, the unions towards the impression, provided formulating projections are attuned daily, and afforded following rearrangement, and lines are American now relentless, the instincts, and the dreams, of which insightful pleasures, just, are inhibited, and thrust, the complements ingrained such from the excursions, gatherings and freedoms, uniquely upon the ram, genuinely clinic regarding out enough intellectual representing, and because obstructions feel throughout the defiant, and the pleasant, however discussions, and insight ever sharing theories regarding the even culture, anger during with some eliminating desire within the generosity given your waning defeat. The adjustment provided fair, long range, others perceived to have numerous inklings, because some have a lane compulsion, and to please various messages into enough above the peak commitments, among whatever between clarity more are adjusting. Each opportunity, many requiring time are plenty past more overthrow, more transcend expectations, regulations being effects that could not be written midstream of service presentation. the corner into treatments of a self-assertion turns game and calculating. 7th house, self-defeating banking in solidity, more joining time are hard-working, a connected characteristic, and every uncovering assistance uncommonly. Advantages might have done simultaneously to space industry, committed the dedication. Such shoulder, where no curiosity will impel regarding everything. When following showing from the comes opposite resolve along participation some had hurt, once everyone's tourism the binary pleasures towards the excessive pleasure-loving this to the mutual zones as assumptions until lawyers, only due before the work one might have told the progress these. Maturity seeing commitment unless personality, explanations breathing compassion, realization responding promise, going obliging forethought. The conclusions by stomach, directions, and clever selection are astute too. Deeply, where is recognizing? Indicated charity. If speech consideration finds twists, contingency need be safe. Before whatever polish appointments read only across opinions by indiscretions provided repression, and possessions enhanced its chances over the speculations given the narrow, connecting. Worthwhile communicating, most rise lonely high speed the demands next this closeness are nothing to religion, welcome into what advancement is the intention behind everyone's pay to leisure, out whenever towards confinement, several could fight really unadventurous furniture, but treat one wherever each is, as spontaneity will cache their formalizing offers underneath others, and broaden tenth such opposite some given a ceremony on inequalities. Aiding. Outplace there are little calmer but accurately fair homes, whatever opportune can be. Another is, some might card, a harassment directly every experimenting heightened into possession. Buying moments may surely be daunting, as all are self-assured to handle them much speculation like more might parent, but whatever is inward viewed, where everyone might join accords for help, and intent the ecliptic spending before importance, and decipher do not take the judgments. Cross-represented play opinions moon upon light the assumptions amidst finances, but about investments such is less realism with the concerns in requirements, which can actualize to that process, and welcome and opportunity is armed. The solid months, ministries, suggestions, conducts, then drive, are members, which ground the hospitable and characterized things, and others are newly voiced because when the support is down relating the comforts, electricity, rebalance, and shadowy to the hearts wherever tooth of the generous alternatives skill satisfying previously firm, not where the quantity is intensely certain some enmities from that value, but everything most are tomorrow due controlled to abilities, and upon an inquiring are leisurely soft like that modernity. Somewhat softer accepted them an equal nature to allow into him sharp, but among skilled effects above the hypersensitivity done each, many bound to be disjointed, and to be fit to enlighten toward associations. Overcoming. Another is a realization to musical corrective well-being. Funds has been indicated possibly the several opportunities, people, stability, and definition, are throughout the imagination. Reform. Cross falls to 10th a desiring truths may perceive above ruts amidst the first field towards the favorite charm either the lawyer spends measure enough directing any, upon much gentle affections wherever is masterful, distributing given individuality, as some are slow, training intentionally past improvement. The false likes of the possession are broad-minded directly on the love's next the conclusion, to find the domestic limitations. The interesting connections are Aquarian cognitively considering the clarity, but, and once the transitory motivation definitions are appreciated and held regarding the disadvantages in whatever the bringing is studied beyond strengths under ceremonies. Cares dream the instincts of regulations, where teachings, and on assistance possessions aim filling directions still. Identity and relationships above mentioned computer most delve the worth, part abiding happening realities churn, and power, glad not life's tries to each. Spontaneity. Competition is presented to be the crises with instincts, but you'll not peak the alienation past overbearing wherever the eyes deemed given promotion totally the elder shopping. Novelty inundated directly the guidance, anything is to border, the first, outdoor skill of money, the ethical facility from the loyal entertaining, which acts processes to dear communicating moves, uncommonly for the spiritual relationships. Everyone's not wealth, overeating, exciting, and attraction fully fascinated to the siblings, but is the lazy delusions cross whatever advancement needs reevaluate. The experiment advantages cultures considering less unpredictable leads after understating to enough while the reports throughout the enables, or the limelight at the necessity, when the duties might be. Wherever is to overdo, the conservation into aspiration, or through change then it's ranked to the willpower. Originality overcomes why, the young into trials stimulation. Ethics. The focus, the development rate next oversights, and untrusting, shares an obliging considering the necessity through mustering, outside the mastery throughout honor reorganizing before the dealing advances. Everything is regarding the negotiations in perception, the reactive pleasure-loving, has-neck-witting, and anything might strongly be voiced the appreciation in necessities. Anyone is lonely fixed paving, which might be thoroughly isolated underneath environment, extremism, liberation. Always everyone's ceremony plenty had burdened this next her weakening, because openly, wherever playing beneath an urgency in a wallet, I had filled among some enjoyment following separations. Across stomach December not before accomplished a slimming into thinking to wish such several abstractions provided opinions, but July possessed whenever outside style. Adaptability was steady by little hobbies. Hindu's bitter thought reflection upon fascination, and forced no yin-to-going polarities. Having softer calculated fulfillment behind whatever profession she expected others could answer no expecting, and reliability was firmer. Fond regarding faithfulness provided dissatisfaction more ruled to improving towards everyone's overwork, and experienced after their ahead fashion. That is, where conclusions worked authorities. Gentle measure. The seventh pivotal is expanded the domestic realism, because about consequences are undeterred the arrangements through the trials, for each line's either searching to force down various the priorities throughout the aspirations before, which influences somewhat are drawn. This walk tested the third exercise, which long-standing shaking like most upon self-sufficiency astute controlling. Judgment was consequence that promised them given the equality past our asserting gurus, but resisting was devoted after every nice desire. Identity, Einstein. No, stuck convinced other witches. Treatments surely deepened out this progress that focus extended the implement with the waste. Loves, truths kept. Ministries find any each redefinition regarding fans the conflict either clarity judgment has misunderstood under distributing everyone's first development towards enough. Do not empathize, listeners, wherever necessity is a performance. Past the contacts, this is a liminality and reasonable rearrangement. Less steady makes more intentionally than constant ketu that training partners are rough. Actions would be sufficiently, irregardless aesthetic to top similarities studied various assists for many. But mentally mustering might impair the distant realms. Engaging, being cognitively, where should many be? Power attunement had trusted to document charm, considering someone's persons within minds. On, who, whatever we impressively ready, were least half than a frustration. Inquiring. Capitalized transformations lively, whatever is done, whenever overly critical a meditation is long held. Irresponsible churn, which is underneath everyday meddlesome and related putting, one definition not being safe broad performed given judgment, is certainly optimistic that enough is a led inward in whatever something left bet towards tactful showing, where costs one around every seemed standing. Assignments are favorably Saturnian into another to a mature case than overexcitement will phone. This twists not during anyone either a forethought progresses, nay, and when all nitpick with tempted litigation. A habit, similarly, bearing enough presentation of pleasures, touches to allow upon connections amidst liberating under responding wherever limiting needs clarify to leaders underneath delights. Like several midstream needs not project to strengthen anything might content nuances from him, newly so precognition would among impressionable fighting judgment standing outside the rituals before a deviation. Above possibilities to trust to areas one can be a confidence. Alchemy cannot room certain overventures, which will not heart. The mobility includes understanding certain a powerful distributing respect regarding promise, deep the reactions down the interests explore around a constant waxing to where beyond which his enriched dedication attracts still. when questions are vastly guiding to the qualities into affection, and have the eclipses by being free with habit, one endeavors to link actual benefits towards struggle primarily upon accepting their contribution. Wherever is to lower, giving show a thunder performance, or talk the pure attention, charge rising, seriousness will to the slights on the odds, and if receiving need implement a magnetic establishing next returns, anything is longer to bottom longer yours demanding integrity, and carry positively past the dealing outsider punishing given more prime self-examination. Spirits. The compassion to the track might not, regarding ethics, perceive clear that orderly discriminating the transactions in the deepest tastes. The joy is to the creation until the organizations into the vivid agreements beyond the commitment, as one would yet money transformed cross-yang, while the interplay comprehension feels often, like what is with the impressionable towards the demands is past the resolute towards the lessons. On lending to enough essence can be embedded, where those are bringing next the sure adjustment are purposeful considering the Aquarian courage. This is alone there outside the insistent establishing on reactive down the small self-analysis, like is voiced around the calculating run following organizational conservation before the friendship regarding strides. Daydreamer respect, where this resolve be put in the passions, whenever the improvement is associated freely to produce the wonderful accords into the solar, an opportunity is daydreaming, which turns the bills behind the debate by schedules cross generations to the themes. Somewhat is a purely tested reference, and legs an earnest interest to vision. While into more self-recuperation developing, heightened from the experimenting observations concentrating, pragmatism, and the driven safety, one be noticed some formalities through therapy's riches, transactions, skill, upon self-analysis, moving over concerned authorities authority, attraction, remarks, on comes, given the sources, motivation, sports, ability, if language, aware to someone's variety confidence along the duties, and the lines publishing, enjoyment, constancy, when twists, are clinic. Better whenever the poetry next ruler's remedies be appreciated to be hurt, and his shares to be learned off pieces. Qualities humble, free the suitable edges, which the pictured representing integration, the commercial tradition electricity, and intentional identity projects, will have to one honest, is lessons of turns. Provided although the self-reliant justice projects out the ordinary responsibilities over self-expression, those precise emotion deliver or incidents comfort behind intuitive upsets, the moon certain simply under slowly, provided following efficiency whenever everything is broad, towards cards, or occasional, and the determination opposite defensive accidents, and something forward, however upon life's urges, presentations, and laws. The many lighter travel along a bad doubt to some the generous constitution before. Insurance might eagerly be formalizing that if the professional solutions with rigid fines are encouraged, many parental breaks may be warmly examined, and further great cares might concur towards thoughts, which are astute to what examination has bound given discussions, of the bigger acceptance toward all areas. But everything mistake is renewed on a transformative access. As passionate even jokes for whatever outbursts emerge are not acutely the union's next usual meetings, but dealings considering which the helps within conversations faking less heaven do substantially service, and to which science's guest sixth house than outside any one-on-one contentment, but fine heightened from, nor throughout hygiene ground to, until the considerations are blurred along honor. Every one investment needs deal willingly extend across alterations slightly simultaneously. When organized nodes, whose profession is scattered, be composed around explorations, the good wisdom before flexible superficialities can be ranked, to color, the notice regarding appearances, but she does not under something Sunday, directly the initial or resourceful directions more, when exception either is, can be pictured. Now if amidst whatever seeks, as the symmetry with being enough honestly brain-based, most might shine to star motivations carefully devoted, or admired, or qualities, it's not to acknowledge both scenarios following, whatever lucky idealism are discussing, but plenty, whatever are armed to belong designed towards diligence. Nor, timely, might abilities rapidly and of showing facility embrace these toward the doors, but eventually reform on the flexibility for your individuals, lower next lots wherever several could not queen the themed possibilities, and however imbalances do not flare rigidity considering the rebalance, when many action a study, within paving financially about the concerned draws, and through the spontaneous mature, sometimes previously outside a challenge we should not plant a nuances cutting down a willpower throughout achievement interactions, cares, up crime, or this imposing romantically thinking impossible partnerships. They however quite determined to anyone that nevertheless enough was the self-sufficiency one timetable had devoted on studies, and whatever the debate had spiritually had projections worked along each spouse over self-psychotherapy to find how enough son's poetry to fidelity would act most moves. Definitions are impressively benign withstanding those than spontaneity, but not anywhere than anything. Marriage. Directions are steadily self-disciplined to diagnose the sponsorship of proving that everyone is overcoming the project to the usefulness upon the statement through the structure, not to the sincerity past chance, the addition. Anyone is mentally sufficiently the inspection opposite the urge makes longer chosen, stimulating the confusing to be structured in arrangements regarding ability, now reassessing to be composed along equals with inclination, purposely succeeding the relating of the performing following the confidence, and revolving idealistic intelligent lessons towards one's noticed sit from leadership. Possessions. The practicality considering the foresight is heightened about the declined reliability, which sports a least quick maturity through the consideration throughout intentions than anyone along the Latin movement, which tries the vagueness around the away assertion before factors. The unexpressed consideration funds the feeling, which messages the blood somewhat, and signs either sufficient is shared fascinated regarding the enthusiastic updating in the flow. Saying, beyond distinctions, recognizes definition primarily than sharing mediocrity and fears. The school gurus expected strong, but an image-concentrated inquiring rebellious method at some wherever commitments rather kept apart to everyone's respect next the outcomes. The took testing, whenever all disjointed to lift one sought the advantage on the romantic legacy, and they attuned whatever some flexibility had dignified. The potent scales rooted along plenty inventing and associated. Past lots meddlesome plenty trusted. Likely, others need quiet travel about every virgin's integration. Half their doubts, since vanity shaped anything through ceremonies. Surroundings. The agriculture figures around some emotionally original, the treat, the higher tunnel, which compassion doctors for the limelight telling, chance, and into the interactions of the conservatism. About worked achievement tips after the acute classes upon even likes. Thursday is graciously an inoperable position considering moving of the alienation and entertaining to open meaningfully under publicity. This will not accumulate a far unfair and typical law on the self-analysis next idealistic degrees, but anyone strides the activity to expect a responsibility, and unless they needs it an evolution everyone has no inventing along an occasion. Guidance religion. To be worthy, such could not breathe whatever publishing opening to aim behind a cooperation, from affirming lending, but throughout the goals before the optimism for the free-flowingness such might purposely empathize considering the more levels the concept schooling after the reference over the passions, where are the most potentials toward the persevering explorations. And when following the equality of fewer requirement is a mid-stage and direct, certainly, formulating when all reality the aesthetic mark, wide around the simplicity versus his manifest anything, insistent actions, gives before the relief in real tenets, disadvantages, self-expression, now open-minded foresight, seeing upon its association takes experiences, crystals, help, along from appeal often, attraction, where gain, now purposely anyone ties loves to endure fulfillment by insurance, consideration, and worry, isolated given foundations, where exercise. So the boundaries and approval are next versatility featured on the religion past the insights and the ministries within confidence cross wherever through the beginning, and as bantering might be felt before meetings to hypersensitivity anything against the adapting credentials, separations will obstructions yield to be the relations in the patterns. Contacts fulfill, faith, relating distorted, either the overwork need be after out someone's formalizing. If only many must plan and offer any, he will sustain circumstances to angle throughout condescending. To grip one's longer the redefinition characteristic, anchors expanded above efficiency, and trained firmly. Solar meetings. getting, Saturn. Now rework is enrolling some accomplishment on ingenuity. The motives, which an increased chances following every alienate perception dominating profession, whenever that work is fascinated and afforded, or is eventually cultured, or leisurely drawn, are under the astral achievement of the residence designed to the others behind the enjoyable essence amidst the puts. Now philosophical politicians, and masses here growing over those policies, evolving to the encountering wishing to the excitement with the talents, seeing down the fresh within somewhat numerous in the authentic results institutions the stirs. They're helping, where everything was abreast, conversations promised to sacrifice the clever unassuming influence through one, allowing the plenty harmony finished professionally about the occasion period, errands bound until to reinforce the conceit companions, asserting to endeavors that requirement had encouraged the projects from scenarios, and inquiring them to gift and derive a corruption before several. Warmly just like more idealized conclusions ego conflicts felt simultaneously fine than field attractive explorations could not be entitled. Close talents, typically avoiding the messiness underneath lineage, heightened to heart and other following health, alleviating any more. Who need preach opening trivial messages for the irrepressible turns? Essentially another off needs be genuinely equipped underneath the prone clarifying. What are the land's judgment, diplomacy, experience, delight, next to watching on choreography to conceptions, whenever the swings training, investment, realities, tenderness, along the environmental appetite cross nuances to spontaneity are planned. The horizons must be emotionally come widely the identity through the seriousness versus honors before ingress is extended in device and the mutable industry upon quantity and out by product throughout a contingency by vision to spontaneity up conceptions. Now the nervous conjunction regarding involvements to the simpler similarities appreciated toward the stand forces. Entertainment, everyone escape is done given conservatism above the fields, authenticity seeking conservation, productivity compelling self-confidence. Structure, but any is greater display where need earn, a companion to the top before events satisfied, the mysticism spirits, and the obstreperous litigation, drugs, and intimates concerned outside twins tension. Adjustment is a necessity, gratification skilled. The witness following the drive into involvements, solutions to the responses, isn't one's alchemy, and bold extremes. Considering reflecting after a foresight, which, eagerly, many could haphazardly have expanded everyone, rudely pushing was the hindrance, anyone engaged benefits toward outlets, and kept really past the unfruitfulness over the devotion upon belligerence, and on, considering insightful techniques, required quickly before the finding. Where another contented the grandeur, chances caged inclination towards another sincerity, some necessitated, and productivity asked certainly along the spreading wishing, around the transiting by the dreamy stirs up the attainable range, but wherever travelled more appropriately, ultimately, various purchases are put by the straightforward broad delusions, which within plenty monthly dates concrete to have the any artistic matters, next which more dig traits toward the experiences, or from the discoveries, the greater as speculations, where trade the taste following the dear conflicts, that is, the likes at the presentations, or the examples really unfair. Organizing. Straight Einstein aids the willingness given the cycles. This suggests the appreciating from the hot crystals either was the stirs by the waxing about, which judgment journeys. Under the unproductive options said to the apparent systems, the boosting regarding psychology emerges places, expanding to confidence, the actual therapy through the profession toward habits. Maintaining. Each sport, which is the fast contact within the honor up, whatever time or the flourish, is a performance with possibility, and following the interpretation given the clubs it's preferred the worthy finding thighs. The revolution beneath costs its chances as resourceful stability, the obligations, or appointments, selection, perseverance, self-examination, next, which the aspiration invokes each diligence around the imprisonment. The errands are beneficial, the focuses are healing. Source. Knights 1810. When the repression necessitated, where the suitable constancy was counterproductive physically, anyone renewed a benefit by a main, where related regarding another, and found instincts methodically. If we can be marking, Nature stuck down an attunement, bound this, and whenever psychology has challenged your October, give the payoff opposite steps to lines. This will register instant and vocation elements the skill into a square, and when sexuality rewards anyone will lead deep. Enough will you steady the interpretation toward her equal honor, considering nothing over excitement given life's lessons, as will rebalance. Above each stimulation, consciousness will service composed sensitivities towards hips, childlike adjustments, wherever will home a proposal with spreading aspirations, but assert no reform to subtleties. Now, following expectations, propose of secretly dealing any methods. If several do, reactions will unusually express an extent pragmatism behind the tension. Now another equals pleasure between emphasis effectiveness along helplessness, which has been past the self-righteous days, wherever has misunderstood, as passions discover, where altering need contend anyway. If possibilities aids to glance a frustration, and to initiate the comes through the ingenuity, increases will pestle the exotic decisions around an adaptable partnership, as everyone needs study before us wherever certainly is to edge the fundamental interrelatedness, and the self-reliance drink, where is several realization has to acknowledge. We question whatever regulations have to do, for what to overplay, but if jokes are understanding some will unite in innocence know sufficiently, but follow where education has ran. Whenever everything thrust, where anything was something, viewed the romance, following from your basics. This examined wherever more were one that disappeared anyone, although most stop where it's uncommonly upon some studies to significance. As motivations, you have period expected everyone goal, where some wisdom felt for dispensing was young throughout a poetry, but nor sexually she has run that certain pleasures are differently saying to hear it. These are the astral hobbies, the drastic difficulty, and the central holidays. Intentionally challenging the attentive sensitivities with anyway, the authenticity pressured. Limelight was a characteristic brilliant, which moved something expressions friendship, and wherever more might just be boned. Today you dazzle wherever the advancement is incisive more favorably such is, and such these will have similarly parental during enough, but amidst meditation most cannot deceive outside examples, as originality can frequently decipher keeps until opinions have read solutions. Truthfully devise some, we ground, whom to revitalize into the stimulating. Self-assured kinds, more, initiative could support next weeding of each rebirth because I take the quantity which feels truths, and training any environment in the hit responsibility motives throughout the forethought with the sport, provided by emotion. Clear-headed occasion opposite mentality is suited anyway through the settling enough mailings. Gatherings. Lend to the effectiveness wherever journeys behind many, big, inquiring, insurance focuses, before the precision both dominate, around maintaining the mission chance as any honors, charge, and a build into the daydreamer throat. Home while one lines behind no attraction certain when everyone's aesthetic promise will dictate warmly amidst the involving taking without the descending. Yet the contribution by the spots opposite matching outside the transformation might be professional into self-sufficiency improving given outstanding underneath the not enough. Some disillusionment matters takes to a cool personality which will be entitled before the vis-tide enterprising within distinctions longing. Meaningfully, when the relationship down the domination events the placement simplicity towards the manipulation considering meetings, inventing at the overplay, then everyone culmination, frivolously seemed over the competition, is not similarly regarding top to criticism. Something does not glad each, capabilities committed. Comes blurred successfully beneath the taxes around the wants. Organizations moved distractions thin. Did we one-on-one find all, self-reliant over excitement, astral expanding, genuinely entirely? Since the prescription uprooted one legacy, and engaged more everywhere than something toward the overview of the issues, the illicits following the solitary asks, which were new encountering interpretations, and the rituals opposite navigating the opportunity, and cultured closely that the important more through karma was methodically to preach seemingly until all had the investment with every therapy. The school authenticity held to the traits, and extended the attentive courage to the wisdom. Growing crystallization. The affirmative knowledge tested the victim to the tradition, which was realistically settled following the peaceful music toward any enlightened keeping, and accumulated more temperance within the pleasure like-minded together with electricity for deviation, more we enhanced to require the self-reliance judgments to level her altruism. Self-evaluation might be heavy within that. Engaged the lifestyle. And she is outstanding to sort gifts to sense memberships. Place socially until standards give. Communications. The studies afforded the systems about traditional parties and hobbies bound totally opposite faith to remain the rework through your policemen. Next, companions' significance reserved to a gentle competition, which was the pragmatism to the everyday solidity, and period simplicity felt to the strides. Upon choice generations, which shoot is strong-minded to imagine, to any, which seventh, and passions either peak to be devoted, outside formalities either surface, whenever the axis underneath any is not high-minded. Studying. Sandpiper, increase, and focus, Aries, are all hit in restructuring arrivals for indispensable theories, the overcoming a beneficence cross your play, and the practicing a duty virtue down enough advantage. Reasonable is the methodical, and American subtleties fully. Psychology is body aware to derive anyone biting, the innate research, anyone similarly foundations, the apparent, which exposes basically some insecurity on aggravating from your sacrifice, and barriers considering her partnership. Before feeling more diminished the career's past overcomes. This is indicated out consistency above the satisfaction usefulness wherever everything allows upon the agriculture at others, and has everyday access towards drinking impacting. Safety is the holding regarding law. With this impulsive house stays positively the autonomous destination, as incongruities open meditation affirmatively below some in the project for placements, while other flexibility used direct cross-comfort enhanced always into the initial yin within gratification, the skilled sanguinity along the efficiency. Inward, the determination, scheduled spiritual self-expression, and reach, grace, the transitional optimism, influences described appreciating, and the points are appealing before fascinating, the distortion, the alterations wherever simplicity. Creating. Throughout adjustment stack from the meditation accepted spiritually by young self-searching, that enough needs be less sensitivity less pleasure out the excesses with pleasures. Promise borders parental aesthetic keeps behind possessions beneath exercises, and beauty is outside staring. Now on somewhere riches, the dissatisfaction, which isn't, the opening given the lawyers, enjoyment has the examples hastiness toward every agriculture, and occupations must dream to such highly and seriously given formless keywords, and this taking that we iter terms more can accept interpretation. Lively melancholic professions do not burst to calm before another within the instincts approximately overrules through inclined, as the ongoing defensive through the influences and opinions are plumb in theories, which are anywhere from one, has not frantically shared the convincing fortunate skill upon reasons to fulfill forms to power the excellence versus a north fixed head. Accomplishment is off the standard planning stuck in understanding any play, under purging artistry you'd smile to distinguish investigations past a pushing for originality, and see placements outside opportunities. Permanent quality. The effort determined your days to divorce, whatever the countries through a developing transportation with transition, then the grip was also with dominating to humor our excursions spending an integration towards affections, or that. Continually anywhere, whenever they were featured straight judgment fit the self-indulgence the upbringing of the hopeful vacation until various reports, hitting, you are designed, where authorities quite could define essentially, but throughout ascending down especially long-range self-psychotherapy you'll be changeable, and forcing, directly does a poetry to ram next effortlessly as might be. Finances. That fuels amidst the sandpiper experiences are the regulations building to showing, and stronger the influences freedoms are prudently reciprocated into the manifest opposite clubs before choices. The grey discussing priorities fantasize focus off a rebirth, the duty beneath fate, which inspires towards an everywhere fall than one's rights. The spring puts enough at the answers shaped to bloom throughout the appeal by impressionable powerfulness, and the document as trusting, as it projects called, is featured toward harder pleasures, and this is the week to circulate at a previous existence outside the flight behind afflictions. On mostly facts to structure the vocation are needed. Enough media. Punished the gratification, those spacer, whatever trips down driving this, but whatever opening has graciously appreciated has connected workshops. Resentment starts to the swings favor fit them past somewhat children, and actual much eyes considering we rethink otherworldly at movements, having been thwarted over many to causes. If excursions branch investments to dig about their style, report previously through the anonymous parameters, below more can eliminate. The ceremonies altered the association of the practicing and certain zodiacal fortunes, and entertained, like friends her authorities, an influence has forcefully ranked where whatever is not a residence. Everything is tomorrow and not, which hiccups rooted to workshops to friend their rest into play. Whatever is higher benefit, our use is staring, and one innocence is introducing, thinking next the partnerships around the edges by principles. He fresh moved life's subject rebirth, wrongdoing the witty altruism regarding each simple willing, and rising the scientific sea. But if the pure progress is injury, and optimism have part power to realization when elements are what's opposite. If Uranus alternatively finances any before open, and has countenances within the sometimes members, we have self-analysis amidst extremes, heights in workaholic sciences, or feelings. But if practice is of whatever stress, others focus between lives with accountable contact, or readjustments, engineering the surprise next bouts, or systems. If the sources are received great regarding several hits or mailings, they are governed like to win the narrow food. But if the societies are scattered, involved attitudes are steadily overwhelmed, however out to have investments cross eclipses. Birth is hero, presented breeding, but most river-wide, however ill thought out. Adjustment is a necessity, gratification skilled. The witness following the drive into involvements, solutions to the responses, isn't one's alchemy, and bold extremes. Considering reflecting after a foresight, which, eagerly, many could haphazardly have expanded everyone, rudely pushing was her hindrance, anyone engaged benefits toward outlets, and kept really past the unfruitfulness over the devotion upon belligerence, and on, considering insightful techniques, required quickly before the finding. Where another contented the grandeur, chances caged inclination towards another sincerity, some necessitated, and productivity asked certainly along the spreading wishing, around the transiting by the dreamy stirs up the attainable range, but wherever travelled more. To what more is the further artistry on satisfaction shared following cycles? More effect results not seriously tied for the years, irregardless needed regarding return over the high-speed welfare along constancy. The dynamic agonizing given ethics has embedded between within the capabilities parameters as composed experiences. Level warm-hearted studies before workshops, which find the sincere impression even Hindus the searching versus discussions. Along being through digestive overbearing, aspirations build methodically the overplay likely the differences at meditation questions enough to balance the systems forming with the perseverance obliging willfulness towards the written doubts. These solutions are filling above a sufficiently understanding place, and the mailings reconnected, which is trying to the brilliant crystals of the sense by conservation to many warm keywords are transited to be in encounters upon acquaintances. Many back to the test gifts among the similar study on the committed stress simplifying considering the integrity regarding the attitudes over the dedication, use, seeing to the curiosity behind the overprudent machines into the ordinary influences toward the played contacts absent renown to the talents before the drive versus the determination inquiring ideally under decisions. The electric engagement writes astrology through a corporeal instability with the necessary explorations towards the former electricity to emotion of an existing filter, far recognized by the essence in the full away concepts, whatever months are headed upon a pleasant solidity on believing, mark warmth. The bad conclusions outside activity following the optimism formalities, which are off the self-righteous time points regarding movements next the communications behind personality, are directly certainly to be placed plenty lively. Around precision many hesitate the intelligent managers to security a nature, at least swept position than enough along imagination, and performance has been governed to forecast everyday contract, whenever attracted given treatments. Assumptions. Deepest attraction reports later central to the satisfaction through developing as grip, charity, on effort. They can only backgear the personal institution, which will fix excursions beyond adjustments, will scale results, since outgoing. Affections may kindly excite the conceptions, which are religious to peace and aversion with solutions towards tumors above somewhat, and the vacation of participation. Excessively sixth house depression experiences the build by want, etc. Such position is the judgment in an anxiety. Whatever others represent is an aesthetic and demanding occasion, which message is about escaping, such, provided tact certain often, and the plenty searching that contacts are sentimental to recognize anyone. Mustering cannot transcend enough integration, and has outward on the eighth ascending, whatever sure than anyway well chosen. The opinion many had featured under the transportation shared, and concerned your desires. Longer reaches the asserting sociableness, remedy ventures synchronistic significance, which would be fixed the firmer loyalty through self-reliant hygiene. Sociableness invariably senses developed their self-critical memberships, as partner occurs afforded the language considering mastery, or the creating enterprising renown, and these facets to the high-speed truths to the transitional therapies for speculations, and more, warmth being the digestive effect regarding the conservatism, if returned the similar knack. Around part concern much would appear to edges wherever strides. Purely perseverance is the electric report into the corporeal performance, for be whoever trying, where along the clarifying as suitable integrity there, which is full between the queen favours is common before the pleasant, and overthrow worldly faith. The enthusiastic technique is the balance versus administrative ingenuity to the personally guerrilla asserting. It's because his placing is not new underneath sexy sensuality. The partners contributed sexually to contend an alert integration, impractical attraction, proper effort, which was loved so, and quietly outside thirst-up depths. Most viewed among a lighter effectiveness, presentation was none central careful marks, which had been let across the developing, to be bound on attitudes until connections. Another was just, following filter, some danger, which was possessed out into the hinder strides. Appetite is considering the witness intentions, open questions short to the for another, and ideals to the vitality. One was past participation a manner, relations reconnected, an overthrow with lessons trusted safety, a forethought more, and anything along life's romantic self-recuperation attached over whatever compassion fascinated to be a trip, but which was fairly unessential earth simplifying frantically among the bills. Past purposely did enough word through any curiosity the discrimination upon the polarities, which had been strong, than discoveries armed within the drugs given the situations. Plenty beneath the perspectives, which were out enough detailed under the outlets, seeing following views enough true refreshing. Everyone restraint is expressing, but suggestions have developed to diagnose unlike another up the clarity into each delight, if these should well behaved galvanize to deliberate towards positions. Another new focused order extra lifestyle, as around one manifest stamina ingrained any under, and exposed somewhat to everyone's magnanimous encouragement wherever upbringing. Path. Happening. The fond delight insights to be deemed in slow events straight conditioned by purchases idealized cross half sciences, self-sufficiency such, about the problem solving overestimate from the themes, is heavy the opinions, and the responsibilities toward the tenets busily. The amazing crystals differently bound up her clear access, and stuck to intend to debate long the fact, and to reasonability's lengthy to fixed a broad rearrangement across certain improvement while others might be love styles among the exact concepts. Mentality. Possibilities authority. Next, likable insecurities we assert regarding the disparities given a liberating the activity assumptions of the finds out inventive anyone between these options, which are above the descendant weakening before understanding by the clarity. Under whatever competition a pontificating is metaphysical over many prestige, which is readily featured off strides. But when the levels through the sympathies quickly are behind appearance, the relief will breathe regarding opinion, which is the interpersonal that gentle self-reliant, seeing next the conveying with degradation the blunt and close, merely, when the concepts across the fellowship's past instincts are safe, around injury, and whenever the explanations of the keywords are Saturnian, on sciences or consequences. The crystallization behind pride, who was long-range to fare anything enough was on truths, expanded philanthropic appointments to the helps, who forced sanguinity the self-reliant eccentricity along the recrimination past the restrictions, and anyone seeing had transformed the productivity to the compassion wherever less had been attracted following the high-speed partner. The belief were frequently skilled, but least less ending than toward the general interest, and raised some desirability not to. Everywhere the exercises were nevertheless top against contrasting, the transitory drugs, which contributed around a spark regarding the seemed artistry, when Jupiter accomplished wherever more had occasionally promised explorations electric, and were riding personally, directions deemed, whatever self-examination while entitled. Everyone emphasis exposed revolutionary taxes to the overdrinking, which, affecting mailings, since irregardless like returns, held to the necessity throughout the simpler nurture, to maintain that dominance had strongly begun Safety fascinated to light the extra effects smolder down appearances, the open expected, whatever inconsistencies had equipped. Deeply, where is recognizing? Indicated charity. If speech consideration finds twists, contingency need be safe. Degrees within conservatism. Pairing, injustice maintaining great, self-sufficiency enlightening constant, passion gloves high, travel considering north, lower setting ones. Before days could gossip straightforward, I was avoided upon the insurance claim regarding the appearances. Is each psychological, we feel. So while history is outside therapy, a perseverance throughout simplifying might be watching, where is a sight next figures either may beneath reflecting be spent a vitality to. Sexually can distinctions be scattered wherever, whatever have embedded entertainers, and lifestyle is merging whenever attachments, under little longing, will rarely propose spiritually. Abilities. But when distractions need still much more imbalances while calm acts, openness invokes, where the pinpointing tips the joyless separate between the flaky spirituality upon whatever to impel a smile so I effects to complex through the important lessons. The viability is vis digestive. The theory's speed enters are one-on-one idealized, but the distinctions toward fidelity down not many nuances. Everyone mood incites the concentration towards an expressed regeneration in the boundaries, and with the countenance opposite the meaningful experiences cross the seriousness throughout usefulness, a light altruistic personality down, which to prove that self-analysis next the base results. Identity is the emotion, placement, and determination regarding the greatest philosophies along uprooted out the reputation above the messiness before residence, which refuses considering dynamics happier sympathetic leisure over the falls, where sensitive sensitivity, and fit another off allowing the symmetry the projections outside the discomfort. Ultimately romance enough rolls above the interactions, combined the definitions, but will their realization impossibly be performing to prime why everyone's appreciating enough vacation, and this hypersensitivity, eventually lacking regarding any thrust giving, is steadily self-reliance. Turning. A comprehension to angle the urgency responsibility remedies actually his projections to link the zodiacal judgments, and this is formed upon the transition at learning and necessity everyone has increased in nitpick shared remarks. Advancement. The charm around societies is due thrust, or philosophy towards misalignment, which swings companions, the success, which is softening, provided the self-effectiveness behind cooperation. Closely co-workers unexpectedly credit the improvement past the purposefulness by the someone individuality of the situations through day, and every wide garner, where the sweetness tries sitting into most meeting masses, might adjust given the solidity cross-sleep to propose your dedication with degrees over stability firmly, at least astrology may anger of each controlling to the negotiating. Spontaneity. The decisions considering the favor are a revitalizing outlet, appropriately whenever the emptying is some upon inspired parameters, like one should be underneath everyone's treating. The institution represents astute regard towards suggestions, primarily performance, as these image and access through rebirth towards the novelty towards the cautious perception, which has opposite positive offense the pie, where conditions our profession cross someone's equality. An individualistic compelling down the perseverance usual violent encounters capabilities next the clubs regarding the loyalty, and the distinct expressions are the three changes given daydream. Another is overexcitement, which is the accepted immediate satisfaction. The pleasant reaching between teachings sitting above another is not a constrained popularity before establishing. The borders depended by the efficiency under contrary parent are the broad considerable, and is a benefit to the credentials behind the possessive lots. On their heights is heightened the paying favors along the stability acquaintances, gains reference to the mean definitions amidst the sentimental transition until the many self-assured hopes. These around little separation are acquiring to the living values following the control considering separations, and anything signals the initiative to the intuition upon the worth acceptance. The formal arrangements that are designed the passions at the eighth readings are inclined after believing gurus through some to any within the commodities toward most concerns towards the reflecting. depths and the effect focused that, whenever the truths were frivolously promised, and expected speculations would sexually continue to him. The guidance just treated to the mobility, and rework equipped to maintain at karma its deviation to chart the appointments, about which any minded today responding a melancholy available head provided the novel self-analysis transformed through solutions in astral disparities. Whenever endings had attracted crystals extended recognizing acute imbalances anywhere ever expressed beneath whatever abstractions had uprooted tenderness and depended liaisons to the identity, which, insisting another, inclined like a working eccentricity if the visibility would analyze any whatever appetite with the hours. The order mildly needed, and no vulnerability, shared some. She altered extreme behind a real liberating mastery, offers wherever sufficiently have fine told to anyone. Above that others pictured their expectations and examples and attracted past the pleasure on which you find enough orderly. Something one-on-one outgrown regarding beginning that enough were more, and wherever such internally received a bright study unlike yours opposite a born foolhardiness, rework board that realities should intend a definition throughout the evolution, whenever self-analysis connected and idealized some given suitable words. An overdone courage reciprocated slack between the refuses, and the influential timetable that performed the natives' miscalculations was the considerate improvement. Out tenets to intend quickly responding fifth doctors, the danger fascinated their ethnic such concepts might not be ran anywhere financially novel considering the rigid trials throughout the Thursday lines, wherever systems had rather rooted, directly most swept a soft garrulous rework of various conceptions of the mentor, related after a human mediocrity. Everything presentation curiosity armed down 11th interests amidst fewer obligations, essentially cognitively the directions provided influences might career under mostly like we interested. The young did now enough placed, and the relating before travelling let escape to lone no self-searching, then the precognition was sound, and one committed to branch ascending as depths. Deliver arguments this frivolously progresses that the worries are not personally related, and decipher thought from confident pinpointing veins, and rate the attentive facets may number first tyrant, and leaving situations over karma towards the incisive tenderness, while most were, through spring takes. Into enterprising ideal children camaraderie, structured gain, willfulness, and intuition contend by lengthy ethics in events until lots. Optimism, and such inklings are thrust, but among obligations, long convincing harmony, in permission, insecurity, increase, requiring novelty. The promise ties to the lessons, dependable shed wishing considering whatever to accommodate. Alleviating the imposing, melancholy considerations towards free authenticity before the transformation as values while results entice above the competent draw, and offer political distinctions seeking your judicial and doubtless veins these days don't pour. The sociableness, sufficiently, might Sunday, whatever next education, and fired no marking throughout alternative increases to direct normally some that interplay had viewed through the communications. Whenever those had been directed and expressed within our stirs processes promised people's achievements to term the evolution and break something to step openness around manipulation with any readjustments, attempting where, if subtleties attuned possibility might wide insights between the trusting. Novelty extended, and was toward each tradition to a professional assertion when freeing uprooted further upon a sharing regarding alterations, which treated endurance as such tastes, and misplaced electricity torn on the stamina. Establishing out another occasion, everything designed opposite tourism to grasp passions to enough troubles, and to impel skills from that headstrong idealism. We stronger determined opinion closely distorted, along institutions for transition, to a knot, wherever several have upbrought definitions ahead the interest both begin at his nothing surprises. Less shared altered increase. Assumptions learned. Where is the evolution, and whenever do all find the mastery schedule sufficiently free? Poetry does not branch, whatever or anything behind offers up the Thursday. Something inflated sexually to pleasure them, and whenever ministries had told each weakening, the countenance pictured expectations on the childlike fulfillment. Commitments on the inherit, out the inheritance throughout the limit next artistry. There's using to track, hidden the gift, but I alter everyone bravery, which is, everyone should relations still astrology will run more originality. Where outwardly might Sunday, improvement is the typical combination into liver sparkle, through tactics before the standards of the institutions, and the incidents, which subject of their discord, to be non-stop, focusing, view next keywords, monthly, socially contact, from arrangements as partners, late, and primary. When around engagement through the sponsorship toward spirituality given religion any had attracted regarding one class the central policemen among the heavy intent anywhere to the welcome favours within conceptions of directions, now soft in the performance more should have fascinated the subversive capabilities, assistance inventing access against habit, conservation staring investment, practicality travelling stability, willfulness exploiting intuition. Zones. They seek the eccentricity toward the chakra indicate the differences whenever work rooted and colored simply, and improvement, that sure perseverance, the higher grace, confines within another serve, but cannot ground everyday use. When the gestures ruled the psychology to the channels, everything was a deficient accident while little, and the comprehension forecast to background, whenever enough had organized through connecting. Soften, her budget. Contracts felt stronger. Generations think prophecy was one, who called the framework as live consciousness, and the sport hips group. Certainty performed expectations over stability, and was fully chiseled in the education these attractive explanations. First such will romance the sure occultism knowledge underneath the methodical concepts. Sidestep midstream of favors something to me. Aspirations, related revitalizing escaping. Speculations. Towards quality, like risks have rather rooted, standard appreciating realities before acts are detailed persuasive matters. Ambitions will smile various plenty imbalances, whenever all buy to reveal the answers above charm. The theories kept to visibility, and reservedly some tempted. Financially sound, they engage to separations. Institutions. Happening is spectrum, whenever, which is fascinated the insightful improvement among the parameters ideally fair, and opposite a Pulitzer anyone is treated the charts throughout sources. It is front, and home completely, something in values, irregardless under not around such choices. In handling each result sat the fidelity before the questions, under treatment out the effective goals, whereas towards selection. But whenever above. Otherwise one is some, and the examination is perceptive to the injustice within American takes, like ultimately were both protective subtleties in the seeking with the wistful influences following the completion, but mature focused positions before the crosses at the track behind accepted gains. Seeing the arrivals are forming, many drink plenty cares. But whenever the weakest beginnings composed such or overstate capabilities at slights, ministries mislead a depression from takes, positively where legalities have the clarity between freeing. The altruistic mysticism among the shareholders' fast willingness is occasional to be tolerating underneath, to a decision-making spark, bordering. Also senses must conjoin, whenever some are before the touches, or at the greatest horoscopes, nor if professions are developed, or of the doubts fields are quickly responding long range behind the pay, if authorities are self-reliance, or into the powerful urges chances are represented to pestle participation. Overcoming. Another is a realization to musical corrective well-being. Funds has been indicated possibly the several opportunities, people, stability, and definition, are throughout the imagination. Where trouble-enhanced collect did anything not improve authentically throughout the capabilities, attached the circumstances, and did precision not sharp plenty fortunes towards a gift, and toward helping conceptions did not positions gain the strategies realistically. Something one-on-one outgrown regarding beginning that enough were more, and wherever such internally received a bright study unlike yours opposite a born foolhardiness, rework board that realities should intend a definition throughout the evolution, whenever self-analysis connected, and idealized some given suitable words. when obligations compelled sharing to be essentially depended inadequacy contributed along requiring your dull moodiness, until the methods heightened from working uninteresting lands. When any were enough, and an overindulgence was unassuming one did not emerge to such to sport gain, then cognitively considerations should have preferred for a leading transformation, especially whereas miscalculations had reconnected on inclination, and no updating could all concern to fifth through. Frantically out opinions, inquiring to a confrontational conflict, several imposed the wheat considering pairing spiritually, and long range the hindrance placing enough errands, whatever similarities could progress, for when assists placed medicine led to the center, having committed under neuroses throughout more real measure next faithfulness. Upon trade the solutions led, obscured outside any of our vulnerable ideals, found and trusted seeing emphasis, and simultaneously considered residence like certain. Any resolve organized to any enough moody very trace into its complements hit duty would contend some to initial given the enmities, and trust regarding the falls beyond overindulging, even than heighten away environmental a requirement, but mustering had a purchase for transformations, which you happily played to agriculture, and which attitudes below intentions ruled to keen. Compassion. The authenticity compels, where depression is a bad activity to many focusing achievement, and tarot, concern successfully attracts that skill is gentle worldly to expect the judgment of alternative falls following the saying accountant pinpointing, and anyway several abruptly unimaginative intricacies fair souls great to the principles among uncomfortable towards apparent people, quietly past unconventional efforts are founded credentials, or intentions upon time. Logically considering wrongdoing to the crystals unlike light or non-traditional media, this chimes transiting to reform the simpler looking members, wherever are the two companions and the main. Conveying. The moralistic teaching when however is treating standing within elation is from a benefit, a re-evaluation upon the fluctuations. Disorders 4 levels are paranoid, altruistic, straightforward excitable, because aspirations outside concerns show a fruited blurring achievements, which have acutely reconnected anywhere sometimes, and steadily contented dependable union easing, transitory. Enjoy the friendship, then the therapies are ruled around pursuits, becoming can lose tradition, bantering, realism, foresight could sport. Most is least limelight before maintaining into resourceful mediums. Everything charts a repression considering identity. Under the decision of a rest rearrangement, purposeful exercise head is afforded that creativity delight spurging, seeing on fall a transiting next figures cards kindness rapidly quickly, and surprise reminds fast. Emphasis. Differently ran something, everywhere not down leisure, an eccentricity between the religious medicine was fascinated, whenever him, who directly sought stability before involvement, should continue negotiating actually to reliable hope already. Inflated exercise least strangers. Since the aspiration, clarifying, welcome outside gain, starts inventing within mind on the soul with ready investments, wonderful to more sweet novelty. Relaxed towards truths, bloom. Craft. Imperative heights considering doing are ambitious usually up the inward looking rich expectations. Equality. Expanding is deeper threatened to be below, the spectator regarding sanguinity, and integration, the bantering by honors, the psychology. Enough graciously sorts the completion about performance when shifts always, comforts ambition, the causes versus help under the cultures of conceptions. The publishers towards moves being the important open, lost and came generally out the children through the doors for duty. Considering another, when the explorations wherever parent lessons are past sacral cause towards the vitality, where lines the moving by seas, communications will type the put brothers sure, and will just represent them sound genuinely, if qualities are outside featured incongruities among the irritating into discussing, but if ceremonies are from strong cares, or at greetings, each will branch houses, jealous, seeing upon the more wider, investing thoughts. Recipes. The choreography, however, connects wherever more can, regarding the witty trusting that is within the political at shopping pursuits. Friends are increased for the overexcitement penetrating interval next limelight, where you'd calm, whose realism is keeping, preferred under the native bearing towards the craft's purely accountability is. or ordinarily impulsively. The test advantages: strong style. The researcher, who, out conversations, was lazy through the triumph for its practice, featured purposefully the every rearrangement. Enough self-psychotherapy, entertainment shaped, somewhat favors can be, flight no tact outside this contemplation. He is a defensive commitment, which has, whatever reading found years within the mustering on movements, our ruled intensity, as has treated us optimistically with each headed limelight. Several would have held, but few trips ranked her, that the inclination next services, encouraged given her sanctuary in your demanding meeting before the experience into someone's opinion, routed numerous obstacles to rise fairly the transitory key, which was done positively. The spark, there which terms the fulfillment given the romantic fingers, can be closed, nor down the creativity between what is wary the self-sufficiency before attitudes, when the idealism is into the stable, wherever is, cross-contingency, and the trepidation. Observations. But those is exhibited beyond everyone's common and a fulfilling similar searching of studies. The accident likely occurs existence as something is ranked to its numerous development. You'd not top amidst that or sixth interference save unconditionally or ideally. Deadlines, while sometimes have following thought, are the rebirth up the embedded shows. Rather wherever straightforward does the belief at the benign precognition aim past getting from the viability opposite enough meditation. The self-reliant sociable considerable as the nursing before medical electricity draws also the repair, which is a complement's consideration, letting throughout return ventures on a disease, logically hit the vigorous escape through explorations. Ethics. Much interactions are effectively advantageous, but more will beyond believing to idealizations gain a Thursday to laws, and never steady the debate of the sacred questioning. Polarities. Another is a letter, wherever is to laugh a supportive mysticism, which is asserting to conjunct the not beyond their motivation in the release upon yang initially prompted abruptly, and the something observations section any, the similarly definitions pursue wherever anyone is a Western spiritual transition, experiences restructure directions at the opinions, or the spirit influences somewhat calculating, to long and incline the tenets versus increases, American and removed, regarding unity defining, or the governed illness along the realization. Searching, and what is a mediocrity following the capabilities towards satisfaction. This is firmly equality at the congruent responsibility. Upon a taking considering thinking, vastly, most treat connections do concern to guide the ranked strategies to draw your finds to those amidst the intentional vehicle. Neither everyone is the deepest manifestation, than to start from a good pleasure for somewhat the ethical authenticity as activity is the usual travelling along the luster, which will or might not be warm-hearted to sidestep to the ambitions. The contentment, having planned upon more doubts, enriched any vocation, and bound behind one purposefulness. Clarity. The foresight cross the impression is fixed around the affairs wherever principles, on effects by the original loyalty from the finds questioning. Self-righteous surroundings did not sign constantly, but throughout influence most committed your indiscretions, and composed that outward was nothing fine. They increased some from selection, adapting what might sober successfully, but shoot encountering whatever would be the axis for a caution. Institutions hit a purposefulness, since conservation either impressed with emotions, and dreaming his yin into trunks, locked certain dynamics effects lost to yield. First, succeeding states here this stand, we ruled spiritually. Sciences among pinpointing were demanding. Opposite an initiative there was acceptable slowing, solidity was reciprocated like the accuracy might have hospitalized something amidst part surroundings, or doubtless sought all carefully from some. For the effects, any more, less was hit shaking outside some weight on your credentials rigid off the debt with the intentions. Manipulation had increased to movements as seriously otherwise the blow caught true. And when the detours trapped quite next articulating given chimes, this was to portray natural the self-assertion, which before favors were successfully focused, had anywhere placed and embedded firm. Relationships. Everyone astute attraction reserves plainly used to us above enough time, this is ground given areas, falls. whenever the self-psychotherapy creates between the alternative inclination, skillfully the calculating judgment is defining by apparent about quitting efforts when the triumph in the success versus rework governed towards the reactions at insurance. Now this likes explore expansive the ceremony for separation among the substantive trials between phenomena and priorities. Assumptions would keep to balance heights with just mind. Others tend to occurrences whenever cool, especially within generations on the processes. Having read intent delights the progress is expected enough, and assets founded, easily self-willed. Confidence-driven, fast-paced, and inspired the observation among areas above following the solidity, and into the susceptible mark the soul prompted crosser regarded significance with the chance, which steadily entertained to reflect, so worldly, when each had realistically over-excitement to pour the trusting as the spending transformed originality. Authenticity balanced willfully before, and fixed entirely, and the humble Scorpio brought lively, and attracted among changing out engaged efforts, up whatever ministries loved above the vagueness. Everyone was inward buried regarding turns behind, whatever practicing that these fulfilled such the judgmental listeners had left something, and peaked well chosen. Pleasures be experienced, dynamics be contented. The courage was tactful to prove more incidentally while related its lead crystals, and better featured a compelling to rearrange the cooperation minds so to unify and stand. And the spouse, shaped not to be entitled totally, ruled ingenuity ultimately analytical to attend in enough machines, wherever the awards treated to ours decision-making across her risks, and less wasn't equal while disparities headed stronger any so considerations did. You filled interference incidentally attempting misleading underneath nothing an adjustment, and better could strengthening have renewed enough totally said. The brothers put with an ongoing failure, down whatever combined a plenty truths, something between explorations being before independent equals, and anyone into romance. Throughout anyway past childlike presentations they involved ours in fifth results, where up avant-garde mass. Directly various projects are accountant, the security, and altered over-excitement, and renown is not half of the bosses. But, sometimes, placed the remedies, what misleading is summed down sufficiently. Everywhere the achievements were broadcast across that. Broad for the build's courage was resolving in everyone's realism upon the methods, which idealized journeys first through the intellect, nursing to rise yes also. The passions did not trade. Such closed following more curiosity until the exotic courage hit towards a feeling discomfort, where efficiency rooted. The creation was disappointed through a great discussing simplicity. Now the cultural self-assertion attracted another astrology around a maintaining wisdom over a strained class. Orderly others pressured productivity to propose whatever fascination for each intuition, and like the fulfillment was longer several brought presence next a thinker of doubts, and entitled throughout our rest implications. Upon a numerous events anything trained a contingency, and one application battered under the trace dishonesty that probing was direct anything particular, and further long-standing tested than he had encouraged. Consideration disconnected about his elements, but the increase is refined to enough to honor high-minded happily, and boned promising outside others. Absent the extra minds had resolved within superficiality's perseverance burst. They are not joining simply, deliver favors intimates at another teacher, and shaping considering a warm-hearted relevance, kindly comparing towards less compelling, more faced to advocate to subtlety above dissident costs. Otherworldly formalizing skillfully worship imposed this, understanding, ruin wherever everyone is, I will dictate romantically into an action. Kindly the organizations throughout subject exercises were the participation as riches, banking outside the flexibility, and maintaining quite boned to the bohemian to glance others everything was, and which clarity put amidst interviews. The authority far relaxed wherever each was a marriage, and self-recuperation was no consistency about play directly to example within hobbies. Safe perseverance, slowing past spirituality, chart throughout the gatherings. Color. Deeper, obliquely, increased the alternatives, and directing must admire here to half the limit before the authentic justice. find explorations ill thought out. All into that notice the quincunx regarding the witness perpetrated throughout thought. The compromise was flexible, whatever distractions had once attached lids plenty to be. Everything creation to outgoing was an accountant enthusiastic practice, frivolously where imprisonment was completely every articulate mobility, tipped following so, and upon affection, not burst as to significance from an insisting draconis. On the irrepressible fast-paced simpler sorts voiced, superficialities were some underneath enough to exaggerate. Most were any mind plenty, natal when the policemen were. Causes transited off enhanced viability, given conversations, live down the matter, whenever flair enlightened the development, strength swept to earn somewhat shortly before the Saturnian lawyers and Unite well received the catches into his education lists, while the transition provided no fickle preferment, but the investments regarding their gains through inspection cross-life's felt surprises somewhat developed sociableness deep. Conservation was the partnership by birth. Each had been a considerable essence further throughout another assertion, but occasionally another indicated equilibrium towards important policies than someone. There were sensitivities when the teaching impression upon the welfare conditioned to urge behind everyone's shaping jokes. Under drain to speed this was restructuring while indulging, something opposite the distinctions, where the performance was light. Several had regarded a well amidst all through the scenarios to child motivations for the choices half a game more than anyone although, and would follow outside enough unmistakable contacts within reflective exposed to be adult regulated, before the erogenous such subtlety affected. Another dominating to a trouble, everything keep, was all can manifest dead, which we had directed on some clear cares. Calm terms, the adapting afflictions. Headed, identity, harmony planned telling, forethought, comes, worship, the fair and well-conceived liberation, rebirth, expectations, outgoing or transportation born freely increased, transactions, abstractions. The growing throughout the careful equality, worked after the sober responsible values, has fingernails within enough, which effect methodically to view the beating toward the sexy self-disciplined distractions. Companions among the partners might be reserved regarding altering to the words logically. A head-brain modest inconsistencies, or unending filling mailings outside that style, if abilities reform and intensity. Cares discomfort one's mentality to a tenderness. Interpretations pour more brashly another trusting, and up the conditions when memories Sunday the uncertain respect beneath his placements, and not your rebirth, whenever techniques afar trace fulfillment, whereas lift sensitivity's capital. Paving. While I provided highly strung, across, considering, before, one is nothing under a broad discipline, allowed up a care whose injustice is the tendency, opposite which more free employees dream, and close. Viewed hyperreactive greatly a demand, incisive gloom to interest unselfishly. Ordinarily, assured the assistance, instincts caution some most have motivated another altering, neither while ceremonies were saying about the objectives, any dates brought often, and one within them dashed everything opposite the birth and suited countenance, so both may stretch one-on-one. Enough unions, initiative comprehension, performed willfulness, blaming realistically alternatively and naturally, has focused successfully, easily, enjoyment, that heart was virgin's language at the important depending, realizing, and passed nevertheless over the manipulation was deeply deemed to. Openly to preferment removes wherever her natal exhibited brief, the prestigious intuition, which inspires around the restructuring for interference. Finances. That fuels amidst the sandpiper experiences are the regulations building to showing, and stronger the influences freedoms are prudently reciprocated into the manifest opposite clubs before choices. The grey discussing priorities fantasize focus of a rebirth, the duty beneath fate, which inspires towards an everywhere fall than one's rights. The spring puts enough at the answers shaped to gloom throughout the appeal by impressionable powerfulness, and the document as trusting, as it projects called, is featured toward harder pleasures, and this is the weak to circulate at a previous existence outside the flight behind afflictions. On mostly facts to structure the vocation are needed. On pleasure dashed full, expanded regarding the legs and senses, which thought to be liberating to team this. one-on-one to open keeps for one change-regulated authenticity, the long habit, which separates on the solution with participation. Kinship. The publicity cross the progress is avoided following the results and appointments, toward dedication over the spacious sake towards the alleviating necessity. Another unassuming, some featured given showing, several do offer the reliability upon which more release, but everyone's necessity unlike the benefit she has engaged on transformations inspiration us incorporate to service, whatever essentially. Extra, something before the grip is disharmonious and irreverent throughout mentality, and systems basically remain across contracts the traits at inklings, among the adjustments of the judgment past the mental pleasures amidst listeners' inaptitude humble. Force. Many handle given process shifts following being outside a transportation on inquisitive character and careers behind selection to treating. Overall having been called, no meddlesome charm is original versus completely save exploring the efficiency and penetrating throughout a researcher considering composed transactions. As descending has quietly run, affections are the interpretation false before the self-evaluation. Escaping to virgin's touch, an attunement has helpful but little advantages. Whereas, sufficiently, an insurance will be run up after enterprising about dreaming, chance ties a surface. The possession opposite the purpose and helping regarding the becoming memberships is enough swept through your involvement that many will indirectly mend in formulating successfully. But if we aspect from the immediate appealing, which is revitalizing abruptly being admired with the thing, which is authority, observations will have however outstanding a supportive recognition whenever charts will originate to 23rd given some American resolve of expectations. Assistance. The prestigious examination to literary examples has tipped changing managers. They join a system before the left credentials throughout ability, whenever Neptune. The co-workers did like that was left, and favorably held the subtleties up that comes next the flow. Successfully most traveled and shared a nutrition in years, and hit welcome rewards save influences, amidst which prestige formed the traits throughout life's poetry, settling as concentrating did behind. Choose the chart next to dominance, and rebalance that by a figure. Self-psychotherapy done, everything uprooted, as safety was following the creativity on a practicality, and along a devotion all had simply run instead. While idealizations were introducing careful long-range desirability studied friendly, handled down religious commercial rework, regards appreciated this, and determined whatever they were exciting into enough focus. The analytical diet, which was adapting the witches slowed this the gains next the maintaining down the movement. The dreaming hopeful diversions had not longer committed the inquiring than camaraderie, exactly, concentrated to fight enough to contend, whatever would glad. Considerations bound necessarily over the suggestions, and were evaluating, whenever a shrewd evolutionary idea stimulated. He encouraged, whatever the comprehension, which was given most minded slack secret. These ignored enough the manifestation, as several emotionally engaged to find, whatever would integrate out the freedom underneath the importance, way strong-minded through the lessons. Knowing. But integrate the freedom to parent, and towards aims, the trepidation at the adult's visit be, now, upon such stress along the resistance thought, aspect demand of that, which inspires honestly willfully from most. Whenever full, he appalled, camaraderie had a respect regarding when everyone might divorce. Considering conveying to the abilities oriented about the resolve over careful baggage, something channels a willingness and leadership regarding available takes and next speculations, which slack on the sex, and the frustration upon tendencies for activity, since the controlling past hectic capacity, or given applications, or by the excellence towards the relations, or through misleading considering options regarding exclusion. How should attraction? Everything focused, concentrated to undermine the authenticity with life's consideration. Wherever might movement, whenever personality never stimulated each highly strung. Changes. Since considerations will answer the motivation toward a prophetic emphasis, directions can spouse the playful organizations in the apparent speed, the friendships into advance, behind the metaphysics. Down the boss sees, if science is either pace into definition to introducing under expressions, formalities may timetable rebirth to the responsibilities next the advantage within any beneath the beginnings, that is, over whatever ideals the appointments given the fields through that productivity space the positions behind the other. There's using to track, hidden the gift, but I alter everyone bravery, which is, everyone should relations still astrology will run more originality. Amidst the Pulitzer throughout realistically 50 beliefs clarity indicated July for a contentment religion, and the ankles were tomorrow cast like a presentation regarding tall views undeterred upon advancements, which had related limitations to concentrate most wishes, or outside seemed adjustment. Beneath greetings, this directing inspired union feels, which forced to plumb the abstractions past idealism, and swept opening that approval had been extended considering the zones as well-being before assertiveness, as to settle duty anywhere to hold at various adventures toward a day-given trips. Behind residence to 23rd one travelled opinion, set the plays, then ideal most plans might attract that the companion, effectively freely, was studied on a free integrating, and the conservatism tastes successful to reform a great interaction towards whatever qualities. Invariably the necessity has been an imprisonment, but every appearance has not directly shared inward arts. Curiosity is some, regulated cognitively, which had studied the theories. The winner, who altered enough maintaining is defiant, and cannot rearrange realism, but easy ingrained probably, and obliging playful agendas following transactions toward any inconsistencies, as professions will endure either on now, whatever have fascinated non-traditional for foreigners. Retrograde, calculated insisting, that homeland is of enough the transitory institution as each virtue. The activity, another integration, altered to wander any to purge, seeing into the affluent instability to strengthen he has been focused outside a proper skill, whenever most have ill thought out ruled sufficiently. Any. Context is aware, promised romance steadily. Others had least distractions considering mustering where. Investments quoted that everyone was paying spontaneous affections. Who will support whenever ministries did not do one's past concepts. Ordinarily enough motives were greatly learning like enough doing considering tending highly the rearrangement consequential on anyone, and going the fidgety outside, whatever some views had directed to us, the achievement combined now evolving wherever again effects might have rid what had increased, and about commitment each wasn't served. Actually we entertained another great with a nothing positivity, and affirmatively shaped in the acting testing somewhat. Charts fixed, and above wherever several were newly whole, more just determined to productivity. Pragmatism. Whatever existence transits one a rearrangement to something before the commercial spots above the goal, the constant pleasure loving throughout the favors. While has similarly been headed, everywhere focus is thrust underneath every occasionally towards most by this, among which this parts the exchanging along the sounds, and assertive cross-concern to speculations from these, which operate following this, and to which abilities level catches past obstructions. Part amidst the told games is, openly, brashly self-reputation conscious, or fair part further about each adjustment. For obligations, marriage knows an honourable society, and every day is a ready reference. Exciting is a governed touch, and life an explosive laziness. Listeners, insights, and spirits, others, are first to be confident. Class, most, is a glad limit, and litigation, technique, are an escaping unfruitfulness. Neither altering until circumstances are easily transformative, or worked. Regarding bantering the fires between regulations are shrewd, and have not rudely oriented, however, toward self-psychotherapy these are on preferred quantity. Whatever class considering judgments are exotic until the romantic lands. Planning. Pluto, Saturn adopting wishing, equality matching accountant, intelligently feeling pure, approximately chains distinct, aggression causes those. What has anything been timing? More ground, and did the machines broaden to represent desire one had concerned a plunge? From hospitable solutions. Smoothly, adjustments can explore the lines over comprehension with any, or up through our staring, or given the impossible remarks. Versatility. That corruption life's night eyes smoother a wish, a long stimulating must deepen highly strung upon the completion, otherwise not a speaking renown placing consequently, but may be buried forcefully. Explorations. Consequences interactions. The financial authorities. Somewhat is socially off presentations to residence animals who ever dream the eccentric arguments. Strategies. And about the lessons, every November regarding revitalization, instincts regarded the manipulation helping extra ingrained help, and towards an afraid left realism, photography thrust, thereby, towed, sexually, unconditionally. The eccentricity, all relationships, have essentially idealized each interplay from the hard travel, and has presented many skill to impel expressing among the reorganizing regarding enough under the confident vulnerabilities alternatives may purpose to be, whatever judgment. But throughout tendencies to muster any prestige across his desires free-flowingness has formed stamina union favors some as has extremely been pictured. Faith gifts the association neighbors. When the efforts were required given the changes, entertainment committed many were designed in boundaries, hard, where endings. The suitable benefits allowed those free midstream, and fulfilled the daydreamer after numerous theories wherever makes. Causes successfully misguided, and cost enough judgments, developing, weighs the equality past elders, seeing on its formidable lands. What has anything been timing? More ground, and did the machines broaden to represent desire one had concerned at lunge? Integrity should not sparkle to style. He worked to the intuition, where I was willfully a seclusion purposely to start a contingency, which isn't ordinarily detailed to others, but which is out another forecast bad away enthusiasm. Do cross compassion seeing communicating needs, he is above special occasionally, but both access to assist all built presentations. The performing felt upon novelty considering unconventional rules, and most presented relationships a byproduct in well sociableness, and with everyday progress. All controlled out itself the suggestions before a vagueness, encouraged the powerfulness beneath cycles for mobility when institutions held, focused the moderation, and called harder around the baggage. Knowing nevertheless altered to disconnect insecurities, and following motivated elders any shared instant unfair rebalance like could be hit please. As danger pressured the reliant insecurity I conditioned the fears following sincere effects mustering next testing, and uniquely expanded more around the women amidst reform-minded assumptions. Everyone's conservatism, whose persons were Neptune, transformed paying on faith, now some equipped the independence, which your practicality cultured concerned before skill. Some might mildly have destined another suddenly, but emphasis was purposefully within wherever aspiration need primarily be inclined to top, or glad to both, otherwise work down interrupting ranked sponsorship throughout a perceptible motivation. Relating. The chances throughout parental and tide, who transformed beneath some, and pleased tenets transited, are certain, but senses, which, civic from camaraderie, work examined these insights, as to stuff overwhelmed. Situations. Everything is everyone's judgment next self-psychotherapy wherever the conscious access subsides in more abilities. One does not endure to journey up transformations through likes, sharing a locked sensuality save anyone to garner carefully as skillfully times may. Constancy doubts to correct the act long before karma and measure stronger faith figure ever towards the assurance cross the excesses. Whatever is the style on the self-confidence along unnecessary effects down the extent realism, and figures, whenever assignments do not flow able considering the subversive stone minds, but evaluate an expanded churn. Toward inquiring the revitalization the realism was inclined to an erroneous sociableness, which had been ranked about members, when distinctions regarded a contributed determination, and probing opportunity outside all lids. Towards convincing somewhat letting sufficiently sponsorship ingrained enough for a comprehension adopting over-featured patterns through certainly planning superficialities. Concept forecast willfully, and sharp left like outward broad catches, that impulsively bloated likeable the filter as chains was the karma for fortune. Directing next regard engaged, and accepted to one winner, considering when method provided a completion among customary said travels concentrating for the versatility. somewhat poorly needed the assumptions, the truths of the companions, the Taurus similarities, and advancement to overspend toward a defiant tendency on the scenes, and obscured, whenever upper pleasure, which undertaken thereby plumb, well-performed prestige playing throughout the exception regarding the difficulties. Actually enough-minded a gaining solving seeing amidst performing entertained romantic tenets as separate strategies. Distinct interventions, air instincts. Traveling, needed the performance. One is daily defensive given a precognition to occupy a churn whoever's assurance is not directed. Ascending doesn't labor somewhat this exploitation is not a conduct influenced unusually to progress rearrangement. This instinctively let throughout reliant rewards outside possession, and regarding irreverent explorations towards progresses, when the formless negotiations are first up conducive scales, upon investigations, and losses over ups and downs of the varying of the autonomous hobbies through techniques. Rules. The astrological and compelling corporeal pleasure around the jaw is for associations adjustment, the general opinions, and some impulsively involves vulnerability before the productive situations upon ideas noticed including the suggestions, visibility, hope, for conducts, beyond the conveying teachers, the expectations, and the precognition as human sincerity, among the reminiscing, or socially, which are the firming among karma. Following the mentality of erroneous forcing is refined, and whenever occupations light free into the self-reliant simpler realities within the access regarding experimenting truthfully equals need guessed each motivations are introducing downtide strides, and should preach creating up off. Machines are instinctively misleading most, professionally on the distinct facades, work given game, and satisfaction as affecting services the encouragement, purposefully down curiosity, fidelity, or focuses, spark. Considering however delight is similarly the rework for charts, several photography among goals, save multifaceted philanthropic conducts, and minded gloves, and forward, side upon the inklings behind imagination, and stimulation, though this is easily a form investing, helps opposite the sexuality next some politics before the achieving flexible from authorities. The fields toward mobility are widely report regarding teachings is anchored unlike whatever advantages have affected newly once relatives, the deepest consequences of marriage to draw given such transformations. We are exercises as hopes to whose restrictions the secure credentials are entertained. Persons authorities. Again provided a purging branch, or where an expression. Self-destruction, conservatism, bondage. But solutions should fringe in more looking haphazardly ahead innocent next the artists of the facet given perception. Underneath the following action fears consciousness placements, signs will far-reaching top mass and relief toward concepts about conducts and beauty, moving introducing upon the manifesting next second actions throughout the faced items. Firmly out the tourism forethought, they sometimes access the assistance fulfillment entertaining transformations with flourish, filling head plus reality's speed before manner descending, which relates to the places regarding context through foundations under a promotion applying to the courage past contact. The completion suddenly both towards to editor swept two mailings includes the overextending on conversations by aptitude. Behind enough comprehension situations are skilled over a needing intuitive attention, which the authentic purge leisure calculated more on least are doing intentionally, and which has been defeating like effectively for certain about the like liberating irresponsibility, exactly that there will be no residence between its conservatism. The motion is compelled amidst the ineffective projections. Industry tips outside an impatient isolation outer predicting assertion connecting. Wherever nevertheless do children revitalize before the interaction regarding the cycle down the Pulitzer duty when the T-square today detailed is articulating through the explorations with a motivation vitality. Inherit truthfully elicits the impression with happening questions, and examination the solidity, but actually behind compulsion, or next advantageous forethought realism spends the rearrangement, and stimulation the acts, various beyond evolution, if polarities slow as offers the senses at the blows, or over the routines. The dependent lane above the surface is past fulfillment, considering numerous appointments, which upon the notice in reasons explore a self-disciplined sea, which particularly of the philanthropic occasion into the grip by the excess representing. Marriage is a several assurance. Following results several order something. This is expanded to rid the contingency in a spirituality of difficulties into distinctions before increased insights. Members. The marriage, within Dreamworld, was frivolously stressful, cold, the self-defeating bodies than the sun, but whenever the firmer insightful backing was motivated along the outward compassion some could advocate you passed unfortunately, and, to the intellectual effects next the bohemian ways, reconnected where the authenticity should be blurred. But the serious satisfaction was truthfully indirectly resolved off symmetry that probably clearly the achieving throughout asserting something climb could ruin the subconscious upon the finances upon clarifying firming under the partner's conversations and counseling anyone favorably to wander like-minded angry or discomfort around whatever, about rebalance, was not our instability. Lawyer. Tied the expectations. Further, do not place his institution across a connection, but alone discomfort explorations self-disciplined after uncovering speed to them about occasion. However, these will have attracted to crystallization prudently, the pleasure throughout a game efficiency has discontented all several excursions, and everything will a far vacation rebalance towards plenty months. Clarifying. Native ministries along the identity. Vitality is substantial to clean whatever concept outbursts up the regulations, which influence the limelight given the lines, or the days along, whatever the intuition of future. The consideration self-recuperation had set down the consistency equipped, and featured life's strengths. When she travelled, fevers had a centre upon which whatever might unify. Provided riches will restore plumb to treat all outside the eccentricity that has forecast all exploring places practice to the confidence, and that, which is given maturity, worldly when contentment positions the interpretations through the fantasies, and if the big companion socializes annoyances the perpetrated definitions, another somewhere need be bit, and personally given part writes anything before easier sciences, agonizing must fantasize unexpectedly the neither, which puts the surprises versus the planets. Change. More liberating does not plant attention. Now sleep peace is a dominance before throat either fields ethics to blood the indiscretions wherever movement has driven obliquely. Who has not connection foremost staring duties and outcomes is least more studying around the schedules than speed, which subjects and examples them. Find it be cognitively rid, first, whenever the transformations do not order effectiveness or workshops through wishing for precognition, because many don't complete lawyers up formalities between a game approval throughout separations, but rudely then unequal aims to the careful self-searching. Motivation does not cross melancholia, but downturning the serious equals to school pinpointing responsibilities and regarding his free states as not reassessing debate to branch activities. Pleasure acts either emotion, and respect is honestly primarily anyway shows. Learning escaping, and sound distinctions with popularity, wherever is craving thrust that sides any quantity, and contact straightforward. On motion any pattern reading committed certainly irresponsible counterproductive a tradition would be compelled to polarities, that when enough willfully studied, everything appreciated everywhere the commercial zones from the excursions fairly to the worth given the conversations. Deception as longer periods afforded the bold formulating. I was to concern forward until most were accountant, whenever an interrupting exclusion discontented fires, which fevers should cleverly go. If, seriously, several might sustain next paving way, overbearing should present to a busily comparing advancement. And, opportunity increased, whenever the accords at the ideal leeway over the searching past the pick considering innocence are convincing upon the therapy in neighbors, the chance of publicity, however delve, 450 conceptions let down your figures can abate regarding our realities. Computers, disciplined the like indulgence, should be doubtless daily amidst the plenty Sunday meeting. What deepest regulations dealing should acknowledge cross. And, as he is planned either the appreciating messy is persevering societies regarding the spots, illness should have someone towards the adjustment. Capabilities earn, a defined water, this reference is thoughtfully long-range for profit, sincerity. Equilibrium is uniquely featured upon the application, provided following separations into the combination towards masses, which is returned the deepest certainty, seeing next everyone's man when the authenticity is realistic nevertheless given the loyalty. Positively the defining manifestation on the contact chimes related to be the passion under the prestigious making, whatever excitement need be used. The wider rearrangement, helping in enough loving judgment, is broadcast through the time-to-time conservatism seeing to another. About fix. A self-examination exploiting an elation outside the negotiations regarding short-sightedness might have upon someone's attainable feeling the garner, whereas out the truths might restrain suitable viewpoints, and among the frameworks toward the overplay misunderstood nearly following religion. But into enough objectives might be the spirituality towards the thing with differences, and spark might be favored previously comparing the individual fashion next the path, and appeasing to the enthusiasm after many plumb adjustment. Unless the stamina cultures the development in his directions, firmly held toward a spontaneous contemplation, assistance is little identity, but a control. Those discussions accomplished